I was gonna say, you were the only white folks, right?
Yeah, but I want to tell you, they rock. The music just rocked, and he was dynamic.
That's
He
great.
was a pastor of all values.
Yeah, yeah.
Larry Williams. I mean, I know the kindergarten with it.
And the fact that both remembered it is amazing, right?
Oh my God, we knew each other immediately.
Yeah.
Really,
Yeah.
really, it doesn't surprise me. Good family.
Yeah. So we came through Peoria after we spent the night at Cedar Rapids. We came through Peoria. We had lunch in East Peoria from there. Now, it was right across the road. Now, when I lived in Illinois, that was 20 plus years ago. Peoria, it seemed to me Peoria was kind of like, I think it looks like they raised the whole thing and put all new construction.
Absolutely, it's exploded.
There's a Costco there.
And on the counter side, if you go down into downtown Peoria, Ave Street,
Yeah.
it looks like it's a snap out of the 50s. It's dead. There's vacant buildings, all manufacturing
Oh.
has vacated.
Yeah.
So much used to be.
Yeah.
It's like a time bomb, you know. I mean, so much of the manufacturing is gone. It used to be a pretty solid blue collar area. Caterpillar tractor, you know, the little headquarters there for many years. They got a new CEO, of all things, figured this out. Peoria is a pretty economical place. He moved the headquarters to Chicago.
That's stupid.
Moved to Chicago. Yeah. And, I mean, he took all the headquarters buildings. They removed it from Peoria. The Mossville tech plant is still there. A lot of the
Yeah,
large-
I was there. Okay.
the large plants are still there, but the headquarters building.
Well, you know, and I don't want to get into a polarizing subject, but I'll just say that in this man, like you hate it, at least Trump wants to manufacturing back to the U.S.
I'm very conservative, and I've been pro-Trump for a long time. And what he is doing right now is absolutely incredible.
Yeah,
I get up every morning and I read and I say, guys, citing, he's doing all the right things.
never stops.
Never stops. I just hope, I hope we can keep this going. He's surrounded himself with some extremely talented people. I mean,
Yeah, you got it right this time.
we know, my wife's very, my wife in Palm Beach County. remember the jazz?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
In Palm Beach County, which had been significantly liberal and democratic, she co-founded in Palm Beach County. Yeah, and it grew like crazy.
Did you ever meet Rush?
Yes. But more important,
Hello, people.
hey, how you doing, Sergio? Good to see you, buddy.
Good morning.
You must have been there.
I know, I see you.
But it was just, she knows, she knows Brian Mass, who's our House representative.
Yeah, yeah.
But she knows Michael Lee for her first two cases. She also knows, listen to this, you're not going to believe this. When she found out 12 years ago, guess who she had come down to talk to her various chapters within Palm Beach County? Ron DeSantis.
Oh,
He's
really?
in her house, who went to his inauguration, and she's on a first-name basis with Ron and his wife, too. So, I mean, he's good.
He is. Oh, he was the best governor in the U.S.
Yes. So how was your trip, Mr. Sergio?
Very nice trip. Very nice.
No family this time.
No, because I came from a medical in London.
Oh.
And I have some time to spend here.
Good for you.
Yes.
That's called good planning.
Yes. I agree. I totally agree.
Fantastic, fantastic. So how's Juliana and
Fine. It's too much. She's
setting, I've got an agreement, I'm gonna announce that today, that, K9EL, I had set up for like 4 sessions of spotting tools. Frank has agreed to do, a discussion similar, Zoom meeting with as many members as want to sign up on, cycle 25. It'll probably be the same presentation. I got a copy of the presentation.
Didn't go to that.
Oh, okay.
There was something.
Well, you can sign up for the, I'm gonna do it in June, as soon as, right after field day. He wanted to wait through field day. And,
That sounds good. I was in 2 of his sessions. He is, I mean, I've heard of him online.
he's a heavyweight.
Good.
He's a heavyweight. He's brilliant.
He stood there for an hour, and people were asking about this antenna and that antenna, this antenna. He just rattled off.
He's a fountain of get it. Yeah, there was a huge line that wrapped around that gas. When you figure out and tomorrow it will be like crazy. A lot of people come. Some people are still working. Some unfortunately people are still working. Yep. Are any of the other guys still here? Sebastian's here. Okay. He's the only one in our group. But, 2-year extended warranty. Yeah. They didn't do it. So like, we're all. Yeah. That way it's so much. They get, I don't know, 10, 15,000 engines every year. Oh, yeah, they have, well, we have 350, they have 2 million. 2 million engines. Wow. On out there. He's done this medium capital over that, kind of done what we're doing in our storage system. Good, but I think I got to probably see it. I'm going to announce it so spring. Rightly so, he's pushing back on this stuff. We need to have that balance. I think we'll be. Sprint is due. Yeah, this program, in the last 18 years, year-long program, this is something that was controversial. Hey!
Hello.
What's up, bro?
How you doing, buddy? Good to see you. Good to see you.
Where's Al? Al, K7. Nice to meet you, my friend. I recognize you right away. Big line, huh?
Yeah.
Big line. Did you go with the second again?
I was with, I was at media Hamvention. I don't.
Okay. I put a slide in for you.
Oh, nice.
Okay, well, this is actually.
They're going to stream. Yeah.
You're on. Yeah, all over the world. I'm just concerned about people getting
Yeah.
because of the line.
That's the problem with the switch spot.
When
I saw that line, I said,
I
yeah.
just thought about it, you know, the good news is the people that are coming don't come right. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna- To advance them, yeah. They wouldn't do it.
Then I tried to get her to fail to next year, but then next year we're also like government. I should have done that. That was running out of time.
I just sent Chris a text to ask, tell the AV guys.
Walk around and
I know.
stand behind it.
Well, you can walk around and then just come back, right?
Yeah.
See, that's a projected unless, yeah, unless it's tied into the HDMI. I don't think it says advanced.
I don't think so either. That's okay.
I guess you just have to be tethered to that.
That's fine, that's fine. Good morning, all. I've got a pretty full presentation, and I don't want to deprive those who are on time, such that I either have to rush or whatever. But as people come in, we'll just they'll have to just catch up. But I've been to Dayton many times, and last year we had a huge amount of ARRL forum presentations, and they slotted me on Sunday at noon. And I had a group about half this size. So I talked to Michael Coulter, who is on the board at WHCI, and he said, Mark, I'm going to get you prime time this year, and I got you on Friday morning. Well, I said, yes, that's great, but I didn't realize that the gates opened at 9, and I'm starting at 9:15, and there's 2,000 people out there trying to get into the place. So anyway, welcome to Hamvention, welcome to Xenia, Ohio, and I'm looking forward to, my name is Mark Wolschlegel, Mark W, WC3W, and I'll talk about a little bit of my history in a second, but I like to, over the last 18 months, I've done about 100 Zoom presentations to clubs, both in the U.S., primarily in the U.S., but also in Japan, in Australia, and a couple in Europe. And I really like to understand who my audience is because I can kind of tailor the presentation. I don't do the same presentation twice. So, a couple questions. How many in this audience here have heard of the DX Marathon program? That is really good. How many have actually participated? That's good too. Okay. How many are contesters here? How many actually, I love it, okay? Because I'm going to talk about a couple things later in the presentation. We're going to introduce a little bit of a change, not a change, but a sweetener on the DX Marathon program, and I'm really targeting contesters because there are a huge number of contesters both in North America and around the world. Just look at the numbers on the CQ Worldwides and the ARRL. There's a lot of people in contesters, and unfortunately, I don't know the exact number, but I think not too many of them are actually DX Marathon participants, but I'm going to show you people who are contesters how easy it is incrementally to participate in this program and still do your contest. And anything you work in a contest would apply to our program. Why participate? I'm going to show you 3 slides in the middle of my presentation. And at the end, when I do the Q&A, I want you to raise your hand. And if I didn't touch you in terms of your interests or your station parameters, I want you to tell me. Because if you've got a radio and you got a license and you work DX, you should be in this program, okay? And I'm going to try to explain why. I participated in the marathon for about 7 years before I took over this position 3 years ago. I retired 7 years ago. The reason I participated in the program was I was a big contester. I'm a very competitive person. I love contesting. I still participate in contests. But when I retired, I pledged to myself, I was an executive vice president for a large company, and I promised myself that I had to bring some balance and serenity into my life. And sitting at a desk for 48 consecutive hours over a weekend doesn't get that job done for me, at least for me personally. So the reason I got into the marathon program was because I once worked for a guy, and I've never forgot this. This was like 50 years ago. He said, if something is not measurable, it's not worth doing. Now, I don't know if you all agree with that, but I'm an engineer by degree, and I like metrics. I love this program because we do a huge amount of analysis on the results of the program. If you're doing DX, many people in our program do it because they want a self-assessment tool on how they're doing in working DX year over year. That's fine. If you don't like the competition, we have hundreds in our program that do it just for that reason. Then on the flip side, we also have some real competitive dogs out there, and they're going for the gold. I mean, really, just as competitive as a contest. I call this a program because it's really not a contest, but if you are the competitive type, you have a place in this program as well. Okay. Real briefly, I've been in this wonderful hobby for 62 years, 12 years old. You can figure out my age.
I got in 12 years old in grade school. I was dating this little, real nice little gal, and she invited me over to her house. I grew up, born and grew up in Peoria, Illinois, flyover country. And her father worked for Caterpillar Tractor Company. He was a mechanical engineer. And when I was over there, he said, Mark, come downstairs, and I want to show you some equipment. You know, so I went downstairs. He had Collins S-line, flipped it on, got on the radios, and started working DX. And I just hook, line, and sinker. I said, I got to do this. I love math. I love science. And I saw that, and I said, I got to do it. Not only did it set me forward on this wonderful hobby, but it also pretty much set me forward on getting into electrical engineering, which I wanted to do, and I did in college. So anyway, I do a lot of things. I've flown airplanes for 50 years. I've made 8 trips on BMW motorcycles in the Alps. I love riding motorcycles. I've done it since I rode a motorcycle up here from Florida. I live in Florida now. I'm a musician. I'm a keyboard player. I play in a jazz group. I play in a rock group, and I'm the head of our church contemporary worship group. But having said all, and I'm a sailor too, but having said all that, I can represent to you that a lot of those hobbies have come and gone in my lifetime, save one, and that's this hobby here. I've never strayed from ham radio for 62 years. I've been involved in it from 12 years old on, and it's a wonderful, wonderful hobby. Okay, enough about me. Let me give you just a real brief history of the marathon program. I'm going to make this short because many of you know what it is, but it actually has been around a long time. It was founded by Radio Magazine, which was CQ Magazine's predecessor, okay, in 1939. It ran for 1 year. World War II came along, and they dropped it for 8 years. They brought it out, and concurrently, a bunch of programs and ham radio came out, CQ Worldwide, DXCC, and it just kind of died until this man, Bob Loker, W9KNI, approached CQ Magazine. He said, I really like that program. Can we resurrect it? And they said, have at it, Bob. And so Bob took to the pen and put the rules back together, presented it, and they said, okay, let's do it. Well, Bob, being a very smart guy, said, you know, this is going to take a lot of work to administer this. So he recruited, I call him my hero, my predecessor, who was John Sweeney, K9EL. And John administered the program single-handedly for 17 consecutive years. Incredible. I knew John through a mutual friend of mine down in South Florida who co-founded the Northern Illinois DX Association. John lives in Chicago. And I had been introduced to John through Dayton, through Visalia, Orlando, and I got to know John. He's an amazing guy and a phenomenal DXer. And I got an email 3 years ago saying, I need to find a replacement. I'm burnt out after 17 years. And I called him up. I said, you know, I retired, John. Tell me what this is all about. Well, he talked for about 5 minutes. And I said, wait, time out, John. This sounds like a full-time job. And he says it is. And I explained to him, I'm retired. I don't want a full-time job. I want to put serenity into my life. I don't think I can do this. So we hung up. And I got to thinking about it when I was involved in my business activities. I created a number of companies, and we bought a few companies, and I said, you know, you'd really do things through people. So I called John back and I said, hey, what do you think of the idea of taking all those tasks and responsibilities that you did on this program, and we segment them, we write job descriptions, and we go out and we recruit volunteers? He said, I think that would work. So we sat down and did job descriptions, and we went out, and he had a real good network within our program. And we went out, and me being from the industry side of things, I said, we got to put some formality into that. So I formed an LLC, and I recruited some very experienced DXers who had been a part of this program, created a board of directors, and then the challenge was to find the people to really make the program go. This is the work, this is the engine of our program. These are the people that are doing what John did single-handedly. And as you can see, I've got about 5 people. I've got a scoring manager, Larry Lone, who's a retired IBM guy. Al Robner is sitting in our audience here. He is helping Larry out, and our QC manager. Sebastian, KI2D, is our genius IT manager. And I have a communications manager who happens to be my remote station partner down in Florida. And then 81C, many of you have heard of Jim Reisert. He does the country database, probably the most accurate database for DXing in the world. And that's who does the work these days. I'm going to recognize Sebastian. Sebastian just got a very prestigious award. He has developed on your iPhone or your Google device, Android, a software package for people particularly focused on POTA. It allows you to do a lot of logging. It's a phenomenal program, but I'm sure if you have a chance, talk to him. But Sebastian is, he's the heart and soul of our program. He completely redesigned our web page. He created a submission tool, which I'll talk about in a little bit, that is phenomenal. And one of the things you're going to hear me say about our program, it's easy, it's simple, it's simple. And he even made it more simple in terms of how you get your DXQs into our system. It's can be done in a couple minutes. It's so simple. If you know how to produce an ADIF file, you can submit, okay? All righty. What is the DX Marathon? I'm going to get in and make this really simple because, again, many of you know what it's all about. First of all, right now, it's the fastest growing ham radio program in our hobby today. We've grown nearly 100% over the last couple of years. I have a vision to continue to grow it, and that's why I'm going to try to do some special things to get people introduced to the program. The problem we have in our hobby is there's so much out there right now that I think sometimes we get lost in the noise. There's so many contests out there. Go look at the calendar of events from January to December. I mean, every single weekend there's something going on the entire year, okay? So anyway, I've got a vision. My greatest challenge, and I'm just following up on what I just said, is getting the word out. Once people understand what this does, what it can do for you, and try it, they're hooked on it. They get hooked on it because it is a lot of fun. And I'll explain that. Okay. All right, what is it? Let's summarize it. From the 30,000 foot level, it's an annual DXCC WAZ chase. What does that mean? There's 340 DXCC entities, and what we do is we add 6 to that, the Worked All Europe, to make 346. Each one is a point. From January 1st to December 31st, each one you work on any band, and I'll go through that in a second, is 1 point, okay? There's no multipliers, there's no confirmations, there's no LOTW confirmations, no club log. We trust you. It's an honesty program because we're really providing, we consider you guys our customers and our participants. We're providing you with a service or a tool that you can do to do some self-evaluation, or you can compete, whatever you want to do. It's an excellent excuse to get on the air, okay? As I said, and I'll say it a number of times, if you're the competitive type, we have competition, big time. But if you're like I didn't want to be in a contest. That's why we call it a program. I wanted to just see how I was doing year to year, okay? And I can say for 7 consecutive years, each year I did better. And to me, that was gratifying in terms of the number of DXCC entities and zones I worked. That means I was spending a little more time on the air. I was improving my station parameters. I love CW. I was probably improving my CW skills. And most importantly, working DX is just not working a station and logging it. There's some verification that goes along with that. There's pirates out there. You got to log these calls accurately. I can't tell you, and I'll show you in a minute, how many broken calls we have because you're not taking care of how you log a contact. There's a lot of things going on to make a consummate DXer. So what we're trying to do is help people along, and the feedback we give back to you, everybody that participates gets an email after the program, and it shows you where you made mistakes. So each year, you can improve your practices in operating DX. No complicated rules. I'm going to show you our webpage. Go read the rules. It's very simple. And again, I said it was a year-long global event. That's what it is. Okay. Okay, why would one participate? I don't know about you guys, and there's 750,000 hams in the U.S. and 3.5 million worldwide. I don't know what the percentage is, but I would say a lot of the percentage of ham radio operators are chasing DX. I don't know what it is, but there's a lot of them. So I like to equate ham radio with DXing. I know everybody is not in that platform. The DX Marathon, as I said, it challenges to work DX every year. It's simple, no multipliers like contests, no complicated formulas, no QSL cards. It provides a little bit of push. You can go on vacation for 3 weeks, come back and work DX. You got a whole year to work these entities, okay? This last one is, as I said, I've done over 100 Zoom presentations to clubs. Clubs, I've seen profiles of many clubs. A lot of clubs are dying. People just aren't coming. A lot of clubs are growing. And the difference I've observed as I interact with these clubs is club leadership needs to find ways to engage their membership. This program is a phenomenal tool that leaders can use to engage their membership, get actively involved. Every month, you can have everybody come back and report back to the club, how are we doing? Because we have club categories. I've expanded the club categories into large clubs, medium clubs, and small clubs. It's fun to get everybody pulling together and working DX. So the clubs that have done this, they've really been happy in doing it. So I've got a big push in supporting club activities. Okay, I mentioned most of this already, so I'm going to skip this slide. Okay, unlike contests, we include all work bands. Any authorized ham radio frequency from 6 meters to 160, including the work bands, are legal to operate. No contacts with repeaters or satellites are not allowed. Contacts with maritime mobile or aeronautical mobile are not allowed. You'll see from the next couple slides what we try to do is create level playing fields. So you got somebody that's flying around in an airplane or sailing a boat around, that's not a level playing field. They got a huge advantage. So they don't count. And of course, all contacts have to be made over ham radio frequencies that Echolink or DMR is forbidden. You can't do that. Okay, so you got the frequencies. All right, want you all to pay attention. These next 2 slides is the heart and soul of the whole program, okay? And here's where I want you to put yourself and slot yourself into this first category, and in the second slide, I'm going to show you what you like to do when you're operating your radios, okay? In terms of working DX. So what we're trying to do, and we're not perfect at this, we're trying to create tranches that create level playing fields so that when you submit your score as an unlimited, for example, unlimited being high power up to legal limit. You can have any antenna structure you have. I've got a 100-foot tower with a Navas at the top and a JK 3040 and a quarter wave 80 meter, and we got everything out at our remote site. So there's no limits, okay? So you then will compare yourself in the program against like-minded people with those operating conditions. Then we go down to the next class, which is limited. No linears. Okay, 100 watt. We do allow some Yagis. I'm not going to go through the details with some restricted boom lengths and that kind of thing. That is called the limited, okay? Then we get into the formula, and I'm going to talk about the asterisk in a second. The formula class, if you do a bell-shaped curve, I would say the 2 sigma inside the bell-shaped curve, most hams in the world, the 3.5 million, are in that class because they're running barefoot, they're running 100 watts, and they're running a long wire antenna or a vertical. I think most hams are in that category. That category that class last year grew 400% in our program to verify what I just said. Okay, there's a lot of people, and you combine cycle 25 with people with those constraints, and you throw in FT8, and these people can do what many of us have done our whole lives, and that is work DX. And what's wrong with that? There's a lot of fun in working DX, and what it's doing, the cycle 25, you know, and the FT8, like it or hate it, you know, I've got friends that absolutely wouldn't touch it. It's given those people some enjoyment in working DX, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. And then, of course, God bless them, you got the QRP people. This is a growing class too, and you know, it's pretty phenomenal. Now, what I've done in 2025, the reason the asterisks are there, I listened to my customers, which is my participants. I've divided the formula into 2 tranches because there are some people that operate long wires and verticals that have a linear amplifier. So I created a class. I had a sponsor come up, and I'll explain that in a second, and say, I want this second class, and I talked around, and so I put it in place. QRP, we had certain antenna restrictions. The president of one of the large QRP organizations in the U.S. said, I want an unlimited QRP class. If I put a stacked Yagi 200 feet up in the air, I want to be able to use that with 5 watts. He stepped up. He said, I'll be a sponsor, so I added that. So that's what the 2 asterisks are. Okay. Now, so everyone out there, you know where you belong. Now, let's talk about what you really like to do when you're working DX. You can be like me, as you probably imagine. I go for the gusto. I go for everything. All bands and all modes. CW, digital, and sideband. And I love 6 through 160. You can enter that way. Or you can be like my good friend who co-founded the Northern Illinois DX Association, W4QN, down in Jupiter, Florida. He wouldn't touch FT8 with a 10-foot pole, and he loves CW. You can enter in CW, which he did in 2019. He's got a beautiful station on the Loxahatchee River, and he finished #1 in the world with 319 points, okay? So if you love CW, and I was talking to Don, Long Island CW Club. I went to the CW Ops dinner. CW is my preferred mode. I don't compete in the contest because I run it, but I just love CW, and I would love to see the CW numbers grow within our program. So if you're a sideband guy, you can enter in sideband only. That's it. You enter only your sideband cues. Or if you're there's people that do exclusively digital, RIDI and FT8, you can enter in that class. And then again, you'll be scored against other people throughout the world. By the way, 2/3 of our participants are international, 1/3 are US. So we're an international program, okay? You can enter in that mode. And then lastly, if you really, really love a band, we got people, I know people that love 6 meters. Can't figure that one out either. It's like QRP for me. But we have people that love 60 meters. You can enter in a single band and then compare yourself against all the people in the world that have worked 60 meters or 6 meters or 30 meters or 80 meters and see how you're doing on that band. And you just need to declare that every year, and you can change the next year to something different. You're not locked into that. So again, and I talked about the club already, but again, it's what you like to do, okay? That is the heart and soul of the program. I mentioned the website. This is the one that Sebastian designed. It has got it's not one of these websites that we don't update. I'm in this website every day. My compliance manager, K2CIB, he's updating this under the resources tab, which I have here. It's a little hard to see, but you can see we have country lists in here. We got zone lists. We got valid calls. We got invalid call signs. We've got bad spots. We got pirates. We update that literally every week, okay? So that if you work somebody and you don't know it was a pirate or not, you can go to this website, you can check it out, because we vet it out. We vet it out. And because in the end, your submission, when you submit to it, I'm going to talk about that next, when you submit to our program, you and you alone are responsible for what you are submitting. We don't do any checking of the integrity of the information that you have in your submittal. That, to be a consummate DXer, you need to make sure what you're putting in that log is accurate, that you're not representing that it's a pirate or it's a broken call. You need to check it, okay? Okay, let's talk about submission. I got one slide, really, a couple slides, but basically, anytime during the year, but before January 5th of 2026, everyone in this room is in the program for 2025. You are in the program right now. It doesn't cost you a thing. You don't have to register, okay? All you got to do is keep track of your DX in some logbook. Even if you got a paper log, we can take care of you too. I won't talk about how we do that, but we'll take care of you. But most people I use DX Lab. Some people use Ham Radio Deluxe. Some people use N1MM. There's about 10 or 12 or 13 out there. All you have to do from your log is generate anytime during the year, but on your final submission, an ADIF file, okay? Generate the whole, you don't even have to segregate out 2025. Your whole log, I got 40,000 in my log. Just dump an ADIF file. We'll take care of segmenting out your queues in 2025, okay? So now you've saved that ADIF file to your download. You go to our web page, which you're looking at here, to the submission page, Sebastian Design, and see where it says load ADIF, or you can do an XLS spreadsheet also, but let's just talk about ADIF to make it simple. You load it. You click that button, and it'll say point to where you've got your ADIF. You point to your download file. You enter. You just made a submission. That's it. That's it. Okay? And you're going to get a beautiful report that he designed. And it's going to have 346 rows in it. It's going to tell which country entity out of the 346 that you worked. Even though you don't need confirmations, your ADIF file will tell you if you've got an LOTW confirmation. It'll tell you. So if you have multiple, like this top one, I worked the 3B7M. I actually worked him in 2023 12 times. You can go in there and you can select the one that you want to put on that line. And if I have a choice of picking a station that I got confirmation for or I don't, I'm going to pick the one I have confirmation for because I know it's dead. It's dead on. Okay? So you make those decisions as you go through your log before you submit. Okay? Similarly, we go through all 40 zones. It'll tell you the same thing. The same thing. And that's part of your submittal. But the neat part about this is you always have a running total of how you're doing, each time you submit. And there's other ways you can do that too, but it's a powerful tool. Okay, we have an honesty program. You don't need QSLs. You don't need LOTW Club Log. However, we do some checks, okay? And the reason we do checks, I'm going to make this real simple, and I'm not going to tell you how we do it. We got very creative people. We want to keep everybody coming back. 99% of our people, when they say they worked a queue, okay? And we trust them, okay? Less than 1% aren't so honest. We don't want to drive the honest people away because they know that there's cheaters in the program. So we call them out, and we find people that are misrepresenting. It's like pirates. Why are there pirates out there these days, you know? There's no rhyme or reason for it in our hobby. But we want people that legitimately, you can make a mistake, that's okay. And if we do ding a person, we don't throw you out of the program, you get a 1-point deduct. That's it. So if you got 300 and you make a mistake, or you're not in the log or whatever, or you mistype something or whatever, you get 1-point deduct. That's it. Now, that doesn't sound a lot to you, and most people it isn't, okay? However, those people are that are in the competitive hunt, many times in the unlimited class or the limited class, the separation between the top 10 people is like 3 points. So a 1 point deduct is huge for those competitive types, okay? That's the verification. Okay. We are basically self-funded. We're all volunteers. We do have on our website opportunities through PayPal where people, if they want to throw $5 in or $10 in, I don't want any of my staff people to have to reach into their own pocket to run the program. So if you're so inclined, go to the website, throw $5 in the PayPal, but that helps us develop a little working capital so that we can, pay for things like supplies and like these cards here that I distribute at Hamvention and Hamcation and that kind of thing. We do have incidental expenses, but our sponsors are really our fuel for the program. We issue about 30 wooden plaques each year, and most of our sponsors are clubs, but we have a lot of individuals. I have a good friend, W2CQ, that is hell-bent to get youth into our program, rightly so, because our hobby is going to die unless we get youth into our program. He says, Mark, I want to sponsor one of the youth categories. So he pulls out his checkbook, writes me a $100 check. And that pays for the plaque and the transportation. So a sponsorship, and I always take sponsorships because the more sponsors I get, the greater I can expand the program and create. We believe in rewards for effort expended. And I'm not going to go through all the categories on the plaques, but then we also issue. This year I issued 130 certificates. The high score in every country in the world that achieved a certain level will get a certificate, okay? So that's basically our reward system. And having said that, I have a few. This year. A couple years ago, I created a youth program. This is DL7PIA. She won for the second year in a row, a young German girl in the Black Forest area. She won number 1 youth in the world for 2 consecutive years. I have a YL category that I created a couple years ago. This is Ann, WA1S. She won it this year with over 300 points, okay? This is our EU winner. All 6 continent winners get plaques. This is Serge, R6YY. He won all EU. And down in Brazil, PY2XU, Fred won 6 meters this year. I should say last year. And then we have a 60 meter. As I said, every winner in the band award gets a plaque. Every continent gets a plaque. Every unlimited, limited gets a plaque. This is HA5WA. And then this is what the certificates look like. This happens to be the high score for Lithuania. Every country entity gets a certificate, high score in every country entity. Okay, I'm going to set the mic down here for a second. Sergio, come on up on stage. Yes. Sergio is, one of the beautiful parts of this hobby. I used to travel a lot internationally. And I used to stop. When I visited different countries, I stopped and I looked up ham radio operators that I've worked. And the beautiful part of this hobby is we have a demographic profile in our hobby, which is spectacular. We have lawyers and doctors, and we've got firemen and policemen. And Sergio happens to be a cardiologist that operates on people. And he, in 2024, won the world high 80-meter plaque with 232 points. Give him a hand. And he's taking a plaque home. PY5EG, Atlano Ohms, who won the challenge class, and I haven't talked about that yet. But he's the Araucaria Club in Brazil is a huge, huge sponsor and supporter of the DX Marathon program. So thank you, Sergio. He's got an amazing station. And by the way, Sergio last year was inducted into the CQ Contest Hall of Fame as well. So we have some high rollers that participate in our contest or on our program as well. I got to mind my time here. So I'm going to say a few things about Cycle 25. Cycle 25 has been good for the program, but even when we go out of Cycle 25 and get into Cycle 26, it's a leveler in our program because everybody is participating in the same propagation. We won't have the scores quite as high, but you'll still be able to do somewhat of an apples to apple comparison as how you're doing. All evidence. I was listened to a program that. Presentation that Frank Donovan did, W3LPL. He, by the way, I'm going to pull him in June. He's going to do a Zoom presentation to many of our members. If you're interested, I'll have that out on our website and our group I/O when that'll occur. But it's actually peaked. It's actually peaked in the summer of 24. We're down. We're starting to roll off at this point in time. That's one. He sent me his presentation, but you can see our SFIs now are pretty steadily below 200, where back in 24 they were as high as 250, okay? But that's okay. It's going to be a slow roll-off, and Frank says, at least on 10 meters, he said, as long as the SFI is 150 to 160, you're going to have great propagation on 10 meters. Okay, I got to move here. I'm going to skip here. I write every year, and it's on our website, a complete analysis of the 2024. I would encourage you, if you're interested, to look at that. And the average score, people always ask me, what's the average score? There's 360 possible, but all of the DXCCs are not activated every year, so many of those don't happen. Anything that approaches 300 is an excellent score. The average score in the whole program across all classes is 188, okay? And the U.S., North America has the highest participation level, and then we go down. South America is number 2, closing in. South America is very active in our program. Just to show you about propagation, these are the scores above 300. A score above 300 is phenomenal in this program. Look at what happened in 2023. Look at what happened in 2024. Look at what happened in 2022. In 23, we had almost 100 participants achieve 300 or above, and you can see it's starting to roll off. That's all Cycle 25. 50% of our queues last year were made on 10. Out of the 350,000 queues were made on 10, 12, and 15 meters. That's propagation. That's Cycle 25. Okay, I'm going to close here. I want people to try out the marathon, and I know sometimes a year-long commitment is kind of boggling, or you'll forget about it. So we're going to try something this fall. I had a vision, and I got everybody on my staff to agree to it. We're going to have a mini marathon in the fall, okay? 10 days. It'll only involve the 6 classes. Forget about the modes. Forget about all the stuff I talked about. Any mode you want to work, 10 days, and we're going to surround it around the CQ Worldwide SSB contest, which occurs on October 25th and 26th. So there's going to be a lot of DXers out on the air before, maybe a little bit after the contest, okay? So the dates, and I'll have this out on the website, October 17th to 31st, we're going to have 6 classes. You just work as many, we call it a sprint. You work as many DX entities and zones as you can. You'll submit just like you do the year-long marathon. No registration is required. I said it's going to be around, and we're going to issue certificates for the 6 highest continents and the highest score in each of those 6 classes that I just showed you, okay? And details to follow. We're going to do this. We're going to go forward. I'll have all the rules published sometime this summer. But I'm really focusing. I don't know if this is right or not. I'm focusing on everybody, but I would like to get the contesters involved in this also. because it's so simple. And you can do the contest, and anything you work in a contest applies to the DX Marathon. Okay, you don't have to choose one or the other. Okay, and I've done a lot of YouTube. One of my favorite, I don't know if I know he's at the show, W1DED, Kevin Thomas. He's got, he just upgraded his podcast to what he calls Q5. Check it out sometimes. He's a fantastic interview guy. Tim Duffy had me on his show. Again, my objective on these podcasts is to just try to get the word out and educate people on what the marathon's all about. So I'll close by one of our active participants, and this kind of says it all. This is Paula, K9IR. For me, the marathon is a great incentive to get on the air and work DX, even though I already have all entities confirmed and have too many other fun activities to make a competitive effort. I'm very happy running my own race, see if I can improve my results, add some challenge band countries and digital contacts along the way, turn in a decent effort to support my local DX club score, and keep the station running in top condition. I salute those of you who dedicate the time needed to compete for the awards. Why do you participate in the marathon? Good luck in 2025. That kind of says it all. Okay? That concludes my presentation. I know I'm limited on time, but if there are any questions, I'll be willing to field any. Yes. No, a QRP, the question was, can you submit in multiple categories? And the answer to that is no. First of all, QRP, that defines your station, 5 watts or one of the two. So forget about 100 watts. You can't do that. Okay, you're 5 watts. You're in that class. That's true. I didn't mention this because I had a limited amount of time. One of the very important things, I have a remote station in Florida. It's about 50 miles north of me. I used to have a second home in Colorado. I had a station out there. 2 different QTHs. I can't commingle the contacts. I could submit a separate entry for Colorado station. I could submit a separate entry for the Florida station. Okay, but I can't commingle the two. So you have to have one TXRX location to participate. Okay, you can't be mobile either. Mobile is like maritime mobile. Can't do that. POTA doesn't really chase DX for the most part, so that would eliminate that also. Just have a fixed station. It can be a contest station as long as it's the same station. You can run a different call for a contest station. That's okay. You just, on your submission, you'll name that call as a second call. That's okay. But one station. Anybody else? Yes. Okay, the question was, how do you determine zones? This is a very, very good question. First of all, QRZ is wrong 1% of the time on zone. Why are they wrong? Because they don't assign zones, the operator does. And believe it or not, there's a lot of ham radio operators that don't know what zone they're in. I went to my log, I had about 35,000 in it. AD1C is by far the best database in the world. So I check my log against AD1C whenever I work somebody. I corrected over 3,000 bad zone assignments in my log manually because I don't like a log that's not accurate, okay? I literally changed them. Another thing you'll find in QRZ is because the operator is putting the zone in there, they'll flip the ITU zone and the CQ zone. They'll be backwards. So if you're using QRZ as your database for your logging program, what's going to happen is it's going to pull from that field, and you're going to have a wrong zone, and you're going to get a 1-point deduct. Okay? There also is a website, and write me on this. If you what QRZ does do is the grid squares are very accurate. You take the grid square, you go to this free program, you drop the grid square into the field that it asks you to drop it into, and with about 99.9% certainty, you will get the right zone. Okay? It's a very nice tool. It's actually on the website. I think it's an FAQ in my frequently asked questions. Question? I can just write me an email. Yeah, write me an email. This is being streamed as well, and I don't know. They'll have my slide deck. Spread this around. Anybody that wants to spread this around, spread it around. And if you're in a club and I haven't talked to you yet, write me an email because I love talking to clubs. It's fantastic. I think I'm over time here. Anybody else? Thank you so much. You bet. I may be back in touch with you. I got your call down too on that DX engineering thing that you mentioned. Yeah. I looked at it last night. Yeah. They had two different. They had one for 300, one for 600. One's that got a dash Q on it or something.
I have to look at your type. So all I know is there's two types. There's one that's just a single standalone, and then there's another one that also has a control box, so you can have two going at the same time.
Okay.
Directions.
Yeah, I'll vet it out. Nice meeting you.
I'll send you my number until we can talk. All right?
Thank you. Thank you. Hey, Rich.
Bear with me, guys. I'm like getting this thing set up. So. Yeah, no, I got the HDMI and I just don't know if they're.
So we're working okay. When you get to do it, you have to go in and do it like Windows speed
Okay.
in order to get a thing to pop out. And
Okay.
select duplicate,
Duplicate. Okay.
and then click on it. Enter language.
There you go. Okay.
I was useful for once. You got
Hey.
both that one, and it's also.
I just need this one. I'll be good with this one. Okay, that one. Yeah, I'll use that one. Perfect. Perfect. We got a couple minutes. Yeah, okay, whatever. This is why I draw by hand, guys, because computers,
You got working?
Yeah, I'll get it. It's all user defined issues here right now. Here we go. There we go. And cancel, boom. And you guys are seeing everything, not just the screen. What's that look like? Yeah, F5, got it. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, got it. Here, I need someone younger than me that understands how to do this. From the beginning, yeah. Just cancel. Oh, yeah. Still doing it.
This one? This one? There you go.
Awesome.
Is that what you want?
That's perfect. That's perfect. Thank you, guys. Hey, thanks for coming. Thanks for coming. I'll see you over there. We're good here anyway. Hey, guys, I'm overwhelmed that this many people want to come watch me talk about antennas. So thank you for coming to start off with. I hope you guys know who I am. If not, I'm Walt Hudson, or as we all know now, Salty Walt. I just put together a book of antennas. What I like to do, I'll give a little rundown on me first, and then we'll go through the book here. Is I live right by the sea. This is me in my front yard right now, a bit across the street. That's the harbor of Norfolk, Virginia. I've got a little true USDX there. I like to get out and operate portable because of salt water. Now, the antenna book here isn't all about antennas next to salt water, but it is heavy on verticals because, as they say, horizontal by land, vertical by sea. It's really what it's all about. And we'll get into that more in a minute there. But to talk about me, I have a little YouTube channel now, Coastal Waves and Wires, that seems to be doing okay. I hope you guys are probably already subscribers, but I like to sketch antennas. It's really what I'm into. I started 1980, so 45 years ago. While I was going to school at night to become an engineer, I was a draftsman. And back then, this was before computer-aided design, and we drew by hand. And I would draw shipbuilding. I would draw structural components and plates and things for them to build ships. And I actually worked as a loftsman. We were on the floor. We would lay out by hand patterns and stuff, for lofting to build ships. I would start as a loftsman and a draftsman. Well, as we've ventured on into the modern age, I still do it, but I do it 3D CAD and using, you wouldn't know that by me with the computer here a minute ago, but I do actually, I'm a CAD operator per se. But I like doing that. And my job, coming from what I did in engineering, starting as just a rookie loftsman, draftsman. I actually worked out as an apprentice and pounded steel, did a little bit of welding or whatever. I got to see that side of shipbuilding and then complete, university studies, become an engineer. And then I got to see the theoretical guys. In my entire career for 45 years, I've been that guy in the middle, kind of like the field guy that goes to the theory guy, comes down to the guy's building and do it. And I like to do that in antenna building as well, and kind of take what I've done for 45 years of my engineering career and add it to the fun part of my life, which is ham radio. I'll start it off. My 8th birthday, which would have been June 26, 1970, I got one of these radios. Now, I had a rough life as a kid. My second floor bedroom window looked out at the road we lived on, which was called Bayview Boulevard. And across Bayview Boulevard was a beach and the water that was the Chesapeake Bay. It was a hard life, but I discovered real quick then, in 1970 as an 8-year-old, I would sit in my bedroom at night, and we all have done it, I'm sure, listen to AM radio, and even with this little size of a ball, I would tune around, and it was just amazing what I could receive. And I can remember back then, I could even pick up being right on the water and on the bay, Bermuda, just amazing DX with a cheap little radio in my bedroom window. Well, my grandparents were farmers inland, way inland in central North Carolina, and I used to go spend my summers on the farm with them. And I took my little ball there with them, and I was like, the best DX I can get is WSM in Nashville, which is like 300 miles away. It was a different world. It really was. And I get back home, and I'm next to salt water. So I learned at a very, very young age that there was some magic down here with this salt water. And there was something to it with radio. At the time, I was a kid, I didn't know really what it was. Well, fortunately, throughout my life, I've always been next to saltwater because I work in shipbuilding. This is just got through building this. I was working, for those that knew I was in Rhode Island, this is a car ferry for the state of Maine that we just built. And I was working for a company called Senesco Marine up there. I was on a contract doing that. So, and even while I was at Senesco Marine, I was taking stuff like this, the hard part, and going down to the guy on the field and building them, with doing little sketches and things like that. If you watch my videos or if you've followed me, a lot of people have said, I've always sketched up an antenna like this and put it up on other forms of social media as well as some of my videos. And people said, Walt, you should do a book. I'm like, okay, I don't know why you guys would want these, but I'll do it. And then I was so fortunate that the ARRL reached out to me and said, hey, Walt, we would like to publish your book. And I said, let me think about that. Sure, okay, let's go. I'd love that. So if you were an old salty from when I started the channel or whatever, you probably remember these. And I was up doing, just sketching and doing that. From the sketch, I'd build the antenna. And this right here is, that's the Chesapeake Bay, not far from where I live. And I'd go out and operate it, get out and do a video and have some fun. I love QRP. For me, QRP, I know we were talking about it earlier, I heard in the last presentation, but to me, QRP lets me know if that antenna really is doing its job. So I like to do that. I think right here in this was a Wednesday afternoon on the beach there on the Chesapeake Bay. And I remember with that little cheap 5-watt radio, I worked like 3 different South American stations. This was summer before last when we were coming up the cycle. So I like to do that. And then after I get through with that, I like to go somewhere and eat. I love seafood. You guys know that. I was another really hard thing to happen to me in life, just a terrible thing to happen to me was I got stationed in Kauai, Hawaii. And I was playing radio there. It's actually where the channel started. I was there when it started. This is the shrimp station. This is, like I said, I'll put these types of things in it. And then I like to kind of showcase the area where I'm at. And talking about Kauai, when I was there, I was on Barking Sands base, which is where WWVH is at. And so I went right there. I put my little Texan on, it stood right next to it. I was like, Right, I was, they say milk off the cow, that I was next to the cow there, that antenna, for sure. A lot of this is in the book, that's why I'm showing it to you. It's just kind of me. The book is the antennas, a lot like a video if you watch my, my YouTube channel. I just like to have fun, and I want to talk about that because this book is fun. We say in the book that if you're into the Mozart perfect high-end technical antenna, don't buy this book. This book isn't for you. This book is just have fun. Let's get a wire in the air and have fun. One of the things I see, especially questions I get on my channel, is I think newer hams coming into the hobby, they get too caught up. There's nothing wrong with learning and understanding the theory, but they get too caught up in it, and they're so worried about loss and what's going on with feed line and everything else that it kind of, like we call it, analysis paralysis. It just stops them. I will tell you this right now, pretty much 90% of the antennas in my antenna book are major compromises, and they require a tuner to get them to work, you know what I mean? But the thing about these antennas are they work, and they work pretty well. If you've seen on my channel, doing it. We'll start out with some of the simple things. Antenna building is easy. To me, it is. It only requires a few simple tools: a tape measure, some wire, and a wire cutter, and maybe a roll of tape and a ballon or un or something, and that's it. That's all you really need to get going. I like to do it on the cheap, and I say on the cheap. I go to Walmart, and for $16.96, I buy this. It's 100 foot of 16 gauge speaker wire, copper speaker wire, which gives me 200 feet of wire. It's pretty cool. And with that, when I cut that wire, I have two. For radials, it's great. I just measure, like, say, 5 meters if I'm making counterpoise wires, and clip, and then just spread them apart and do that. So that's one of my things I like to do. Affordable, cheap, and easy, because everyone goes, don't you worry about those wires being in the salt water? Don't you worry about what do you do, the corrosion or whatever? And I'll be honest with you, I probably throw away more wire than anybody. An antenna, I build it. I try to save it in a bag if I'm going to use it again, and then it gets in the bottom of a box that a year and a half later I go, oh, there it is. You know what I mean? So that's how I am with wire. I'm probably not a good steward to the with wire, but for vertical antennas and maybe even for slopers, poles are important. You can go way high end and way low end. I know I was traveling when I first went to Poland. I was buying the little $20 squid poles or crappie poles or whatever, and put them in my bag. And those things, are skinny. The first windstorm would break off or whatever. If you don't have a pole, Callum didn't tell me to do this. I'm not advertising for DX Commander, but the Expedition pole is what I have two of them now. The 10-meter Expedition. Just about any antenna in my book can be built with this pole, and I love the thing. And what I do love about it is I got a piece of a 3/4-inch PVC pipe that's about 1 meter long. I just extend the pole, screw off the bottom, put the PVC down in the dirt or sand or whatever, and just slide it right on, and it's an amazing way to support an antenna. There are other ways as well. For you guys that fish or live by anywhere where there's a tackle shop, bait and tackle shop, you can get these for about $7.99. They're a surf rod holder or a fishing rod holder. Beach umbrellas, man. Beach umbrella holders are another thing that I like with the smaller poles. I will be honest with you, the DX Commander, I haven't found a beach umbrella holder yet that'll hold my DX Commander pole. It's just a little too stout for it, and there's the openings there. Another thing, and this is not an advertisement for LDG, although I did see LDG has an ad in the book, which makes me happy because I have the collection, all but one. LDG made a 49-to-1 that looked like this. That's coveted. I can't find one. I can't even find one used, but I have all the others. I have the 1-to-1 ballon, the 1-to-1 choke, the 4-to-1 ballon, 4-to-1 unun, 9-to-1 unun, and I think that's it. So if you're going to start building antennas, feed point is important. You don't have to rush out and buy a LDG. That's what I use. I like them. To me, they're easy. I can just tape them on the bottom of the pole, hook the wires up, and go. A lot of people like building their own. That's cool. I know my friend Smoking Ape. He's kind of like he's the guy for that. He'll tell you how many turns and what you need and all that stuff. He's got a great channel, and I enjoy watching that. But I'm lazy. I just buy mine, and it's like it's how I do it. Another thing is we get off and we start with vertical antennas is counterpoise wires. There's a lot of talk on this, and a lot of people say, you need this, you need that, they need to be tuned or whatever. I personally have found that for me, being close to salt water, I could probably use any piece of wire I want as long as it's touching the ground that's kind of saturated over to the water. It works great for me. But I did do a little sketch. I was watching, talking about Callum McCormick and Rudy Severns. He did a couple videos where he was quoting him. I went and did some research on Rudy's writing as well. And I put this together. This is in the book. Just kind of a little theoretical gain on the amount of counterpoise wires and what they do for a vertical antenna. All that's in the book. I don't want to go down a rabbit hole of talking about counterpoise wires because we can debate that all day. I know a lot of people, it's funny on my channel, they always use, Walt, why don't you try raised radials? I'm thinking, I'm sitting on top of the world's greatest ground plane, salt water. I don't think, that's great. Maybe I'll do it just to do it. But no, the reason I lay mine down is because my location. Same with quarter wave vertical is an antenna. If you look back at some of my earlier videos, this used to be, this was the holy grail for me for operating because it's easy. It's a resonant antenna. And I put together in the book, there are equations, the equations in the book as well, but some people just want to build. In my book, I kind of went for middle of the voice parts of the band and did a little quick reference there for quarter wave verticals. And if you haven't built an antenna before, a vertical antenna, start here. It's easy. It's like I just showed you all the cheap parts. It's a great way to begin building vertical antennas. Then get out and do it. Where was that here? Oh, this is Kitty Hawk, North Carolina. Another thing that happens to me, if you can see how rough the surf is here, is a lesson learned. Yeah, you don't have to have your counterpoise wire in the salt water. I've learned that the hard way because I've had the salt water overtake me, and I've been walking with salt water up to my ankles, saving my stuff there. There are ways where you can get back away from it. Question I get a lot is, Walt, what is your favorite antenna? The DX Monster, the #1 antenna for you when you're operating with a vertical antenna portable. Vertical in-fed half wave for me is just, I think if you're in the DX, if you just want to go out and do DXing, maybe not your typical POTA activation, but for DXing, I love this antenna. There's some science to it as well. As far as ground plane and counterpoise wires or whatever, I've found that just a short 5% of a wavelength of an antenna, which is just a little over a meter, right around a meter long, with a wire cut for a half wave of 20 meters. This to me is I hate to call it my favorite antenna, but this is the antenna. If I woke up one morning and said I wanted to make the best contact I could possibly make, it would be with this antenna. This spot right here in the picture, this is Nags Head, North Carolina. On this particular morning, I went out QRP 10 watts with that antenna, and I think I worked 8 or 9 VK, and I was getting anywhere from 5 to 5.8 signal reports from VK with that antenna. That to me is the antenna, and I talk about that in the book as well. On a variant of that, or basically the same antenna, is a half-wave vertical for the 10-meter band, and where we're at right now in the solar cycle, 10 meters is epic, and I think it's going to stay that way when it is open. I know there's other things happening too. Middle of the summer, you got delayer absorption and things going on. But when 10's open, I love the halfway vertical there as well. This here is me. I was sitting in my Jeep, and Little Compton Beach, Rhode Island. So this is the very southeast corner of Rhode Island. I could get out of my Jeep and walk about a quarter of a mile and I would have been in Massachusetts. So it's the very corner of Rhode Island. It was where I was at with this 10-meter vertical. And just an amazing performer with that. I found with the lower bands, like 49-1, everybody knows the classic 49-1 in-fed half wave for, 65, 66 feet long for 40-meter band and gives you 40, 20, 15, and 10. I found that 49-1 works with, we all know that, the vertical for 20 meters. But once you start getting into the higher bands, the feed point, it changes somewhat. And I've used a 64-1. It seems to be the best results for that. And I have from 10, 12, 15, I've built a 15-meter one too. As a matter of fact, here it is here. I found that the 64-1 unun. Also with that, I haven't seen much of an advantage of using the small counterpoise wire with that as well. I know that's the coax that's acting as the counter on that, but as we're getting now to where the half wave is in the antenna and that little bit of coax that that little bit of counterpoise that I use for say the 40 and the 20-meter type half wave isn't giving me much of an advantage. One thing I do is it works really well if you want to go out and work the higher bands is I cut one for the 12-meter band and then do a fold over. This is in the book as well. And if you want to go out and experiment, I mean, I know 99% of you guys here could do the math yourself or whatever, but this is in the book and you can see the dimensions I use to just fold it over and make it happen. This antenna right here gets me a lot of crazy questions, or not really, I should say comments, but I like building a vertical dipole for the 10-meter band as well because you can get it up higher off the ground. It's a dipole now. You're not relying on the on the counter for below it. Basically, it is a full half wave antenna for 10. But I like building the 10-meter one. I got a feeling 6 years from now this will be the worst antenna ever. But right now it's a good time to go out and build it and play around with a vertical dipole for the 10-meter band. As I started, when you saw me sitting on the seawall there, this is right across the street from where I live at. That is the Hampton Road, the Norfolk Harbor in this picture. That is the U.S. Navy Hospital, Norfolk, right behind me there. This is where I live. I operate here a lot. It's one of my favorite spots. It really is. I like messing around with different and experimenting with different type of antennas as well. One that I've had a lot of fun with, and now we're getting into really relying on a tuner and a non-resident antenna. It's what we call a 17.5. I call this the little brother of the Ribicoff, if you're familiar with the Ribicoff. We'll get to that one next. A 17.5-foot vertical wire with a 4-to-1. I've found that through most of the bands from, say, 20 to 10, right around 4-to-1 gives you almost a match. And you can use an ATU with this one. As far as counterpoise wires, just like I was saying earlier, the science to this is easy. Get something on the ground and make it happen. I usually put 4 or 5, just 5-meter long. I don't really even measure them precisely. Counterpoise wires and put them on the ground and have some fun. This is the 17.5 here. I built it at, this is Oakland Beach, which is in Warwick, Rhode Island. That's looking out at Greenwich Bay, which goes out into Narragansett Bay. But this is a great antenna. I've had some fun with it. And I call it the little brother of the Ribicoff antenna. This is an antenna that, it's funny, Mike Kinnerconnect, I saw him, he's here, N2MAK. He and I were having some adult beverages last night and discussing a 3/8 wave antenna for 20 meters. And Mike brought it up to me. He goes, Walt, that's kind of the Ribicoff. And it is close to being a 3/8 for that. The beauty of this is it's also very close when you start going towards the 10-meter band of being a 5/8 wave. So this antenna, although there's loss, it's a compromise and you're using a tuner to tune it, your takeoff angle for DX is just amazing. And it's a fun antenna. It was, I don't have his call, but it was actually the brainchild of an Italian amateur, and who ended up moving to Africa, and he was in Africa. He was married to a Russian woman who named it the Rybakov antenna, meaning a fishing pole or fishing antenna for that. So I have a lot of fun with that. I even took this, in this picture here, I'm out on the Kitty Hawk fishing pier in Kitty Hawk, North Carolina. I took it out there at the end of the pier, and I remember I was talking to my friend VK4KA over in Brisbane with this QRP, with this antenna on that pier sitting out over the water. And like I said, I know I'm a saltwater guy. I mean, that's just what I do because I'm fortunate enough to live by it. Mike and others have built these antennas well inland. Mike lives in the Buffalo, New York area, and he's had some fun with that. If you want to see pretty much most of the stuff I do, Mike and I are friends. He's built a lot of these as well. Go check out his channel as well, Into MAK. And he shows that even in Buffalo, New York, yeah, he's not talking to Brisbane, Australia with 5 watts, but he's still getting out and having some great time with this antenna as well. Mike and I were also talking last night, and this is another thing, and we were talking about random wire antennas. And the one thing about random wires is they're not random. They're parts and there's lengths that you really need to hit. For verticals, I've found that, the 17.5, which kind of is in this class, the Rybakov, which is 25 foot, is in this class. And then 3 more that I've built, and I really think they're just monstrous antennas for DX, are 29 feet, 35.5 feet, and 41 feet. And that's about the only thing you can get on a pole. If you can find a pole that can hold a vertical without guide wires that'll hold something more than 41 feet, please let me know. I'd like to have that pole because I can't find it, and it's I would definitely do it. But this is I believe what we're looking at here is the 29 foot. This is on the beach in Kill Devil Hills, North Carolina, out on the Outer Banks. You guys see a lot of the Outer Banks in me. It's because I live in the Hampton Roads, Virginia area, and it takes me about an hour and a half to get to the Outer Banks, which is my favorite part of the world. So I was thinking around. I was like, you know what? I want to design an antenna. This was my idea here. It's a brainchild of mine. I wanted to have an antenna that did not require a ground plane. Everyone talks about the no radial antenna, whatever, and then everyone goes, it's a dummy load or whatever. So I was like, I want to overcome that. So I was thinking, we were talking about those lengths earlier, 17.5, another length that would work would be 20.5 feet. I've actually built a vertical at 20.5 as well. I was thinking, how can I put those lengths, those random wire lengths together and build a vertical that didn't require counterpoise wires? Because I like to operate on the beach, but as you all know, when you go to the beach in the summertime, you're not going down by the salt water in the summertime. It's going to be nothing but people walking back and forth and in the way. So I thought about it. I said, you know what? I got an idea. I'm going to do something that's going to be kind of like an off-center fed vertical. And I'll have that upper element, the 17.5, the one I know works well. And I'll use a ballon, kind of like you would in an off-center fed horizontal dipole. And below it, I'll stretch it out. I'll put enough to make it 20.5 feet. So overall, this thing is fitting in that range of where it's not resonant on any of the bands I want to go on or any of those multiples. The feed point is down low enough to where, say, 200 ohms or so, I can put 4-to-1, bring it into 50, and make it work. And I came up with a Coastal 20 antenna, and this thing is really, it's probably not the greatest antenna ever built, but for the purpose of what I want to do with it, it has worked for me, and it has worked for me well, because when everyone's crowded on the beach and I want to operate, I go all the way up at the back of the beach and build this antenna and have some fun with it. It's a fun antenna. And if you look at the picture here, this is Norfolk, Virginia. This is the area called Ocean View, or locals, we call it the OV. This was early morning as the sun was rising. I built this antenna knowing that it was going to be a day where I couldn't stay long if I went down on the water, so I built this. This is also the cover of the book, if you've got the book. That's the little trivia there is Ocean View, Virginia, Norfolk, Virginia. That's the beach, and that was that antenna. While we're talking about fun antennas, slinkies, man, they're the coolest thing ever. I know a lot of people have built slinky dipoles. I've actually built a vertical slinky dipole that's not in the book. I used a 9-to-1 balun for that, and I used the DX Commander pole and kind of had to crunch it down to do it. But one I've had some really great success with is a slinky vertical. Now, it's not a regular slinky. If you go to Walmart and you see them at Walmart or wherever you buy your slinkies, this is a giant slinky, so it's bigger. I think it's about twice the size of the smaller slinky. And just like I said, just a fun antenna to have some fun with. It works. I've worked some DX with this antenna and had some fun with it. That is actually a Nelson 9-to-1 next to it. What I did with this antenna, if you look at it, at the very bottom, that cheap speaker wire, I soldered a piece of it on the bottom of the slinky, and then I just hook it to the Nelson 9-to-1. I'm having some fun with it. It's like I said, that's really what building antennas is all about, and what I hope, especially for newer hams, go out and make mistakes. Go out and make goofy antennas like this. I think you learn more from the bad antennas than you do the perfect antennas. You build the perfect antenna, you're done. You know, there's nowhere else to go. And so I like doing stuff like this as well. Getting back to the off-center fed half-wave dipole. So after the Coastal 20 experiment, I was like, you know what? I need to do this right now. Let's build something that would be resonant and wouldn't need a tuner and that I could have fun with. Once again, this is a great antenna right now. 6 years from now, this will be the second worst antenna you could ever build because it's 10 meters, and we know what happens every 11 years as we go through the cycle. Probably not the best, but like I said, once again, people will go, why would you build a off-center fed half-wave dipole for 10 meters? You could just build the 10-meter vertical dipole or the half-wave, whatever. Look, I like just building antennas, and that's what I'm trying to say here. Look, like this is to me the part of the hobby that you know, we all go out and buy the new Yaesu or the new, you know, Zygu or the new ICOM or whatever. You know, I built a radio. One of my first things as a young hobbyist, I built a Globe Patrol shortwave radio from Radio Shack, you know, a kit. And there is still some kit building in our hobby, but and there's nothing wrong with just buying a radio and using it. But this is the part of the hobby, I think, where we can still build and building antennas. And if you're a POTA operator and you go to different parks or whatever, I know a lot of people, and I got friends that do it, they have that one antenna, it's their POTA antenna, and they go everywhere. I think you get more enjoyment by trying and experimenting with different antennas. That's like I said, that's what our hobby's all about. That's what this book's all about. And just going out and having fun with it. And that's why, like I said, the vertical off-center fed half-wave dipole is a great antenna for 10 meters and nothing else. But if you want to experiment on 10 meters and have some fun with it, I mean, you could build this once again, for other bands and change the length of the wires, but I think you would have a hard time finding a pole to hold it. This right here is, it was wintertime. I built this. I've got if you can see it very well, a flagpole stand underneath my front tire of my Jeep, and with the 10-meter DX Commander pole, and I just sitting down by the water in the Jeep and operating. Had some fun with that. I think with this antenna, there's a guy in the next room, Michael Martins, is giving a POTA talk. I made contact with him. He was operating POTA, and I was sitting here with this antenna and having fun. But that was, once again, Oakland Beach and Warwick, Rhode Island. Another great antenna for verticals is definitely the 5/8 wave. There's so much written about the 5/8 wave as far as takeoff angle. It may be the perfect vertical for some folks. I have built this, once again, just for the 10-meter band because it's pretty much vertical portable. It's about all you're going to do as far as pole size to do it. But a great antenna as well. If you're into the study of vertical antennas, go do a little deep dive, go down the rabbit hole of the 5/8 wave. It is a great antenna. And once again, this is another beach in Rhode Island that I went out on this past summer and had some fun with that as well. So some people don't want to build an antenna. So they just want to experiment with antennas. I get that all the time. I don't want to cut wires. I just want to get out and build an antenna. There's nothing wrong with that. You know, there's nothing wrong to me. I do this as well. Is just go somewhere, you know, put a mag mount on top of the car or whatever and put a store-bought antenna on it and have fun. That's really the purpose of my channel, the purpose of the book, is to get more people doing that. I think that it's just, you know, there's nothing wrong with just going out and making it happen. And if you don't want to cut wires, I mean, hey, ham sticks. You can go buy a ham stick if you can see that. But a ground rod with a what we used to call the old CB trucker mirror mount and counterpoise wires on it, and then screw it right in with a 3/8 threaded socket at the top. You can switch off different ham sticks or whatever. I love ham sticks as well. Another thing I really like are coils. This is the Slidewinder DX coil that I have for 40 and under, 40 meters and under. This is, I think it was Virginia Beach, Virginia on this particular day. And yeah, my family's from the UK, but I'm an American boy, so I also have a Wolf River coil made in America there as well. It's another great coil to get out and use. This is, these are in the book as well. I'll talk about it. This is our city park in the city of Portsmouth, Virginia. This is an antenna I get asked about a lot. Loops. This is a great antenna if you get it tuned for one frequency and you're going to call CQ and stay on it, a mag loop. I have almost beat my head against the wall trying to use a mag loop. Everybody thinks this is the antenna you could like take with you traveling and operate in a hotel room with. I tried that a couple times. I put the antenna up and just drank a beer. It was tough. It's a great antenna, like I said, if you have patience. Learning how to tune it as well. This is right across the street from where I live in Virginia in Portsmouth. That's Norfolk across the river from me there. I will say that there's an art to using a mag loop. What I would do is turn my volume all the way up and just listen to the noise level as it goes shh. Get it as high as you can. Get over there, look at where it's at, and before you go back to hit it again, hit the tuner button and just go. That's how I do it with that antenna, because it's a bear to tune. But I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. If this is your favorite antenna, God bless you. You're a heck of an operator, because I struggle with this antenna. Moving on, I've also built quite a few horizontal and sloping antennas as well. For 2 years, I was traveling back and forth I was working in Poland. I was working at a NATO base in Poland. And our company rented me a house with a big backyard. And the owner of the house was like, I asked him, I said, can I play ham radio here? Can I use the backyard? He goes, yeah, do whatever you want. I don't care. I was like, oh, great. And then going through the CEPT agreement with Poland from the FCC, I was able to operate, and the cool thing was you have a limited amount of time you could operate. Well, I was there for 2 months and home for 6 weeks, there for 2 months, so I would reset every time I'd come back and forth to the States. So for a little over 2 years, I operated as Sierra Papa stroke Kilo 4 Oscar Golf Oscar, and now try to break a pilot with Sierra Papa stroke Kilo 4 Oscar Golf Oscar. I think when people would come back to me, especially Jürgen, I know English isn't your first language, Jürgen, but you know how hard it is when you're in Europe, people speaking English, because, you know, that is the language used, and then trying to hear me, who like went to grade school in the Mississippi Gulf Coast, you know, Sugar Papa, stroke Kilo 4, Oscar Golf Oscar. They're like, come again. And I think one guy got it right the whole time I was there, so shame on me for that. But you know what they say, if you speak 2 languages, you're bilingual. If you speak 3 languages, you're trilingual. If you speak 1 language, you're an American. So we were there, and that's what I did. So, but getting back to, I'm getting off base here. I built quite a few different sloping and horizontal antennas there. And my secret sauce there, I had to bring a little bit of the coast with me, is fishing line, a monofilament fishing line. So when I build my dipoles, what I would do, And this is a dipole I got from my friend Tim, N9 SAB, and took with me over there, just a regular dipole. I would slide the dipole on the fishing line because I could pull the fishing line as tight as I wanted it to, get like, 40-pound test line, fishing line, and run it across, and just slide the dipole on it and tape it off or whatever, and had some fun with that. This is my backyard in Poland. I think it was about 10:30 at night. I was up on near the Baltic. It was about 10:30 at night here, and you could see that we still had a little bit of daylight. I think from the middle of June, there was a couple nights, I think June 21st, we had about 45 minutes of total darkness where we came out of what's called nautical twilight into dark and then right back to nautical twilight. This was the nighttime here I think in the middle of June when I was doing it. So that was fun too. I had a lot of fun over there. If you ever get a chance to travel out of the country and you have a way to do it be it the CEPT agreement or you can set up ahead of time. I know like the Bahamas, you have to get a license ahead of time, whatever. I think it makes you a better operator being in a different place. For me, Europe, it just was, like I said, it made me a better operator. What a cool experience for me. I got to do it off and on for 2 years. And it also, having that backyard, it forced me out of my comfort zone of having the salt water and all that and building other type of antennas and learning. And I know one time I went over there with just that little FX4CR little radio. I had just gotten it like 3 days before I was taking off on a trip. I said, should I do it? I'm going to take it. It's going to be the only radio I'm taking. If this radio isn't what it's said to be, I'm going to have 2 months of misery. And I forced myself to really learn the ins and outs of that radio, and actually it ended up being a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun with it. So up in my bedroom window there in Poland, I also found that I could have the balun or the unun inside the window. Fortunately, it was wooden framed and composite, and run the wire right through the crack of the window and out. And there I built a lot of, we were talking about random wires, taken off where I could only go up to 41 feet for a vertical. I built some random wire slopers at 41, 58, 71, 84, and I did build a 107 footer, but I had to get a pole on the other end, and I kind of made it like an inverted L, and had a lot of fun with these antennas. And once again, the counterpoise, I would put a little bit of some sort of counterpoise on it. Mostly with the infed half wave, it was like 6.5 feet or 1.98 meter, 2 meter one. With the random wires, I'd put a little bit shorter. I would just stick like a 17-foot wire hanging off, and I'd hang it out the window as well. And I really, like I said, it made me a better operator, being a vertical guy, always by the sea or whatever. I learned a lot from these, and there's quite a bit of this as well. Another thing putting this book together did for me was, I said I 3D model structural components. I'm a structural engineer. It made me become an antenna modeler. So I started modeling antennas, and you'll see in the book, just simple takeoff angles and stuff like that. It's in this book as well. If you purchase it, you've probably seen it as well. Getting back to experimenting and having fun, I took 2 poles and I took a delta loop and I turned it on its side. I know this has probably been done before, but I wanted to experiment with it. So I built a rotated delta loop for the 10-meter band. My thought on this, if you look at the part on the pole where the run of it's on the pole, the upper point I made a quarter wavelength for 10, and then the other half down. Each side was a third each, but I split it and made the feed point at the quarter wavelength point. What really happened there too is it gave me at the feed point about 200 ohms. So the 4-to-1 balun was I was worried about whether this would work or not. It was a hit. And then what I would do, if you could, it's hard to see in the picture, but what I would do with that back pole where I supported it is I would rotate it around. I could move it, knowing it was directional. And at the time when I built this, about 3 years ago, 2 or 3 years ago, I didn't have Alaska in my log. And I'm like, you know what? 10's open. I look in the spot and I'm seeing Alaskan guys or whatever. So I took my iPhone out and looked up where Alaska was and found the angle. and I rotated this thing around, and I think it was the second contact I made on this antenna was my Alaska log. I finally got her in the log on 10 meters with this antenna. So it was a lot of fun, a little bit different. Putting a delta loop up on a pole is hard, but I'm sure if you've ever done it, but doing it this way it gave me a way of making, you know, how many times have you ever been out, or I've been out and I heard someone say, let me rotate my beam. It gave me that opportunity. I could rotate my beam a little bit and go around, and it worked well. The other thing I did, playing off of that with those two poles, was I built a vertical square loop, and once again, with a 4-to-1 balun. This was a fun antenna. It really was. And it was, I noticed, you read the theory, but I wanted to see for myself that the gain was broadside of it, and it was. I remember this is when I built it, was our city park in Portsmouth, Virginia. And at the time in the afternoon, 10 was kind of somewhat open, but I was here in Texas, so I rotated it and had it broadsided from Virginia down to Texas. And I was getting like, you're 5'9", 10 over, whatever. And I was operating 20 watts with my Zygo G90 with this antenna. It was amazing. And so getting back to that, I hope I encourage you to get out and do stuff like this. There's other antennas to build, but if you got two poles, you know, build the delta loop, turn it on its side and have some fun, build a square loop. Something I want to do, I haven't done yet, a rectangular loop. And getting back to when the people ask me, why would you do that? Well, because I can. I want to build every antenna I can and have some fun with it. But also, here lately, I've fallen down the rabbit hole of telescopic whips and the little red slug. Everybody's, it seems to be very popular. I did a video on it, and the day I bought, I did the video, I looked, and they were $17.99 US. And after my video had about 6,000 views, they were $59.99 US. And I was like, man, why would you do that to me? But a lot of fun, great little antenna. And like I said, I've kind of fallen down the rabbit hole with these type of antennas lately. If you're a subscriber and watch my channel, no, I'm not becoming a Chinese antenna guy. I just like, once again, I want to try every antenna. It's like, that's why I'm doing it and experimenting with it. I'm not trying to sell anybody on it. I just want to see for myself. I found a really cool place. This is a couple months ago. The one on the left, that's the, I want to say it is the 750, the JPC antenna. That little cove there is called Mackerel Cove, looking out, like a little cove looking out in Rhode Island out to the Atlantic or maybe the Long Island Sound, but that was fun. A lot of people, the JPC 12, the JPC 7, been having a lot of fun with those as well. And last but not least, it's the little dipole type antennas, the MA antennas as well. Been doing a lot of that. I'm showing you these slides to let you know, if you're a subscriber of mine, we're going to be doing a lot of wire antennas this summer. I'm not turning into a Chinese antenna guy, but you've seen a lot of that of me lately. And I like to, like I said, I'm going to get back to, you know, having fun building wire antennas. And if it's a cold one, I'll sit inside the Jeep. If it's one of those days that I just want to get out for a few minutes, everything you see here it stays in the back seat of my Jeep. I just have you know, a couple different whip antennas, whatever. I'll pull over, slide over, and have fun. I think I'm sitting on the top of a parking garage here in our town to get up high there as well. But I just like to get out. I just like to get out and have some fun. And that's what this book's all about. You know, I can sit here and we can go over every antenna in the book. I don't want to do that. I just kind of want to show you the idea of it. The book is about antennas. The book is about me, you know, my experiments with antennas, my experience of doing it. And like everything, just like my video, there's a little suggestion at the back of each chapter of the book. You can go out and buy a pound of shrimp and have some fun to eat afterwards, because that's what I like to do as well. So that's in there. This year, I'm sitting, if any of you guys have ever been to the Outer Banks in North Carolina, I climbed to the top of Jockey's Ridge and didn't have a heart attack, and sat up there and operated with that half-wave vertical that I showed earlier. Also, this month in QSC Magazine, there's an article, I've got an article in there, portable vertical wire antennas. It kind of just goes over what we just talked about. And like I said, just in its simpler form. The book, me, everything, this article, everything about coastal waves and wires and what I'm doing is like, I'm not Mozart. I'm Jimmy Buffett. You know what I mean? We're just like, let's just have fun. You know what I mean? That's what it's all about. And you know, I get a lot from people that are saying, oh, you're promoting bad habits. You're promoting you don't need to do this. You don't need to do that. No, I'm promoting that you need to go out and make mistakes and build antennas and have fun is what I'm doing, and learn from it. That's the way I did it. Look, I'm an engineer. I work with theoretical guys in office all day long that have never held a torch or a welding rod or had to cut a piece of steel. And I try to explain to them, look, yeah, it looks nice, it'll work, but the guy's got to build it and the guy's got to do it. And then I go down and tell them, I was like, man, those idiots in the office, man, don't listen to them. Here, I'll show you how to do it. So that's what I'm trying to do here, you know, with the book and have some fun with it as well. So if you haven't seen it, it's over at the American Radio Relay League booth, and I will be there following this. And I don't know why it might bring the value down, but I'll autograph it for you if you want an autographed copy of the book. It's over there, but it's a fun book. I got to tell you, I can't believe how well it came out. My original plan, like I said, was to self-publish it and just throw all the sketches in it. And then the guys at the league said, Walt, make the book you, talk about what you do, your experiments, what each antenna was like for you to do. You know, maybe put a little bit more science in it with a model or two. There you go. And then please, please, please put the food experience in there. We want that. So if you're not into that, just flip to the next page. It's like, I did get one complaint. It's like, half the book is food review. I was like, no, it's not. No, it's not. It's like just like one page at the end of the chapter, but that's it as well. With that said, I want to say a big thank you to the league, man. They made this happen for me. I can't believe that here I am, you know, at Hamvention, talking to you guys with a mic in my hand, going over a book that I just had published, and it's a thrill of a lifetime. I'm just a regular guy. I'm no different than you guys sitting in the stands. I got lucky, and they did it for me, and it made it all for me. You guys make it all for me. I can't believe that this many people came here to listen to this fat old guy stand up here and talk about antennas, but I do appreciate it as well. With that said, any questions? I'd love to take questions. Have I tried the Faraday or the magic carpet? I haven't. I would like to. I tell you what I have used. Is Ham Radio Rookie. He sent me his antenna with Faraday tape on a pole. I use that. To be honest with you, I haven't. Michael Martin's next door is heavy into that, and I've watched him. As a YouTuber, when I do videos, I watch what's going on around me, and I try not to like do the same thing other people are doing. But I do want to do it, and I think time's gone by now. So yeah, you might see that happen here. Yeah. Just, you know what? I'll just let it get a little wet on the side. You know what I mean? And that'll the sea breeze. Yeah. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Maybe put like little stones or something. Yeah, for sure. Yes, sir. Yeah. That's a good question. It depends on your situation. You know, like they say, there's a lid for every pot or whatever. I've used the thinner gauge when I'm QRP because it's easier and compact to use. I don't, you know, there is formula, and I can't spit it off the top of my head, but there is as far as wattage output and what have you. I have found, I think, with the cheap 16 gauge wire, to me, it's cheap, easy to get, and ready available. I've run 150 watts through that easy. I don't know if I would run 150 watts sitting on the beach with 22 gauge wire. Probably could, but I just, you know, that, yeah. Yes, sir. That's a great question. It's a great question. No, I'm glad you asked that. No. You guys are getting ready to see. I'm getting ready to do that. John Genren just gave me. He's building a a phaser kit, and like it's I have it here, like right here. I got it hidden over at the ARRL booth. So I'm going to phase, definitely do some phasing. I've co-phased. I took a regular CB, 11 meter CB harness and co-phased verticals that way, the old school way, like the truckers do with 2 antennas. I've done some co-phasing and did them, you know, like a half wave apart and got some directionality that way. But yeah, probably week after next, I'm going to be camping at the beach for the entire week, and I'm going to take that phasing kit out, and I'm going to phase antennas on a 20 meter band. He gave me the wiring and the harness for 20 meters, and I'm going to phase. And what I'm going to do is get up early in the morning on like Saturday morning and try to catch the Southern Cross net down to the VK and ZL and see if I can, with just my little 20 watt Zygu and the phased verticals, if I can rotate my signal in that way and make it rotate my beam, as they say. I'm definitely going to do that as well. So yeah, I'm glad you asked that question. Oh yeah, parasitic as well. Yeah, that's another great. You know, I've got some sketches that are not in the book, but I've thought around with ideas of doing that as well. My friend Tim G5TM, me and him one day, and we must have talked all day about that, going, you know, what we were going to do with the back and forth we were sending it, and I need to do that. Yes, sir. Yeah, I use mostly my Zygu G90. There's a running joke that the internal tuner of that radio will tune a wet noodle. I've literally forgot to screw my coax wire in one time, and it tuned the connector on the back. I got a perfect 1-to-1. So that radio is really what drives me to do some of these antennas because of the tuner there. I recently got I got a Yaesu FT710. The problem with that tuner internal of that is just a 3-to-1 tuner, and sometimes I'm stretching outside of the 3-to-1 side. So I do have a cheap little, what they call it, the ATU 100 ATU that works well. I have a couple. I have a 10-tech, you know, manual tuner, which I think tunes better if, once again, like getting back to the loop. If you've got the patience and the skill set to tune an antenna, that's better than an ATU in my opinion, but I'm lazy. I just like to hit a button and start talking, and so that's it. Yes, sir. I haven't. A lot of people ask that question. I have never had an issue. Now, I may be an exception because of my surroundings make everything, I get away with murder. You know what I mean? Like where I'm at. But being on, you know, in my outdoor by the sea activations, I've never had any issue. I have carbon fiber masks as well. I've never had a problem. I'm trying to remember who it was. It might have been Callum, DX Commander, was talking about the amount of loss or what's going on, the interaction or the coupling with carbon fiber. It's minimal. You know, you really don't see it. Yeah. Once again, you got to rotate your beam. You know. Yeah. Yeah, the slinky. What I didn't put in the book, I took a slinky. I got a 9-to-1. I have a video on it. I got a 9-to-1 Batlin, and I took 2 of the little slinkies and put them up, and that thing did really well as well. The problem is, I went up on top of parking garage. The problem is the pole. In the video I mentioned, I was like, Callum, man, your 10-meter pole is doing well. It held up, and he commented back, yeah, I saw that, Walt. And then he messaged me later. He goes, you want another one? I'll give you a better, like another pole or whatever. So yeah, it was kind of funny. But yeah, it was the slinky on a pole is great, but do know that you better have a pretty hefty pole to hold it, because especially outdoors, you start getting a lot of weight up on the high end of it. It starts doing that as well. Any other questions? Anybody else? Guys, thank you so much. I'm going to be, if you purchase the book, or if you want to purchase the book, I'll be over at the booth. I'd love to sign it. Thank you guys so much from the bottom of my heart. Thank you. Really?
I got to keep it. Switch from to solid state and but QRP is good. A lot of kids operate QRP and lots of exams. I'm going to do summer. I'm going to do good. I want to rededicate myself to QRP because we don't have to get a single one QRP. On Wednesday nights, I go away. Every Wednesday we're going down to the beach. So that's where we go at every day. Watch the sunset. I ordered the check today. I just ordered, I talked about a few events. I don't go out every week to play with a different home. I'm a hoarder. I have every period. Good stuff. I'll stop talking for you.
They are. Wire running out the valve on it that I use motor. And the other side, we have feet that way, the bang about 3 cents where I think I'm on the air. Yeah, Merrill. I stepped on the beam bait and it was 37 feet from the bedroom to the deer go fish. I think I dealt with it. Rich swamp subscriber. Looking forward to working. I need to set up time for live stream. I'm a horrible live streamer. I can't believe I just got through this hour. Get that time. Let's kick it into the secret. Put it to the perfect.
Yeah, of course. What's the password?
It's empty. Are you good? Not much right now.
The airport's great, but the eight, I don't have it on here yet. I'd love to have it. Hudson, Kansas. First time I've been there. Yeah. We got a lovely airport there. I'm on the airport committee, so I get him premium service. Oh, yeah. And you know what? I'm not, it's not like I need this thing out the air anytime. It's going to be around for a long time. That amplifier. It's like a big. And this thing's in such good condition. It's so hard to find those a lot of times. It's something you can't find. But Bill Carnes, he was like, he was talking to me, and he was like, "You're the only person I know that I would trust in this man." Yeah. Let me see that. Yeah, there's. Yeah, man, I'll tell you what. I don't know what it is about this place, but man, international. It's not different. Yeah, I don't know if I can try it. Man, I tell you, oh, I've just done so much wrong. Yeah, that would be tomorrow's supposed to be like a high of 7. Yeah. You got some tickets. Oh, 68 degrees tomorrow. That's gonna be the Nope. I didn't know this. No, it's I'm sorry. That spot's open.
Good morning. My name is Francesco Lera. I'm K5 URG. I happen to be the president of Collins Collector Association. I don't know what they said me, but they chose to do that. So I'm an engineer. I started working, I was an officer in the Italian Air Force. And after that, being an engineer, I ended up working on missiles for a few years. Then the Cold War was over, you know, remember? The money went down for defense. I moved to telecom. I worked for Collins for a while. Rockwell International Collins Division doing fiber optic stuff, you know. And then I always loved radio since I was a little kid. And I always wanted to have Collins, but, you know, as you well know, Collins was pretty pricey. You couldn't afford it. And then I kept my interest and I was intrigued by Collins. Collins intrigued me for their innovation and quality. And being a part of the design team that build big equipment, I was not focused on the amateur radio stuff. Just a few days ago, I was looking at the annual report. By the way, I apologize for my California accent. I'm from Italy. So if you don't understand me, just wave at me, I'll stop. I was looking at annual report of Collins 1968-69. Somebody gave me this book. I went through things that they would talk about all the different revenue stuff. I realized that amateur radio for Collins was just a little blip in their business. But if you study their technology, you could see like their big iron, the heavy stuff we're doing for the government and for commercial, had a great influence into the M radio. M radio was not their focus, but their M radio business benefited from their know-how. Most amateur people, amateur radios, they only focus on few things. They call it S-Line or TCS or KWM 380. And most of them are very interested. How did we get here? How did this guy do it? So we're going to talk about Collins from 1940 to 1980. Why do I stop at 1980? Because by 85, you know, Collins was acquired by Rockwell International in 1972. By 1980, the influence of Arthur Collins was pretty much gone. Collins became a telecom company focused on business revenue. There was no innovation coming from the top. The guys running Collins after 1972, they were great guys. They made a lot of money, but they were business guys. They didn't have the vision that Arthur Collins had. Okay, so that's what we're gonna cover. And stop me if you have any question. Okay, this is what I talk about. This when it take Collins, that's what we see. But as I say, it was small revenue. As I said, in 1940, in the 40s, there was a war going on. The U.S. did not get a war until December 7th, 1941. But the American industry was focusing for an upcoming war. They knew it was coming. They just didn't know when. They were helping the British. They were helping our allies. And the American electronic industry will focus on that. Who were the big guys? At that time, RCA, Western Electric were dominating everything. And there were many projects, there were many projects that the Department of Defense, or at the time, the Army, Department of the Army, the Navy wanted to do, but they couldn't get any help. So when we look at 1940s, we look at communication with four major problems. Radio tunings was not digital like we have today. Sometimes you have to have a crystal calibrator to figure out, then, okay, a little bit off, you move it, so you need to have a crystal calibrator. the throughput, basically the date in which you transfer information, was very slow. You had to go CW. It worked fine. You went far away, but the throughput was low. Tuning an amplifier was not easy. The Army and the Navy had to train people to do that, because otherwise you blow up the funnels. It doesn't work. And therefore, buying a radio for the Army, the Navy was not enough. They also had to train operators. I think Collins realized these 4 things were a problem. So Arthur Collins, if you look at the technical background of what Arthur Collins did, initially did a lot of work in the area of mechanical device to allow position sensing and position tracking. And he came out with this mechanical device in which you could store a position of a device and through some gears and other things, be able to repeat the position. If you guys know, the RT-13 is a perfect example of that. And then, Collins had some patents in this area. And then at the same time, he thought, if I could couple mechanical device with servo amplifier, I can create automation. That's how he started. You remember, Collins sold audio-tuned devices that were used by other people besides Collins themselves. Then Mr. Collins said, I want to find a way to tune radios in which there is no guessing. And 1940 tunings, BC348, BC221. You guys know this stuff. This stuff was everywhere. The 348 that was on the B29 didn't even have a crystal calibrator. The airplane flew from being on the ground at 80, 90 degrees degrees outside to -20 at 10,000 feet, 20,000 feet. The radio, you guys know temperature is not friends of frequency stability. So tuning the radio was not really easy. Collins came out with a way to remove all the guessing. And one of his guys in 1948, Melvin Dawes, designed the basic thing for frequency synthesizer. Not a frequency generation system. I don't even call it synthesizer. Was multiple oscillator tied to a crystal oscillator. With through filter, you were able to select the frequency you want. For a pilot flying an airplane, this focus is flying the airplane, not to tune a radio. For them, be able to just tune the radio with knobs without giving to gas was very important. By the way, if you could do that, you could get rid of the radio operator. That's 200 pounds of weight, and then it also cost you less. Then mechanical filters. Mechanical filters were not invented by Collins. This guy, Robert Adler of Zenith Electronic, came out with these mechanical filters. But they were massive things. Mr. Collins realized the mechanical filters were very important because he could remove LC tuned filter that were very hard to tune, time-consuming, and very expensive. Also, every time you did the maintenance of the radio, you retune them. Mechanical filters, that they are pre-tuned. So Art Collins get this design of mechanical filter ideas and was able to industrialize them to the point that could be manufactured in high volume at lower cost. Single sideband was invented in 1915 by somebody at American Telephone Telegraph. It was not called AT&T at the time. And Western Electric used this single sideband to put multiple telephone calls on cable. Remember, they had cables going across the ocean. So, and since they did everything with LC filter. They were talking about huge, we call multiplexer, that get voice channel, split the bandwidth in half, and put them all together. And a single sideband has two things. Increase the reach, because you can go farther away as you concentrate the bandwidth to F with an AM. You have double the power. And then you also have some improvement from a noise point of view. So what good thing, but was not at the time usable in radios. Collins did these four things. It put them together, it put the synthesizer idea, the electromechanical, the mechanical filters. In 1957, came out with a radio called the ARC-58. The ARC-58 was designed at the highest level, not the final radio, with Collins funding. So they owned the design. And this radio was an airborne radio. Where did it go? It ended up into the B-52s, early B-52s, AKC-135. Why? Because the competitor radio was an RCA called ARC-21, ARC-65. The ARC-21 165 is 30-gallon drum. It's huge. Was about 350 pounds. With reliability time between failure about 3 hours, 4 hours. Collins did call the Air Force and said, "Hey, we got this radio. You guys want to come see it?" The Air Force came down there, but this was an unsolicited proposal. Typical Collins and things. Calls the general, "I have this, gotta come and see it." The Kemi look at the Air Force say, "Ooh, we want it." So they bought him. They showed it the Navy. The Navy say, "Wow, we like it, but we don't want it. We want something else. We want to put a radio in the submarine." And the Navy and the ships. They took this ARC-58 few boxes and they make it the radio on the right, URC-32. The only thing the Navy wanted, did not want auto-tuning. So they removed the auto-tuning portion and they put it in there. And that's how Collins got hold the HF market. These are the first steps. You see, now you have a radio with, you can tune. You don't need a radio operator. The PA tune itself, the antenna tune itself, get rid of one person, simplify my life, and it actually has high reliability. This radio, I have one of these. It's 1958 and works like a champ. There's 4CX250, and they're pumping 900 watts all day long. 1958. And when you remove the case and you tune it, and you see all the motors moving, all the automation, the antenna gets cut. You see the SWR going from whatever it is to almost zero. You say, wow. I don't know. Collins, I always said this before, Mr. Collins in his, if there is a reincarnation, I don't know if there is a reincarnation, probably there is not. But if there were reincarnation, Arthur Collins was the son or a Chinese restaurant owner. Why? Because he recooked all the food over and over. He warmed it up. He took this ARC-58, he put it in a box, called the army, say, "Hey, you gotta have this for the army." And they bought this, what's called Track 75. Now we go back in time, 1940, 41. The Navy's preparing itself for war. And you guys know the submarines, German submarine was the biggest threat to helping the British. The submarines were sinking everything. The German submarine reported for duty every hour. They call, they say, "We are located in a box," whatever the number was. So the guy Donitz in Germany knew exactly what to do. You got to move here. They had information. And the only way the Navy could find out the submarine was through radio triangulation, receiving this signal every hour. Because at that time, in 1941, the U.S. did not have an airplane that could go far enough to cover all the Atlantic. The Navy got hold of a very good directional finder that the German made. They went to RCA and say, hey, can you guys take this thing, build 20, whatever, a certain limit number. RCA told, no, we're busy building 1 zillion radios for the Army. They went to Western Electric. Western Electric say, oh, we are busy doing this. So a captain of the Navy went to New Arthur Collins, went there and say, hey, we got this box. Can you guys re-engineer and do it for me? And Collins said, yeah, of course. Collins did not love re-engineering somebody else's stuff, but I think he understood, this is me putting words now, the value of that. And this thing built a relation with the Navy. And Collins benefited from the relation with the Navy for many, many years. Now we go back to 1945, 44, 45. The U.S. Navy was fighting the war in the Pacific. That's the U.S. Navy really fought the war. They won the war in the Pacific. The Japanese were losing the war, and the Navy operated what's called in task force. A task force was a carrier with destroyers, heavy cruise ships, whatever they called them, submarines, and they worked together in groups because the purpose was to defend the carrier. The carrier had the value because it was the offensive force. A carrier group in 1945, 44 was about 30 miles radius. That's how I moved. The Japanese know were losing the war, but they were very committed. They were educated. The dying for emperors for Japan was an honorable thing. Bless them for that. I don't know how they did it. And we all know about the kamikaze. What people don't understand, don't have clear, is the kamikaze were not one and twos. They came in hundreds. And the purpose was to get 1 or 2, 3 of the hundreds airplanes to be able to pass through and crash in a carrier on a big ship. And when you have an overwhelming force, hundreds of airplanes attacking you, it's hard to figure out who is doing what. Remember, the task force idea is to protect itself. But there are 50 airplanes. Who's shooting who, nobody knows. Because the airplanes are going 300, 400 miles an hour. They're 3 miles away. These things are seconds. Who's shooting that? So it was totally disorganized chaos. Because in a Navy ship, there is the Combat Information Center. It's the place where all the data from people looking, from early raiders, comes in information, and somebody decides, you shoot this, you shoot that other one. So the Navy knew that it was difficult. Okay, not before 1960, the search radar found the enemy. The sonar locates the submarine. They need to talk to each other. I see this target. No, I don't see it. Who is close to that? Somebody was plotting the thing on a plexiglass screen. Somebody was making decisions. Somebody else had to communicate it. It didn't work. It did not work. Then came the atomic bomb. What does the atomic bomb do? They had the huge destruction capability. The atomic bomb took the task force of a Navy and spread out to 100 miles. Why? You don't want a single bomb to destroy all of them, so they had to spread away. So now it became an even bigger problem. The Navy was looking at what the U.S. Air Force was doing. The U.S. Air Force was focused on catching Russian planes came over the pole. But they had huge radars on the ground with huge antennas, with a lot of gain, so they could discover an incoming target 2 hours away. Then the Navy had, the Air Force had space. They had analog vacuum tube computers as big as Walmart, getting all this data, decide who's going to shoot what. The Navy cannot put a Walmart in the bellow ship. They don't have enough power to run it. They don't have enough cooling power. So some guys in San Diego in the Navy, they say, we got to find out a way to do this, because if there is another war and they use a similar, we get a massive attack on us, we'll be dead meat. And a Navy captain, no, a bird, not more than a bird, Navy captain in San Diego got Hughes Aircraft Company that was owned by Mr. Hughes, Collins Radio, and what's the name of the company? A computer company. What was that? Sorry. Sperry Rand. They put them together and say, hey, we got to find a better way. We got to get all the radio information coming, target information coming from all the shipping task force, talk to each other so we know exactly what's going on automatically, and basically transmit information. And even a computer analyze the threat, it telling us which target we should attack. So you do this, you do that one, so we can fight a war. So they got Collins. Collins got the radio. They built some modems, early modems, modular demodulator. Hughes got the display and digitized the radar data, because before it was analog, And Sperry Rand built one of the first solid-state computers. They put it all together super secretly in San Diego. And they started experimenting. As you well know, there is no secret anywhere. This was all black program. But rumors within the Navy start coming up that the Navy was putting a computer in the Navy to replace the captain. That's how the thing got interpreted. All the captain admirals that got all pissed off, sorry for my language, say, no computer is going to make my decisions. Blah, blah, we don't want it. So the Navy did a demo. They got these admirals, like captains, to come to San Diego. And they saw this thing coming out. They simulated. The Android airplane coming in, and this thing started working. Automatically, the display showed the targets, which one were enemy, which one was enemy, which one was the closest one. It started assigning targets. The story was there, it was the closest one. They had the best weapon for the thing. It got the target automatically. The target went to fire control, and the thing worked on its own. These captains, the first were, we don't want it. They start saying, I think I want it. Where can I have it? So that's what happened. So the NTDS, Navy Tactical Data System, has a few things: display and sensor to display stuff, a computer, crypto boxes to crypto the information, a modem, and the radios and antenna couplers. Collins was focused on the modems, radios, and antenna couplers. I'm going to show you a few things. This is 1959. This is the first solid-state computer. It's not very big. It was slow, but it was fast enough. The storage, of course, is on tape. These were the console. They replaced hundreds of men. The men did not disappear. They just became technicians repairing the stuff. All unmanned. And Collins did the radios and the modems. The same technology you see in these radios found its way in different form and format to the S-line. Why was the S-line so good as a receiver transmitter? Because the same people design this stuff, they move to other things. They take their pieces and integrate it in more commercial application. But this is the reason why Collins is so good. They were doing other things that were more important financially for them. This is SRC-16. It was in service probably until the early 80s. There are multiple receiver transmitter, all automatic tuning. It was on all US, NATO, and Seattle ships. This is not an expensive stuff. This is big. completely automatic. Can you think when I was a kid in late 60s, early 70s, they were still selling vacuum tube computers, vacuum tube radio, televisions. These guys were already transistor moving to integrated circuits. In 1967, 95% all production of chips, ICs, the integrated circuits, were used by Department of Defense. That's how advanced Collins was. These were the first modems. You know, basically they get digital data, they transform it in PSK, and they have data moving around. Collins supplied the network radio system, but before talking about that, I want you to understand that we all know what the internet is connects computer together. These guys were doing a networked solution on a 200 miles radius between Navy ships. So is it different what we're doing to the internet today? No. They weren't thinking about the internet, but it was a networked system built mostly on vacuum tubes and early transistors. This was a big deal. This was really a lot of money. Collins took this early SCR-16 I'll show you. It was part of a radio system called URG-1, Universal Radio Group. Collins had in mind one thing: how can I make these things easily repairable? Because he knew that some of the radio he had was very complicated. Sparing parts was not easy, especially on a boat. You have limited space. So this radio was already modular. I'm gonna show you things. This is the URG-1 basically was the evolution of the ARC-58. They built one of the first radio called 618T. They were building about 6,000 years for about 25 years. These went on all airplanes, from Air Force airplane to 747s. This is one of the most well-known and famous radio. This was part of URG-1, you know, that you see it, they start doing modular things. Modular was important because it allowed people to swap things and plug them in, it works. You don't have to troubleshooting or doing a repair. You just, okay, this modular, you put a new one. Of course, Collins did a lot of black programs. Probably 50% of the programs were black. Black means that beyond the control of Congress, and nobody knows what it is. This was a pallet that they could put in an airplane to take generals, and they had the full crypto communication suite. Am I going too fast? This was URG-1 or Air Force One in 1975, 78. This was Air Force One. You can see lots of radios, but you know, when the president travels, then he needs to be able to give the important orders. I already talked about 618T. The 618T, the Chinese restaurant thing, they put it on an airplane, they put it on army trucks, they put it everywhere. Collins was very good reusing the technology. They were so well known. Arthur Collins had personal relation with General LeMay, other generals. He was able to call people and say, and he had enough, was so respected that when they told them, you gotta have this, they say, we gotta have it. There was not only their his powerful technical capabilities, also his know-how was respected as a guy with a vision. After URG-2, they went to, well, URG-1, they went to RG-2. At that time, Arthur Collins was already in his head computer communication. You guys probably heard about the SIS system was a computer that people think you want to compete with IBM. It was not competing with IBM. Reason why IBM was a mainframe in which the information was brought in manually, did the computation, get an output. The Collins computer was a communication device. Initially, the first application of the Collins computer was airline industry. Why? You guys remember the paper tickets? When they got to buy an airline ticket, somebody had to write it, and then they made a mistake, they had to mark it, they had to call somebody, I want this guy in this seat. It took 20 minutes, 30 minutes to do reservation. And then if you were in a little airport like, I don't know, Timbuktu, where they have a commuter plane, and your airplane gets delayed, there was no automatic rebooking. There was somebody calling, well, get back to me in an hour. It was a mess. And Arthur Collins said, I want to get rid of all this crap. I'm going to use my computer, and my computer is going to manage the messages. I'm going to give terminals to the airlines. And that's what he was doing. He was basically doing computer communication, let the computer do like he did for the Navy tactical data system to the network together and move information automatically. And when Rockwell International acquired Collins, I don't think they understood what they had with the Collins computer. In fact, they shut it down. Because why? The visionary man was out of the door. They bought the company, but they got rid of the guy with the vision and the ideas. You know, we all have worked for people. There are some people, some of our bosses were visionaries, saw things we didn't see, saw where the business was going, where the company was going, where the market was going. They were able to foresee and apply resources to make a future. Rockwell International bought the company, bought the hardware, bought the business, but they did not understand the vision of Arthur Collins. And that's what's really, really sad. Because I worked at Collins after Arthur was gone. Of course, I was there like 15 years later. The only thing left at Collins at the time, my experience, was the quality of the products, the commitment to do certain things. But there was no visionary tell us where we're going. We knew where we were going the next day, but we did not know where we're going to be 3 years from now. I was an executive for a few corporations. I tell you, vision is very important. Vision is what is going to build your future. If you don't have vision, you working in a forest with a little candle. You can't see very far. Okay, I'll go to the next level. So after our G2-1, we went to our G2. Our G2 was the time of integrated circuits. As I told you before, there was computer. So Arthur Collins got integrated circuits that now allow him to miniaturize things, do things he couldn't do before, but also it got computers. Let me see what time it is. How am I doing with time? Oh, I still a little bit time. And if you see this, this is part of a brochure. There is an airplane, AWACS. There is a Navy carrier. There is a cabinet. Your G2, again, was modular. And see this picture. There is a computer now. Computer controlling DCU, DCFE, sensor. Now it's putting all together. Computer with radio, modular. I can do, now that I can do more electronics because I have IC, I can do better performance monitor. In telecom, performance monitor is everything. What is performance monitor? Finding out how the equipment is performing by information the equipment is providing to you. My laser bias is getting out of whack. I'm gonna fail in 300 hours. That's performance monitoring. Because you can drive action before it fails and fix it. When the laser diode fails, you don't have enough laser power, and you lose traffic, that's too late. Collins had this in mind. Be able to remove the need to super tax. get just regular people to look at lights, say, these modules failed, go change it. It's very important because, you know, training people is expensive. And then equipment gets more complicated, it's becoming more important. URG2 ended up, with the first radio URG2 went up an SR-71. This was a black program in which most people working on this radio went to SR-71, did not know what they were working on. They know they had to do it. In 66, 67, the Air Force, the CIA actually, got an HF radio for Oxheart, the A12 SR-71. So why this airplane need an HF radio? Because they go far away enemy lines. When you go far away from enemy lines, as you well know, you need an HF radio because VHF, UHF is not going to take anywhere. SATCOM did not exist. And the radio, if you look at this radio from this 718T, from a block diagram, it looks like a regular radio. It has a preamplifier, has a mixer, has a synthesizer, down converter, etc. And somebody called Ed Andrade figured out that he could simplify the design of the synthesizer. Why? When you have a 2 to 32 megahertz radio, you cannot build a simple one oscillator, local oscillator, because you're going through many octaves of frequency. You cannot build a VCO that covers from 2 to 32. But you can build a VCO that goes from 100 to 132 megahertz. Now, so instead of down converting to 500 kilohertz, he converted to 103 megahertz and was able to shrink the VCO from a big box to a single card and cut the cost. When they did this, they did the calculation, they saw there was huge saving. They took the 718T6 that was on SR-71, they removed the T, put the U, and did the up conversion. This changed the paradigm of cost, a hardware simplification was a great thing. From that on, all radio had the up conversion, all professional radios. If you look at the KWM 380 as an amp conversion, it's directly derived from this. Computers, this is 1967. This is a 671U4 radio that's a CRT and a keypad. 1967, vacuum tube TVs, 5 channels with a big switch. You remember? This is what it was doing in 1967. This is what it looks. This little box, this wide, it's a computer with 3, I call under quote, ICs. In 1967, he had the base to build the first microprocessor. You have all the pieces. This is a computer. 1967. When Rockwell International bought Collins, they did not understand this was basically the first building block for a microprocessor. And they shelved it. A few years later, Intel was dominating the market. This is what happens when you buy a company and understand what you're buying. You should know what you're buying before you buy it. You should get the smartest people you have, go figure out all the pieces we have before we shut them down. This is your G2 family. These are things that went everywhere, from AWACS to other things. Also, there was a proposed KWM 400 radio based upon this. The only probably the owner of General Motors could buy because it was so expensive, but that's what their plane was. That's how they look. This is a KWM 400 1000 with a remote control head and the amplifier, the receiver. You guys ever heard of TACAMO? Okay, this is what TACAMO is part of. I don't know where I got this chart. I hope they don't put me in jail for this. This is 1968, 69. It shows the communication path between our missile silos, air bases, and submarines. You notice that there is a TACOMO airplane. TACOMO airplane talks through UHF to a satellite, UHF, VHF, VLF to the Airborne Command, A4. The Airborne Command talks to the Pentagon, the White House. This is how the U.S. kept itself safe. Collins was involved in all these things. Their equipment was everywhere, from submarine to TACOMO to the Airborne Command to missile silos. They didn't have everything, but they had what's called the TACOMO program. TACOMO means take charge and move out. Basically, you get this airplane out, flying, communicate it. They have this long wire antenna, miles and miles, that get dropped from the tail of the airplane. It talks at very low rate to the submarines. This is what was TACOMO 3 in 1967. A friend of mine that passed away, Lonnie Duncan, was the Collins guy responsible for this. He was kind enough to give me these pictures. This was the TACOMO console inside the airplane. If you see teletypes, radio controls, etc. This was on the C-130, was the 100 kilowatt amplifier VLF transmitter. The airplane was modified to put special generators, because in order to generate 100 kilowatt of power, you need to probably have 150 kilowatt power to drive it. These are a picture that probably very few people saw, was the long wire antenna reel that released the antenna on the tail of the airplane, miles, with large barometer, did the antenna tuning, all automatic. This is a follow-up of C-130 that we still have today. Oh, I want to show something else. Okay, this, I don't have this picture, but this TACOMO radio was controlled by this little computer here. So Arthur Collins in 1966, 67, had an edict. You know, when you boss own a company, you can have any edict you want. The cafeteria is not going to sell bacon. Okay, you're the boss, you're crazy, but we want bacon, but we're not going to have it. So the edict was no knobs. The radios will have no knobs. I don't want anything that. So the Navy at the time, they wanted knobs. So Arthur said no knobs. So the Navy said we want knobs. So they did this. They put knobs, they interfaced to a computer, the computer did the things. Arthur Collins was AP, and the Navy had knobs. So Collins had a beautiful receiver called the 51S1. You guys know the 51S1. It was very costly in 1967. It was all pretty much handmade. And they needed a new radio to replace it. A group of guys in Building 412 in Richardson took a URG2 box, receiver, exciter, and secretly put a display and knobs. And it was a skunk work within the company. There was an edict, no knobs. That these guys were putting knobs because the customer wanted knobs. You know, it's kind of crazy. And Arthur Collins, I was told by a person that was there at the time, it's witnessed this. He used to walk around the company. When I was executive, I did that myself. I always walk around. Why? I want to get the story from the people. I don't want to get people, my director, to tell me what they want to tell me, what they want to hear. I want to know what's going on. The people, they know, the people in the factory floor, people doing the design. I used to walk around there. Hey, how's it going, man? How's your family? What are you guys working on? Oh, we have this problem. Okay, it's important, I think, to really know what the troops are doing. I learned that in the military. And Arthur Collins that was walking around 412, building 412 in Richardson, and I saw the first 651 S1 with a tuning knob. And he say, what's this? And these people say, we don't have a job today or tomorrow. And Arthur Collins sit down. You guys know the 651 S1 is an optical encoder. He start playing with this. And he say, isn't this neat? He asked a few questions. Say, well, this is not a regular knob. It's a digital interface to the computer. Basically, they did the same thing they were doing on Takamo. And he liked it. They didn't get fired. And that's how the 651 S1 was born. And we'll talk about 651 S1 later because I have a question for you later. So now I lost my thoughts. Space program. Collins was involved in the space programs. Didn't do everything itself because they used our supplies. Motorola was involved, our companies were involved doing pieces. But they were on the Mercury, they were on the Gemini, they had VHF, UHF, and HF radio as well. This is from the Gemini, this is a Gemini control head. You know there is a switch, HF, intercom, HF, HFDF. Then you have VHF, other things. That was from the Gemini. Then they did same things on Apollo and on the lunar excursion vehicle. So Mr. Collins did not like working with NASA too much. Not because of anything work with NASA, but NASA was focused on bringing people back. So they didn't want to experiment too much. They want to have proven technology. And therefore, Mr. Collins could not innovate too much. But it was a big business for a couple of reasons. There was a lot of money. It was government business. And also, when you say I put the radio on the Gemini Apollo, and now you're talking. Who's going to be able to say that? I took these pictures at the Collins in Cedar Rapids. These are the typical box that went on the Apollo program. If you guys go to Cedar Rapids, I think there is a corporate display. I don't call it a museum, call it that you can see some of these things. I don't know who you need to talk to, but you're able to see some of the stuff that went on Apollo. Also, Collins did the NASA ground station. These were big money. This is a unified band. Remember one thing, the Apollo communicated digitally to ground. In that sense, they already had, the performance monitor told you that you know what the equipment is doing. They were sending a lot of data back to computer that were displaying all the system of the ship, or the spaceship was doing. They were able to figure out the heart rate of the astronauts, and they need ground coverage all over the planet. So they have ground stations everywhere, the US, in Australia, in Spain. And Collins was involved in these things. So now you can think of people that only focus on S-line, I think they're getting hopefully an understanding of the breadth of their program. The S-line is so limited, it's an M radio. But look all the things we're doing. When it's like when you work there, when I work at Rockwell International, we did the telecommunication stuff, fiber optic stuff. By the same time, the company do the space shuttle, the B-1 bomber. We were not involved in those programs. But, it kind of percolates with the company who you are, how proud you are to work company that can do so much. For us, employee was a great pride. The day our division was sold to the French was probably one of the saddest days of my life. Because I'm an American by choice, because I was not born in this country. I wanted to work in an American company. Oh, I tell you, this was the saddest day of my life, the day in the campus of Richardson in Texas, when they lowered the Rockwell International flag, and they pull up the French flag. I didn't like it. Nothing against the French. This is not about that. This is about being proud of working for a good company. I know this is thing that doesn't happen these days too much anymore. But that's what's very, very, very important to us employees. I'm approaching the end of my presentation. I'm going to talk a few other things. I'm going to talk about the HF80 and KWM 380. Then, as I told you, I'm going to stop. Reason why I stopped, because after that, Collins was the name, but I don't think Arthur Collins was there anymore. Late 70s, the Vietnam War was over. We spent a huge amount of money in the Vietnam War. I have a Collins book, a manual, that talks about the telecommunication system that Collins built for Vietnam as a country. Lots of money. Unbelievable. Troposcatter, satellite, HF, money was not an issue. But when the war was over, they start cutting. They got the knife. A few guys already had left Collins. They create a company, Rochester, called RF Communication. RF Communication, the guys that went from Collins RF Communication, they understood one thing. The URG2 system was very expensive. Was modular, computer, performance monitoring. You put it all together, it's a big bill. They say, okay, we're going to create simple radios. They still got a module, but they don't have any performance monitor. They're going to be cheap. Cheaper. No, they're no more, not cheap, cheaper, less expensive. The good quality equipment, and nothing wrong with that. They went to the Navy and told the Navy, you guys are buying this Collins RC16, the big system I show you, multiple racks. Why don't you try use our system? It cost 1/3 of that. And the Navy did the program, they put the SRC16, they put the Ares URT 23, the one on the right lower. They did the test, the thing worked. It was simpler, cost less. Basically, Collins was losing the edge because the other were catching up. That's the bottom line. The world had not understood the value of radio computer communication yet, because Collins was much ahead of everybody else seeing it. So they start losing business. So they took the URG2 from an architecture point of view. By architecture, I mean the high-level design, how it works, all the conversion scheme, the amplifiers, and they made the HF80. The HF80, when you buy an HF80 equipment, you buy basically URG2 redone in different form and fit, not in function. It does the same thing. The HF80, they're available. It's a good radio, piece of radio. It's wonderful. It does the stuff, and it is Collins. As a receiver, it's probably still hard to beat. The HF80 was bought for the commercial market and also for the military market. The military market, the Air Force, the Navy some, and the Army used the heavily. A beautiful system. It's pretty inexpensive. The only problem they have that's that those tantalum capacitors built in the 80, they fail. But besides that, they're beautiful radios. Then they come out with KWM 380. It was the end of Collins amateur radio business. It was the last radio. This is a beautiful receiver, and he used the same architecture that the HF80, a little bit different frequency up conversion scheme. Is built with in mind commercial cost. They've tried to build for the military. They didn't. I don't think they were very successful. But this is a wonderful radio you can get on the market for probably $1,500 to $2,000. It's a beautiful radio. It's high performing. Now, this is the end of my presentation. I have a question for you, and I'm gonna tell you my opinion later. Which one is the best Collins receiver from the 50s? Which one the best receiver from the 70s? I open to suggestions from you people. What you think? From the 50s? From the 70s? Anybody else? The best receiver is a 651 S1. It's the quietest receiver. They're fairly inexpensive, and you're not going to be able to beat it with anything else. Their first conversion mixer is unbelievable, taking overload. And these are the best radio. A 6051 S1 you buy today, you probably will beat any of the radios you have, including flex radio. These some of the, so I'm approaching the end. Actually, this is the end. I'm gonna tell you about our organization. So did you guys, everybody pick up a raffle ticket? Anybody without a raffle ticket? Do you have it? No? Anybody has a raffle, doesn't have a raffle ticket, we'll give it to you. Okay, raise your hands, they're gonna give you the raffle ticket. So we're a bunch of volunteers. So volunteers, they work where they want. That means most of the time they don't do anything. And you cannot fire them because they're volunteer. We have a quarterly magazine, which we cover from history of Collins to Collins equipment. Our goal to preserve Collins history. Why is it important to me preserve Collins history? Because unless we learn from history, we're not gonna do well in life. We don't want to repeat, I don't want to repeat my parents' errors, even though I've done them. We don't want to repeat other people's errors. I think there's a lot of corporation, and I told you, I spent the last few years as an executive, don't have sense of their history. I think it's a mistake because you want to learn from a mistake, you don't want to repeat them again. So that's what we focus on. And you guys welcome to join. The membership is $35. You get the magazine. We're looking for volunteers to update our website. Our website is still a work in progress. We're gonna be adding about 50 gigabytes on unpublished Collins documents that people are able to see. We try to preserve history, and then if you don't want to be a member, just join our reflector, be part of it. There are a lot of people willing to help and talk about things about Collins. This finished my presentation. Hope you guys find it enjoyable and learn something about it. As I told you, Collins was a great place. Like many American companies, I work for NCR, they were good companies. They all lost their way a little bit, and we see what's happening these days. They try to fix some of that. At the end of the day, you gotta make the right decision, and you gotta have vision. No vision, you don't know where you're going. Sometimes what we as kids don't have vision when we're kids. We want to do this, want to do that, but we don't know where we're going. Corporations are the same. So now we're gonna have the raffle. I want one of the ladies to come here and extract some of the tickets. Any lady? Amelia, you want to come over?
You read them and I'll go with
Yeah. Yeah, we have 6 hats, a shirt, and something else. Yeah. Read my number, please.
That's okay if I stick my
Yeah, you can do it. As long as you do without I put a special marker. Okay. Last 3 digits is 309. Did you win? Oh, man.
one more.
And, okay, next one. 376. Hey. 331. You come here. No, you have to come here, pick it up. How many things we have left? 326. 326. Hey. Three 7-2. Hey. It's good for you. This morning, three to 8. Hey. No, we have two more things. We have a shirt and this. Well, winter's gonna come back. 357. 357. 357 left? 3571? Oh, there's one. Give it a shot. Three, 3-1. Oh, there's one extra. No. That's fine. Oh, that's you. Well, you can give away my. No. 3-3-1. We asked 3-3-1. Okay, give me another one. Just try to cheat, man. Did you tell him what this is? No, I don't know what it is. 374. 374. Hey, back there. Yeah. Well, thank you very much. If you stop at the booth, we have some of our magazines if you want a copy to see. And I appreciate you showing up. And I appreciate you being a loyal Collins aficionado. Thank you. Oh, give me your email address. I'll send you a video. Yeah. Okay, so you and I need to talk. Reason why I want to learn this. I don't speak it. Yeah. Anytime. Give me your card or phone. Give me your card. Nice. I have a friend of mine that there's about 2.5 miles of Cleveland Lake Station. I had to cut it away. Drag it out and couldn't get around. Yeah. Yeah. Interesting anecdotes. I worked for Collins from 69 to 70 for about 2 years. I worked for that. In the avionics area, but my job. They were artfully sinking money into that thing, and it sat right across the lab from where I was. And have all those ATR racks sitting there. Yeah, and they were in for money and were big. I came out of college with a dream job. I even wanted to buy a KWM2, and just married and about 2 years in. But I love working. It was great. Well, I told them,
even though I'm going, I feel like you can see, that goal.
So I wound up.
Oh, really?
And then I retired. Now I'm doing.
Oh, you're still working?
Yeah, I'm old. Shoot, probably close to 80. I'm doing solid work. One of my clients. Actually, I just kind of brought against.
No, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna even take the phone number. Oh, put the phone number, no, put the phone number. You know, not many people come over. They take people of the phone. Yeah, you talked about. I've never managed it. I've never. You know Jim Jones? A friend of mine. I know a lot. You know where he knows? Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Right. This is a tree. We're older than yeah, this is great, man. I really love this stuff. They left their phone on there. I'll turn it up to you.
Hey, if I could have your attention for just a second here, anyone that's left, somebody left a phone. You're probably still sitting there. It was probably not you, but if you happen to mention or see anybody and they come back, we'll keep it for a little while and then I'll take it home. Okay. Because it's better than mine.
Who's in charge of the show? Well, I'm John with ARDC. I got to go on here in about 15 minutes. We
I know my co-presenter at the time was a burrito at the time, so everybody had the same idea. Get the kicks on, get the okay.
Hey, thank you for your help. Hey, good luck to you. Next one?
Yes.
Good luck.
All right, thank you.
If you want to use yours or?
I have mine already. Oh, we were looking for a missing phone. Yes, right there. I mean, we had the phone. We were looking for it. Are you our MC? Are you our MC?
Well, I can be if you want. Yeah, but they got an HDMI cable coming out. Yeah, I don't know if he brought this in, but I don't know if this is, I don't know if it's password protector or not, but I can get you up and running first. Come on.
Is this provided by the venue?
Um,
Probably just close it, right?
yeah, that's what I was gonna do. I'm gonna close it and set it down there on that lower shelf. Assuming this is the audio he's got. Do you need audio?
Very good.
Yeah, he finished early, so.
Oh, okay.
Early, he finished like 20 minutes ago.
Secondary mic. All right, I think we'll be ready to go. Yep. Thank you very much. So this, So I have the PDF on. And so left and right will advance. Down one's great. I put mine up. So like just came down off the mountain. I have a cap for stage 3.
Right, for stage 3.
Yeah.
Is that what you said? And then do we know, does this mic work? Will we hand this to Grantee?
Both mics work.
Both mics work. Are both mics on?
Yes.
Okay, great. Cool.
Hey. That's it.
Oh no, I see trouble in the audio. Another few minutes. Thank you for being so prepared. Your laptop and slide. That was a fun thing to realize this morning on the way downstairs.
Oh, that's right.
Yes, it is always unfortunate when you're like the backpack thing. I like that you're it is my favorite of the time. Yeah. I took mine off. Oh God, these lights are terrible. You know, maybe that was the next that is one that's just like terrible one. You know, like this is both a health risk and makes everyone sad, actually. Yeah. We'll see how I do. I might end up having to miss I don't think Hi. So what? Everyone's here. We're ready. We're just waiting 1 more minute for start time. Cool. Thank you. Any what now? Up to you. We're fine. We can do it. We'll wing it. Thank you. Yeah. Doesn't look. Some years they film. This year it looks like. Well, a little. Okay. Hello, Hamvention. How are y'all doing today? Good? Man, I don't know about y'all, but it has been a whirlwind this morning, and I am very, very glad to take a pause and to be here with all of you and to talk a little bit about what we're doing at ARDC. So to talk a little bit about what we're going to do today, first we'll do some introductions. We'll talk a little bit about ARDC's new vision and strategy, which I'm really excited to share with all of you. We have some updates about 44net, which is one of our programs. And then we're going to hear from some of our grantees, which I'm very excited about today. And then we'll do our best to leave plenty of time for Q&A. So before I get started, who here knows what ARDC is and who we are and what we do and all of that? Okay, all right, yay. Okay, yeah, the board members know, for sure. I think. Yeah, good job, board members. So for those of you who don't know, ARDC, we are a private foundation with our roots at the basis of internet experimentation and amateur radio. And so we do two things that seem to be a little bit different. One is that we operate and run a legacy IPv4 block of addresses, which is run by John Burwell over here. And then we also get to make grants to support amateur radio, open source research and development for projects like Ryzomatica, which I'm excited for us to talk about later today. So first off, though, I want to do some introductions. So this is most of our team at a staff retreat back in January. So hi, for the folks on the stage, hi, I'm Rosie Schechter, KJ7 RYV, and I am our executive director. And I'm joined today by John Burwell. Hello. Yep.
I'll say hello. I'm John Burwell, KI5QKX, and I'm happy to be here.
I'm happy that you're here. Chelsea. Chelsea Parga, everyone. The most popular person that we get asked for here whenever we're at the Hamvention.
I'm Chelsea, KF0FBJ. If you have questions about grants, please come ask me.
Yeah, our grant making director. My favorite thing, I'm here without Chelsea. People come up and they're like, are you Chelsea? And I'm like, no, hi, I'm Rosie. I'm the executive director. They're like, I just want to talk to Chelsea. So anyway, we are also joined today by all of our staff. If we have any staff in the room, please raise your hand. They might all be taking breaks or at the booth. We also have all but one of our board members here. If you are an ARDC board member, please raise your hand. So look around you. If you have any questions about what we're doing, it's all their fault. We're just here, the minions, doing their bidding. But no, seriously, one of the great things about having our board here this year is that we're here to have conversations with you. They want to hear from you. And so please go and find any of them throughout this weekend. Though a lot of them are going to be here today and tomorrow. As it goes with Sunday, some people are flying out. But anyway, come find us. Also, if you are an ARDC volunteer in the room, please raise your hand. All right, great. We've got some folks here. Thank you. And then, yeah, also, who clapped for the volunteers? You were right. Let's give a big round of applause for our volunteers. We are so lucky to work with passionate, dedicated people all of the time. We could not do the work we do at ARDC without our volunteers, so thank you all very much. Is there any, grantees. If you're a grantee, of course, derpa derpa derp, raise your hand. Hello, welcome, awesome. So, as the executive director, I've been here for almost 5 years. It'll be 5 years in July. I've had the great privilege of taking this organization from being like a wee baby, sort of we're figuring out what we need to do, to having a really well-run, professional organization. And I couldn't do it without my staff. I couldn't do it without the volunteers. And I'm so thrilled. And we couldn't do it without the grantees. I mean, if there was no one to give money to, then we'd be really bored. But we have this great community that we're building, and I'm so happy to be able to see it grow. With that, I'm going to jump in, and I am going to go a little bit quickly through my portion of the slides because I want to give as much time as possible to our grantees and to our staff. So here we go. So I am really pleased to share with you, over the past few years, ARDC has really been working to articulate our vision and our strategy for the future. And the three sort of areas that we think about with the strategy is promoting learning, promoting experimenting, and promoting doing. And we're going to talk a little bit more about that as we go through the slides. But as you think about the work that we're doing, as different as these different projects might seem, as different as 44net might seem from our grants program, think about this learning, experimenting, doing as all part of the threads that tie all of our programs together. So to give a little bit of backstory about ARDC's origins, we got our start way back in September 1981 when the AMPRNet, or the 44net Class A address block, was allocated to Hank Magnuski. One of my favorite parts about this official RFC is amateur, A-M-A-T-U-R-E. Truly in true amateur nature. So, you know, for as long as ARDC has been around, we've always had our basis in both amateur radio and sort of your internet experimentation. Excuse me, I forgot my Zyrtec. And so the work that we do falls very much at that intersection. And so to speak to a little bit more of this, our history, in 1981, Hank was allocated the address space. In about 2011, we formed ARDC to sort of be the trustee of the address space, knowing that we wanted to make sure it was always used for charitable purposes. It made sense to have this valuable asset, something that was run by a nonprofit. In 2019, we did decide, or the board of directors at the time did decide to sell a quarter of those IP addresses, which became the basis for our endowment. And we use that endowment to continue to fund our grants and our staff and our programs to this day. And you can look at our 990s from the past few years if you want to take a look at any of our sort of financial strategy and expenditures. In 2019, also very shortly after these addresses were sold, we had the sudden passing of our founder, Brian Cantor, WB6CYT. And that was very sad and caused our board of directors to really have to jump into gear and figure out where all the keys to the castle was. And it was at that point that they decided, okay, we actually need a staff of people to run this organization. And so that's where I come in and where our staff comes in and what we've been doing since about 2020. So ARDC has had this mission on our website, shared publicly for a really long time. To support, promote, and enhance digital communication and broader communication science and technology, to promote amateur radio, scientific research, experimentation, education, development, open access, and innovation in information and communication technology. It is a mouthful. And one of the questions that we've been asking ourselves for the past few years, and the questions that we've been getting from the public are like, but why though? To what end? Like, what does all of this mean? And, to give a little bit more context about this, when you are a private foundation, it's important to have a mission that's relatively broad because that allows you to do all kinds of different things. If we said that we were only going to do amateur radio, we could only do strictly amateur radio, and this gives us a lot of freedom to do a lot more. So again, philosophical and practical questions. What do we mean by digital communications? Digital communications is really broad. It includes your cell phone, it includes a digital calendar. We don't really do cell phones and calendars, so what do? Also, why open source? Anyone who has engaged with our organization knows that open source is really important to us. So why is it that it is? And also, how does all of that relate to amateur radio? And again, what are we really trying to do here anyway? And so for a number of years, we got to work on creating this vision statement, this idea of what is the vision that we are trying to create for not only the future of our organization, but for the future of amateur radio and digital communications more generally. So very proud to present this to y'all. What we want to see is a thriving global community of learners, experimenters, and contributors advancing freedom with open source communication and information technology. So we'll take a minute, we'll walk through every part of this. So first, thriving global community. The 44Net is an international resource. We are based in the United States, but we believe in international goodwill. It's a key part of Part 97. It's something that all of us feel very passionately about, and so it's something that we aim to build. We want to cross borders, etc. Learners, experimenters, and contributors. We believe that everybody has the right to learn, experiment, and contribute to collaboratively and peacefully building the technologies and communities that they wish to see in the world. And, as you can imagine, when it comes to a statement like this, we really thought about these words really hard. Learners, we believe that anybody of any age is a learner. Anybody has the opportunity to get their hands dirty with something, learn a new skill. Those are the kinds of people that we want to support. We also want to support people who are doing sort of experimental work. Maybe you don't know the outcome of some, experiment that you're going to do. We want to be able to work with experimenters because that's where we get these really great ideas from. And then contributors or doers, these are people who actually take all of this and then bring it back into practice every single day, right? And so that's why we chose learners, experimenters, and contributors as the people that we really want to support. And of course, that can be anybody, right? So, advancing freedom. We believe in this wholeheartedly. Also, freedom means a lot of different things to a lot of different people. For us, what we mean really is the freedom to tinker and build with little or no gatekeeping, which open source allows. And we'll talk about that in a second. We also really believe in the freedom to be able to communicate and share information, primarily in service of assisting others, but also in general. It's important that we're able to share information. And last but certainly not least, we really believe in the power of free software to enable the kind of learning, experimenting, and doing by all people everywhere. And in fact, I mean, part of why open source is so important to me is way back when I was in grad school, I really wanted to learn about maps. I really wanted to learn how to build maps. I thought they were really cool. And of course, the first thing I thought was like, well, I'm gonna go to Google Maps. I'm gonna, see what I can do with Google Maps. Turns out the answer is not a lot. Like, you can like put some dots on a map, you can maybe like change one color, and then that's it. And it was from there that I discovered the whole world of open source mapping, OpenStreetMap, TileMill, all kinds of tools that would allow you to actually like tinker and learn about making maps. And that's what made it possible for me to figure this out and to learn how to code a little bit, which I'm terrible at. That's fine. That's why we have John and others. So anyway, open source, very important. So yeah. Again, to that point, by eliminating gatekeeper technology, we enable people to learn, experiment, and deploy with freely available knowledge, tools, and platforms, right? And so as a result, as a philanthropic organization, we really also focus on areas that are less likely to be funded. We also are primarily restricted to work with 501c3 nonprofits or other 501c3s that would be funding other projects as well. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about these new strategies. So again, promoting learning. Our goal here, again, to get more people learning about amateur radio and digital communications, promoting experimenting. Again, we want more people to be brought into this world of experimenting and innovating and developing new technologies. And then again, promoting doing. Again, our main metric is like more people. I mean, come on. We want to bring more people. Do you want to bring more people into the hobby? Right? Do you want to bring like all people into the hobby? Yeah, okay. So that's what we want to do too. We're all on the same page. Great. So yeah, to speak a little bit more about these. So promoting learning, again, we're looking at any age. I saw something interesting at the, at the ARRL donor banquet last night. The presenter talked about there being like this big age gap between 30 and 55 where people are like busy, they have families, they're not really able to get involved with, new hobbies. But, for us, that might be an opportunity for outreach. There are people who are sort of within that age range who might want to get involved. And so we're looking for sort of learning opportunities for people at any age, whether you're a kiddo, whether you're retired, whether you're wonderfully middle-aged. And we're also looking for any competency level, right? Learning some of these technologies is easier for some people than for others. Some people want to jump right in and get to the really advanced nerdy stuff. Other people are like still trying to figure out how to program a handheld without chirp. So, we come to it from all places. And by learning, we also mean inside and outside of the traditional classroom, right? There's maker spacers, there's hacker groups, there's all kinds of different organizations and people who are doing educational activities. So yeah, let's promote some lifelong learning and look for, alternative opportunities. So, right, again, want more people experimenting. So we look for projects that look at hacking and research. Again, looking for maybe newbie opportunities for, exploring with different types of ham bands. And, this is worth noting, we're looking at both amateur radio spectrum usage as well as opportunities within unlicensed spectrum. So if you have ideas about that, come talk to us. Building technology widgets and then also electronics kits are another opportunity. And we're looking really from everything from like tinkering to real deep dives, that's what we're looking for. And, you know, last but not least, promoting doing. It is important. So, you know, I'm a nerd. I work with nerds. Nerds are great. And it's really cool to be building new things, right? But if those cool new things are not usable or of social benefit, then they're cool, but you know, they might not be as useful as something that is. So we look for projects like R&D projects that do have real world impact. And we want to see people using things out in the world. So this is one of the reasons why we still support, you know, amateur radio clubs, people who are actually like learning how to use amateur radio and then bringing it out into their communities. That's really important to us. As part of that, by actually using these tools and using them out in the world, then that helps with a really great feedback loop, right? That's also where opportunities for innovation occur. Yeah, I'm not gonna go on my own rant about user research and ham radio, but I think that there's a lot of opportunities to make some of these things easier to use, which will, again, get more people doing with the hobby. Also, spectrum, like we were saying, we've got to use it or lose it. I mean, this is something that we all know. So this includes, again, amateur radio, lightly licensed, unlicensed, and non-commercial spectrum, as well as wireline. Right. So some of the things that we do relate to amateur radio. Some of the things that we do are at the intersection of amateur radio and digital communications. And as you can see, like we talked about earlier, digital communications is very, very big, you know? And even though we are lucky to have, a decently sized endowment, we're actually pretty small in the world of private foundations. So, you know, we're not like a limitless supply of funding. And our goal is to really be around for a long time. Like, we are here for longevity. We want to be able to support this for the foreseeable future. So we can't fund everything. So what can we fund? What are we looking for? We are looking for like ham plus hacker stuff. I know that this is an area of interest for some friends of ours in the audience. We are also looking at unlicensed spectrum. Again, like thinking about projects that might work sort of in that arena. As well as doing some experimentation with and education with 44net. So John's going to talk a little bit about that in a second. So in addition to everything that I just talked about, to sort of name some other things that we care about. One, no gatekeeper technologies. I don't think that we ever would fund something that wasn't open source for this reason. We want for people to be able to take the things that we use, take the things that we fund, and to be able to use them and experiment with them and build upon them. If you're making open source curriculum, why do we like it to be open source? So that somebody else can take it and add to it and then share it back out into the world. And when we have things that have like, you know, closed copyright licenses or patents, that's not something that we can do. So very important to us that we work with open source technologies and projects. We also seek to have, again, a broad impact. We want to see our projects serve as wide of a group as possible. Of course, you know, we recognize that some of these smaller, especially educational projects, might really only affect like, you know, a small community, but also if there's an opportunity for outreach and for the effects of that to ripple outward, those are the kinds of things that we're looking for. Again, we look for things that are not likely to be funded otherwise, because let's face it, there's not a lot that's funding our particular area. And again, not just wireless. So, right. So that's a bit about our strategy. Following our strategy and all of that work around our vision and our promoting learning, experimenting, and doing, we also asked ourselves, okay, given all of this, what are the areas that we want to fund the most? And so we identified sort of these three different areas. One, of course, is research and development. We are looking for some low-cost, open solutions like codecs, SDR transmitters. I mean, the SDR sort of receivers are really great. Wouldn't it be cool if you could like plug in something in an antenna and actually be able to transmit? As well as some improved modulation techniques. Also, space-based communications. Turns out people are trying to go to space, you know? And it also turns out that kids are also really interested in learning about space. amateur radio and related technologies provide an amazing opportunity for people and kids to adults to actually learn about these technologies. So we are looking for opportunities to fund those kinds of projects as well. And open source education. Again, filling the gap in amateur radio and digital communication resources. There's a lot out there, and there's also a lot of room for improvement. I love the idea of seeing some curriculum, again, that can be adopted at different schools, that can be built upon. So we are looking to fund open source educational materials. We might even end up producing some of them ourselves. All right, so to sum it up, our vision for a thriving global community of learners, experimenters, and contributors, advancing freedom with open source communication and information technology, which we do by promoting learning, experimenting, and doing. So with that, enough about me. I want to talk a little bit about the programs that we're doing, and then we can pass it over to our grantees. So thank you very much.
So in the spirit of learning, experimenting, and doing, of course, one of the flagship resources that ARDC really has the privilege to steward and maintain together with the community on its behalf is 44net. For those who are maybe not as familiar as you might like, 44net is a block of IP addresses that is assigned to the ham radio community in general. It is effectively free to use for hams to request subnets /24s, announce them via BGP, IP addresses that are independent of any particular ISP or cloud provider or data center. And it provides, in many ways, a platform for what we've been talking about, the learning, experimenting, and doing. In fact, getting on 44net is what prompted me finally to get a license so that I could join this community and participate in 44net, because I wanted to learn more about networking and technology myself. So we have this as a resource for people to use to build projects, whether that's linking repeaters or ideally doing engineering, finding new ways to use internet protocols for communication, research, education, and the things that we hope to do with it going forward include making it easier to get access to it, making it easier for learners, experimenters, and doers to get connected and explore the ways they can use it for learning about how the internet works. It's also a platform, a playground in many ways, for the kinds of things that we all like to do. It's very analogous to amateur spectrum in that there is this part of this internet that is reserved for exploration. The things that we've been working on to help accomplish some of these objectives, making it easier to get started, include the development of a new portal, which we launched last year, that provides some self-service tools for people to get on, sign up, verify their call signs and locations, and request subnets that they can announce via BGP or connect with the IP mesh. We have tools in there that support clubs and organizations so that the benefits of this can be extended into immediate communities where somebody maybe wants to share what they know with people in their ham club or in their neighborhood. We have some tools for things like call sign DNS subdomains that we can provide services for. And there's more of that kind of thing that we hope to do in the future as well, right? So that you have easy access to tools that you still need to learn how to use, but there aren't unnecessary obstacles to getting involved so that you can explore. We've also been working a great deal with our volunteers in the community, and I have to give enormous thanks to our participant volunteers for not only helping to coordinate among the community, the classical role of the regional coordinator, who would both manage allocations within specific regions, but also serve as an ambassador to the network and to the other things that we do. and serve as an educational and training resource for others in the community as well. We also have our technical advisory committee, which is all volunteers from the community who have been working and working now very in a focused way to get launched a new project to allow connection to 44net via WireGuard VPN, which again, we are hoping to use this as lowering a barrier to entry so that people can get involved without having to know about BGP. They can learn about BGP as they go, for example. And then in terms of education, we recognize that the documentation, the stuff that is available on our wiki, is well due for an update. So we aim to get that done this year also, but we also see that this is an opportunity for us to use 44net and its resources as a tool for explanation and help to provide, again, a platform and a workspace where people can learn about some of the technologies that make up the internet that we use every day. And we're hoping that we can, in the course of documenting 44net and the tools and services available there, also help people understand how the internet works. And while we're at it, our gateway at UCSD that has been serving us for many years quite faithfully, getting our IP mesh users out to the internet, we're getting that upgraded as well. So lots of things being brought up to date so that we can do more great work in the future. If you want to know more about this, you can come by our booth. We're at 1302 in Building 1. We can show you some examples of people using 44net to operate HF remotely, for example. We have a cellular hotspot we can show off, and we can talk to you about how to communicate over 44net from one end to the other on IP addresses that you control. We can talk about how you can get connected and what some of the benefits are. And we love to talk about projects and the things that we've seen people doing with 44net that might hopefully inspire some people to get involved themselves. Again, thanks to all the volunteers in the community. I couldn't do what I've been doing without all of you. And with that, I will pass now to Chelsea to talk about more about the grants community.
Yeah, I'm really just here to kind of kick off hearing from our grantees. And really what I hope you all will take away from this is both examples of the kinds of things that we're funding, the kinds of projects you could consider launching in your own communities. But also, if you're not quite ready to do that, they themselves have some volunteering opportunities that you might be able to get involved with. So let's see. Let's go ahead and invite up our folks from Case Amateur Radio Club.
Hi, I'm KB1QHX Nathaniel, the trustee of the Case Amateur Radio Club now. We are the club station of Case Western Reserve University. We do education and research and community engagement. It was reestablished as a student club about 15 years ago because I want pizza. Now we're doing like serious academic research. So be careful what you wish for, I guess. But right now, we have gotten ARDC funding for a few different things, one of which is support for senior projects in mostly electrical engineering. We did have to tell our faculty advisor he can't take half the class as advisees, not recommended. We have a number of graduate students who are also building out of what they did as senior project and other projects as well based off of ARDC. To try and build on that, including research with the recent eclipse that went over Cleveland. We had a senior project that turned into a master's project that now is a whole bunch of open source space data. That we have also done curricular integration with the School of Engineering, Electrical Engineering. We brought up some of the civil engineering students to look at our towers because they were more interesting than the textbook seemed to indicate it should be before we got them into replacement mode. So show civil engineers, this is what you could end up with. We also did a writing class. So if you have questions about amateur radio at collegiate level, a number of us are going to be at ARL Collegiate booth. A number of us are at HamSci booth because we've been involved with HamSci as well. We also have a flea market stall where we have discovered that every year there's more stuff that is in the back closet that can be removed. But it's been great to get money from ARDC to help with the senior projects to get students experimenting, open up the door to, hey, you want to try that thing with NASA? Sure, we'll work on that. And that's one that I'm hoping will actually come to fruition this year, is a digital communication project with our local NASA site, because it turns out it could work. So. Yeah.
Yeah, and if you all have any questions about any of these projects, we should have some time at the end for them to help you out. And HamSci is also a grantee of ours, so please go speak with them. All right, FreeDV.
Hi, I'm Munir, K6AQ, going to talk to you a little bit about FreeDV. So for those of you not familiar with what FreeDV is, basically it's a free open source digital voice mode, primarily on HF. So think something like DMR or DStar, for example. But the nice thing about FreeDV, though, is that there's no patents involved and it's all open source. And this is really important because a lot of the state of the art that we've been doing in digital voice in the past has all been basically gatekept by a company called DVSI. So it's really nice to have an alternative that people can just freely download and play around with. Oh, and also additionally, since FreeDV is designed for HF, it does better on HF versus some of the other modes that have been tried on HF before, which do work, but maybe not as well as they possibly could. And what FreeDV also provides is a way to get up and running pretty easily. Like if you're already doing digital on HF, you set it up pretty much similar sort of way. And as you can see on the slide, we basically have a spotting service as well called FreeDV Reporter, so you can see what's going on in FreeDV at any given time of day and be able to find contacts that way as well. So what have we been doing for the last year? Basically, we came out with a new FreeDV mode called Radio Autoencoder. So the nice thing about Radio Autoencoder is we use a lot of machine learning type techniques to dramatically improve the audio quality and robustness of FreeDV. We've gotten it working down to about -5 in signal to noise ratio. And let me see, hopefully this works. I can see if I can try to play a demo of this. So first I'm gonna play basically a little bit of the single sideband to show you what we're working with. Oh, sorry. No worries. Oh, I don't know what that hissing is then. All right, and we'll go back to the slide. I have a demo playing in building one where our booth is, and if you want to hear more about that. We've also been doing a little bit of stuff about integrating with commercial radios. We've released an early device called EasyDV, which worked with our existing FreeDV modes, but not so much with Radio Autoencoder. And if you're interested in hearing more about that, you can go to Tapper in Building 5. They're selling a bunch of those. And also, we've been promoting FreeDV, especially now that we have a lot, like the Radio Autoencoder stuff we've been working on. We want to get that out there and get as many people as possible using it. So, and anyway, if you want to find out a lot more about FreeDV, you can come visit us, booth 1909 in Building 1. I'm also going to be giving a much longer talk about FreeDV tomorrow at Building 4 at 9:15 in the morning. And if you don't happen to get in touch with me or anyone else at the FreeDV booth this weekend, you can always email me, emailsmunir@gmail.com. And finally, if you happen to know anyone, any connections to radio manufacturers, definitely would love to hear from you as well. And with that, thank you.
Yeah, great teaser. If you want to see that demo, you have to go track them down. MMDVM.
Oh, not that cursor key. That one. Oh, MMDVM. It's multi-mode digital voice modem. It's a project that Jonathan Naylor, G4KLX, K4KLX, came up with back in 2015. I came on board with him afterwards, and we were able to start with D-Star, added DMR, Fusion, P25, NXDN, then POXAG, M17, and we are still continuing to add more modes. Basically, it gives you the opportunity to create a hotspot that you can use your existing digital radio, then connect over the internet, and it's effectively a software-defined transceiver in each unit. Try to skip some of this a little bit. Ongoing work, something, I'm trying to talk a little bit about what we've been spending our money on. Jonathan has been working very hard on cross mode, the ability to do all mode to all mode. I've been doing the hardware and some of the firmware. He's been doing most of the rest of the software. We've got a prototype in the booth that we can show of the hardware that we're going to do the cross mode. It has both the DVSI chip on it because we just can't get away from it, in addition to a high-end ARM processor to do all the other modes that we can do on there, like Codec 2 or like original Phase 1 and P25. We're also showing off Jonathan's new software on my hardware of the new TNC, which is what we're calling a 38.4 KISS TNC that's based on the modulation work that he did for DMR, and so we're using current FEC and current modulation to get higher speeds. Ongoing work, continue with the cross mode maybe this year, and we want to talk about getting the AMB server to allow you to have centralized transcoding and cross moding to allow people to get in on one mode and out on another. God, I keep doing wrong. Other things we're working on. We're putting a lot of time and effort in the MMDVM project and the wrapping software that goes with MMDVM to modernize it so that all interprocess communication is MQTT based. It's going to save us a lot of time and effort on coding. It's going to make a huge performance difference. We're running our firmware on old ST processors that have old board support packages that are no longer supported, so we're moving that all over to allow us to use the current technologies for ST parts. And I know, Rosie, you mentioned IQ. We're doing this board here, which I didn't bring with me, but is in the booth. It's designed to be a very low-cost SDR transceiver module that will allow us to do all of MMDVM modes on that, adding DMR, DPMR, Tetra, and traditionally the hotspots have not included FM, so we want to do FM, which will give you regular FM or Echo Link or All-Star Link. And this is all being done on one of two new RF chips that are IQ based. And come see us over in the booth, 2805. We're across from HRD. And we're continuing to try to make good use of our grant money to pay Jonathan to work almost full time on this. And we're getting great results and massive amounts of open source. And I do want, you did ask about accessibility. We think we're over 150,000 amateurs using MMDVM now. So, and it continues to grow.
Yeah, last but certainly not least, we have Ryzomatica.
Who, by the way, have come here from Mexico and Portugal. So thank you for coming all this way.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Peter Bloom. I'm the general coordinator of Ryzomatica. I'm not a ham, so I apologize for that, but it is fixable, I hear. Could be. This could be the day. Yeah, so I'm going to present a bit about who we are. So I guess if you have the amateur radio side and the digital communication side, we're a nice fusion of those two, but I would say more on the digital communication side and more on the doing and as well as experimenting and building side as well. So we're a U.S. nonprofit. We've been around for some years. Essentially, we work around the world with communities who live maybe very far away from a city or electricity or communications infrastructure, and who want to change that and want to do something about that from a community level. We've had many different projects over the years. One of our largest projects was actually working on cellular technology and making that available and able for people in communities to actually build their own cellular networks. We have our biggest project of that is actually in Mexico. It's been going since about 2012. And then in 2017, we teamed up with my colleague here, Rafael, who is a ham from Brazil. We were basically finding communities, mainly in the Amazon and in other places we were working, where it actually wasn't feasible to set up an open source cellular network, and where the population densities were quite low and the areas were quite large. And we also found that a lot of those communities were already using HF radio, not necessarily as hams, but just using the radios and the propagation of those radios to be able to talk over these very, very huge areas. So we embarked at that point on this project called Hermes, which is an attempt by us to make it much easier for people to use HF, shortwave, to do digital communication. We have projects, like I said, all over the world on Hermes specifically. Kind of the roots, like I said, are in the Amazon. We worked a lot with and continue to work quite a bit with folks in Brazil, and most of the development team is actually based in Brazil, Ecuador and Amazon as well. We had a project last year we'll see what happens with their funding, Central African Republic, as well as fishermen in Bangladesh. So this technology is being used in many, many different contexts around the world. So I'm going to tell you a bit more about what the Hermes project is. We got very lucky in that ARDC were able to expand the footprint of their booth, and we're now at their booth right across the way from their booth. So if you want to come visit and see a demo of Hermes, we'll be there demoing that. But basically, Hermes is a full stack digital HF system that supports voice and data communication. So what are we really adding? Basically, we're adding a front end, making it easier for people to actually engage with the radio to send the digital information that they want to send. This could be photos, GPS coordinates, emails, texts, chats, really trying to create an experience for people that are outside of other communication options to be able to essentially use the internet or parts of the internet or digital communication to be in touch, whether that's just contacting loved ones who are in the city or whether it's more like mission critical things. So I was just telling you a bit about, we have this project in Bangladesh with fishermen. This is boats that go out 200 kilometers off the coast and have no other communication option. These boats were basically being attacked by pirates or encountering storms. So they can now, thanks to our project, send an SOS with a GPS point, and we can then route that to an SMS that someone back at the port facility can use. They can also radio for help because we also installed a radio in the port. So these are kind of some of the things that are going on and some of the uses for this. So we are a grantee of ARDC, and we are also firm believers and advocates for free software and open source software. All of our work always has been completely open source, and that's no different with the Hermes project. So it's free to download, it's free to use. We have a pretty restrictive license on it just to ensure that it stays that way. And then one of the big projects that we have inside of Hermes is Mercury. So Mercury is a software modem. What we're aiming for, and for which ARDC has been helping us over the last 3-4 years, is to essentially create a VARA drop-in replacement that's open source. And we're quite close. This is the last few months of development we're going to be doing on that, and then releasing the finalized version. Rafael is here. He's more than capable, since he's the lead developer, of sharing everything that we're doing with the soft modem. So you can also check out the QR code will take you to this URL, hermes.radio. And then from there, you can click on a bunch of different options of things to look at with the Hermes project. So like I said, we did originally have a stall out in the flea market, but we're now inside under the roof, and you can come visit us next to ARDC, We're always looking for folks to contribute, to volunteer, to give us ideas. You can join our mailing list. This QR code that's here will take you to the landing page for the mailing list if you want to be kept up to date on the work that we're doing, or you can email myself or Raphael at these email addresses here. And just before I close, I'd like to thank ARDC really for existing. We, like as you can tell, we do these projects around the world, and we are able to get funding to do implementations much of the time, but actually doing the development is very, very difficult. As a nonprofit organization, as an organization developing technology for some of the poorest and most marginalized people, it's very difficult in the funding world to find people that are willing to pay for that and are willing to support that long term. And we always kind of say that sort of ARDC was sent from heaven or the ionosphere or something like that. But basically something that we didn't expect to exist, and we were really struggling to move this project forward. Like I said, started in 2017, and we got a fairly large prize from the Mozilla Foundation to work on it. But after that, it was sort of like, oh, you guys want to do R&D? No. Go implement. Go put it in the jungle. Go put it here. Go put it there. That's what funders were interested in. And then we found ARDC, and it's been a major, major contribution to our ability to continue developing this technology. So thank you so much.
So thank you to all of our grantees for coming and sharing about their projects today. And we're doing a wide range of things. Please check out our website, licensing classes, repeaters, all kinds of stuff. So talk to me if you have any questions.
All right, and this is amazing. I was like, oh, we're going to end early for questions. No, we're going to end right on time. So you, like we mentioned before, please come and join in with us. You can get experimenting with 44net. You can get IPv4 addresses at our booth today. Yes, you, a ham, you can have IPv4 addresses for free. Come see us. You can also learn and do by, as Chelsea mentioned, get involved with our grantee activities. Like, you can apply for a grant, but you don't have to be a grantee to get involved. There's all kinds of things that you can do. So as we mentioned, come talk to us. We were in booth number 1302. That's now where Ryzomatica is, so they can get out of the sun. We are now right across the way in 1201 and 1202. Airsupply.us unfortunately couldn't be here this year, and I want to give them a big shout out and thank you for being so generous to let us use their booth for this year only. So, and if you want to get in touch with us, giving@ardc.net goes to Chelsea and the grants team. And for 44net and other general inquiries, contact@ardc.net will get to us as well. Also, if you have any questions about any of our activities, every year we put together an annual report. It's all on our website, and so you can go and check it out anytime. This QR code should take you right there. So yeah, more basic and general information can be found in that report and anywhere on our website. So, all right, thank you. And with that, we're going to turn things over to Q&A for our grantees. But yeah, thank you all so much for coming to chat with us today. Oh, and thank you for our grantees, of course, for presenting. Thank you for getting up here. All right, so I see one question right over here. I can neither confirm nor deny. No, but I mean, what I will say is that this is probably the biggest, like, stars in our eyes kind of project. I can't say that there's anything actually in the works, but if you have ideas, for universities who might be working on this, oh yeah, come talk to BDL. So there's your answer right there. Actually, that's a good answer for most things. If you have a question, just go talk to BDL. I mean, that's what oh, no. But no, it's my job to just send them to you. No, okay, anyway. All right, yes, but yeah, go talk to BDL. And again, if anyone has ideas, please come talk to us. We'd love to hear it. And this is also, just a side note on that, oftentimes we provide funding to like a single project. That one in particular, because of its size, is the type of thing where we do think that collaboration will be necessary, right? That is a big, expensive, long-term project. So in addition to looking for people who might be really qualified to do the work, you know, if you have a lead on additional funders, we would love to know that as well. More questions? Do we answer everything? Bidel. Yeah.
We identified these areas of specific technology developments, DoD perspective, open source educational curriculum, and the idea of moving more advanced stuff in the space, hopefully doing that prior orbit, as big aspirational opportunities where we as an organization, the board of directors in particular, we get really excited with the right kind of proposals show up. We have had one or two interesting proposals reach us trying to move in the direction of higher orbit satellite stuff. Frankly, for one reason or another, just didn't make the vision. So this is not an easy approach, but hold on. Everything lowering barriers. So many reasons. This
Great question. Oh, hi. That's a good question. Like 60? Yeah, I think in our biggest year we had 100, 99. Yeah, our biggest year we had about 100, but I think it is about 60 a year. Yeah, well, hold on. Anyone else have questions? Okay, let me go over here and then I'll come back to you. Go ahead. Oh, good question. This year we are targeting, so just to give a little bit of context for everybody. So as a private foundation, we have to give away 5% of our assets on any given year, right? And that is sort of averaged over the course of a year, right? And so the IRS at the end of every year looks at how much, how the value of our assets over the course of the year, provides an average, and then that's our 5% sort of distribution target. As you can imagine, that target moves a lot throughout the course of any given year. I mean, we've already seen stock market volatility this year. Who knows what the future is in store? So every year, kind of at the beginning, we have to do this like into what we think might happen and then sort of make a choice from there. We also look back at prior years where we might have, or the distributions we've made in prior years to see sort of where we are in terms of either an excess or like an under distribution, basically. Going into 2025, we came in with about a 5 million over distribution. And so we have decided that in service of making sure that we can maintain our assets for the long term, we are now sort of drawing down on purpose that sort of excess distribution. So with all of that context and all of the unknowns and everything that comes with it, this year we're targeting about $4 million as our granting budget, but we expect to see that go up or down depending on, depending on what comes in. It's also worth noting, our board, as Bdale pointed out, is always looking for really excellent quality proposals. I share this number with you not to say that that's like the number that we're going to hit. If something really excellent comes in, then we might decide to do more, but it really, there's just a lot of factors that go into that. Hold on. Anyone else have questions, or I'll bring it back to Steve. Steve. Oh, I'm going to let Chelsea talk about that.
Yeah, great question. So we had about 190 proposals come in last year, and we're looking at, roughly doing that again this year. Yeah, maybe a little bit more.
Oh, did I see another question? Oh, hi, thank you. Oh, this one and then you, okay, so blue, then red. Cool? Cool, okay, go ahead. Great question. So yeah, we do accept proposals at any time, but we sort of review them in tranches. So I think that the next set is due on July 1st and then September 1st after that. So right, so that's basically how we work it. Anything that comes in after September 1st, we do review the following year. And the reason for that just has to do with like time to process those grants plus sort of end of year closeout, that sort of thing. Yeah. Go ahead. That's a great question. And we were just looking at those numbers just the other day. So they started out at about 46% when we were a little bit less well-known. And as we've become more well-known, it's about 25% of the eligible grants that get funded. Yeah. Yes, go ahead. Great question. So typically, especially for smaller projects, they are given it as a lump sum at the beginning, and then we ask for reports yearly and at the end. For larger projects, we might actually do it in installments based on reporting, but typically it's just just one sum at the very beginning. I will say we have a really amazing grants evaluation team, a bunch of volunteers that Chelsea runs, and Dan Romanchik right there is on the grants evaluation team. Any other GET members here? Yeah. Hi, there you are. Hello. So these folks go through and they look very carefully at your grants and then give their judgment. No, I'm just kidding. But, we do look for like whether or not the grants were, successful, that kind of thing. And then if a group does decide to come back and apply for additional funding, we do look at those reports. So, yeah, so there is sort of a reevaluation going into maybe an additional grant. More question. Okay. Thank you for pointing. I don't know why it's so hard. Okay, it's the lighting. By the way, I am very light sensitive and these lights are not good for me. So go ahead. Selling. We don't sell things. We give things away. So yeah, if you want some t-shirts, come on by. All right. Help me find more hands. No? Finished? I finished with all the hands? Okay. Oh, Steve. Oh, okay, great.
Just see the news yet because we're working hard to make it work well in HF, but it's totally made for the beginning.
I was something new in the first 3 years ago. Started at the beginning. Open source. Thank you. Yes.
Yay. All right. More questions? All right, seeing none, and being a fan of ending meetings early or on time, I'm going to close out the session, even though we've got technically 9 minutes left. As you can see, yes, okay.
Very closely following the development of really surprised. And first of all, reflecting the safety index running the master flight, we think we have any problems integrating our software. What's the maturity right now?
So in the move right now, we're running Red 7 on Red 5. I wouldn't really run anything less than powerful supplies. And part of that is because it's kind of like a hybrid Python CPU right now. So there's long-term plans to actually make that super easy. And actually, whether that will be enough to let it run on step time or it's that effort during the wait and the official 3D application. Maybe we can talk that like that later.
Cool. More? No? Okay. Well, thank you all so much for coming. As we've seen, we've got board members here, we've got staff here, we've got grantees here, we've got volunteers here, and luckily we get to do this on Friday. So we have the rest of the day today, all day tomorrow, and a little smidgen of time on Sunday. So come and talk to us. We look really forward to talking with you, and I hope you have a great Hamvention. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Kind of amazed that we got done early. I was really prepared for it to be like more rushy, but.
Too bad you guys weren't around when I was still working for the Wright State University.
Yeah.
Yeah. They occasionally would do a balloon launch and that sort of thing, but it'd been great because a number of the engineering faculty were ham radio operators.
They're everywhere.
$202. You want to go first?
See if you're, no, I'm so freaking boring. Who wants to talk about the IRS, you know? Yeah, yeah. Now, wait a minute, let's see, this is a surface, oh, it's a big pad. Here, it's gotta be there. There you go. Very nice graphics. Dale? Yeah, Bob, K3R.
You want to go first or second?
I'll go second. That way.
He wants to go third.
Okay, I'll go third. I mean, because, you know, I'll be talking about IRS. And I imagine most people will leave when they do that. So we don't want that. I know. Although I will say, the first 501c3 I did, so it's already been gone for years. So I had to go back 10 years ago. And it took me 40 hours. I did it pro bono, but I kept my time. But now, it's so much. I just did one a few months ago for the Mesh Network. Yes, yes. And it came in you know, I don't.
Okay, what do I press? What do I press to make this thing the whole screen? What do I press? Alt F5 or? Yeah.
No, go slideshow. Where, see right here? Slideshow, is that what
Yeah,
you want?
yeah.
And then go over here.
What do you want?
Just
From
want to
beginning.
make
Yeah.
it the whole page. There we go.
Yeah.
That's all.
Okay.
You can do it either from here or you can do it from here.
From where?
From here.
Okay.
Just right next to the
This
bottom.
might, this might be
This
easier
might
to
be
remember.
easier for you.
Okay.
Yeah, from the beginning.
Thank you.
So why don't we do this so that your audience will now see your opening slide, right? And there's proof in the pudding. You have mine ready to go, and I have an emergency copy in my pocket.
I got yours ready to go. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm accompanied by Dale Clift, NA1L, who's hiding behind me. And Bob Familio, K3. Dale is NA1L, who in his deep, dark, and distant past actually worked at ARL. Bob Familio, K3RF, is the director for the Atlantic Division. And I'm Fred Hopengarten. I was formerly a director from New England, but I want to emphasize to you very clearly, I am not representing the ARL in any remarks I make here today. So let there be no mistake about that, and I hope the recording captures it. We will entertain questions, and we have the fortunate occasion today that at the end of our time, the next group of guys fouled up and gals didn't show and aren't showing up. So we're going to have extra time for questions. At this session, we normally have more questions than we can possibly respond to during the course of it because everybody wants to get free advice from a lawyer, which I assure you is worth every penny you pay for it. In any event, I'm Fred Hopengarten. I'm K1VR. And if you want to see some more stuff in depth about the process of getting a permit for your antenna, there's a 6-part webinar
presentation available on the ARRL's website. And unfortunately, the URL is too small for you to read, but I guarantee that if you send me an email and I'm not hard to find, you just go to antennazoning.com, you find me. You'll be able to capture this URL, and each of these sessions is about 20 minutes long, which is far more detail than we can ever possibly get to in a public presentation like this. And what I thought I would talk to you today about primarily, and I'll bring up another thing later, is the text of the bill that the ARRL has before Congress right now. And I'm going to give you some of the inside detail and a little bit of the understanding of why we took the approach that we did. But since everybody in Boston is now speaking Latin and wishing they went to Villanova, I thought I would begin by saying legem propositam habemus, which means we have a proposed law in Congress. It has been reintroduced in this session by Senators Wicker and Blumenthal, and you'll notice the R in the D, so it's and these are good guys. And one of the most important things is that Blumenthal is the senator from Connecticut, and Courtney is one of the 8 representatives from Connecticut. And in the Congress, if you're going to try to get a bill through, you really have to have the support of your what's called home delegation. If they're against you, it's going nowhere. And so far, we've signed up, I think it's 7 of the 8, might be 6 of the 8 Connecticut representatives. It's an entirely Democratic group of congressmen from the state of Connecticut. In any event, Blumenthal is a senior guy, and that's very helpful. Senator Wicker is in another role, the chairman of the Armed Services Committee, which is a very important post. So he's a heavy hitter on the Senate side. The purpose of the bill is really not to do any, we're trying to invent as little as possible. And our concept, when we were drafting it, it was drafted by N5AUS, Director Stratton of Texas and me, was to try to change the law as little as possible. So the bill is designed to extend existing privileges in federal law, but to extend those privileges to amateur radio operators. And the way we drafted the bill includes this specific sentence. This is language from the bill, that a private land use restriction that prohibits an amateur operator from installing any amateur radio station antenna. Notice it doesn't limit you to 1 antenna or 4 antennas. It's any amateur radio station antenna may not be adopted or enforced by an HOA. In other words, if you can't have anything at all, that under this statute would be illegal. But there are legal kinds of restrictions. I'll get into those. And the way we wrote it is that the limitations on amateur radio antennas would be illegal if they weren't present in the records when you bought the property. In other words, we're just writing this so that they can't come after the fact and say you can't put up an antenna after you're already living in the HOA. The second requirement we have for limitations on amateur radio antennas is that only the same information that would be required of any other home improvement can be required for an amateur radio antenna. One of the ways that HOAs frustrate the construction of antennas in condos and homeowner associations is by piling on the amount of information you have to provide, licensed contractor certificates, insurance requirements, PE stamps, all of which on the face of them look to be innocent, but are really designed to discourage what you'd like to do in way of putting up an antenna. And then the other thing that we ran into and outlaw in this bill is they can't just sit on your application, which was a very common process we discovered in the course of fielding phone calls from radio hams in the field. So we wrote into the bill that if they haven't acted within 45 days, it's deemed approved. Now, we also built in what I'll call safe harbor antennas. These are antennas that you should be able to put up without any further inquiry. No prior approval may be required. And the kinds that we wrote in take advantage of existing federal law. One of them is that you'd be allowed to have an antenna of 1 meter or less in diameter or diagonal. And if that sounds like it's familiar language, it's because the over-the-air reception devices, or OTARD rule of the FCC, which is the law of the land, says that if you want to watch satellite TV with the Dish Network or DirecTV, you are allowed, without further prior approval, without any prior approval, to put up a 1 meter dish. We decided to include the words or diagonal for these odd-shaped dishes, but the measurement is 1 meter, 39.37 inches. And that's an extension of the existing federal law, because there's an existing federal law that says you can put up a dish for satellite TV reception. Similarly, but I haven't got a slide here, under the OTARD rule, you can put up an antenna for wireless internet, for a wireless internet service provider, or WISP antenna, to get internet, receiving or transmitting, both, in your homeowner association without the permission of the homeowner association. So what I'm trying to get at here is that we are not changing the agreement you made when you bought your HOA home in ways that are really different from privileges you already have. So there's nothing really sacred about that agreement. It's already been broken by the federal government in several other ways. For example, another way that those HOA agreements have been broken is that, as a matter of law, under the over-the-air reception devices rule from the FCC, you're allowed to put up a VHF or UHF TV broadcast antenna. And the FCC has received a number of petitions from homeowner associations trying to deny VHF, UHF TV antenna where the individual TV watcher wanted to put it up on a TV mast or pole or short tower. This is an actual photograph of a VHF and UHF antenna covering 54 megahertz up on a tower. It's called Brookstone Development in Virginia. And it's perfectly legal, doesn't require advance permission or prior approval. And if you don't believe me, you can go read for yourself. It can be found in the Code of Federal Regulations at 47 CFR 1.4000. Or just go to the FCC website and look up the OTARD rule. Another thing that you can do today, and we're seeking to extend the federal law, is under the Freedom to Display the American Flag Act of 2005, you're allowed to put up a flag and the pole to support it. So what we figured is we would draft permission for a radio ham to put up a flagpole and be able to create a dual use so that it could be both a flagpole and an antenna. We decided to limit it to 43 feet, because I'm sure you're going to ask, because if you put one of these flagpole antennas in your backyard and your ridge pole or the peak of the roof of your typical house is at 36 feet, an extremely common maximum height for a home. And a 43-footer is in the backyard, it really will be invisible from the street. So what we've done here is to extend the flagpole rule, which you're allowed to have, to dual use. And then we also wrote in that doesn't have to be a flagpole, could just be a vertical antenna. In addition to extending this concept of flagpoles to verticals, we added one more thing, which was to allow, and we searched and searched and searched, and finally I came up with the phrase minimally visible wire antennas. And here's a photograph of what a minimally visible wire antenna looks like, in my opinion. And this is a real photograph. This, if you have owned an ARRL handbook anytime since the 1930s, you've probably seen this diagram, which was an antenna, which is just a wire from the house to a tree, and it says between 25 and 30 feet high. And if it looks familiar, it's because the ARRL has published this diagram for decades and decades. And if the objection to amateur radio antennas is an aesthetic objection, I think you'd have to agree with me, it's really hard to see a number 18 wire going from the house to a nearby tree. Now, as I finish up, I thought I'd tell you about something new and different, unrelated to the text of the statute, and that is there's something brand new in administrative procedure law. It started with a case called the Securities and Exchange Commission versus Jarkissi, and the court ruled basically that the SEC cannot be judge and jury and fine somebody without a jury trial. And just recently, like in the last couple of weeks, I guess it is, in April, the AT&T has sued the FCC for attempting to create a very large forfeiture, which is their word for a fine, on AT&T without a jury trial. And the court so far has been ruling, the courts have been ruling that the FCC can levy a forfeiture or the SEC can levy a fine, but you must have the right further to seek a trial de novo, a brand new trial on the underlying facts. You'd essentially go through the same kind of procedure you went before and that you used before an administrative law judge at one of these agencies, either the SEC or the the FCC. So we don't know where the law on this kind of thing is going to go. But if you read the statutes that require a trial de novo, the days when the FCC could fine you and the only way you could go to court would be to overturn it on the grounds that they were unreasonable and arbitrary and capricious may be over. If you want to, you could seek a trial. Now, this is not a be and all and end all, because you can essentially appeal and go through the process before the FCC if they've decided that you're doing bad things on 14.313. You can do that pretty much on your own, and you just follow the rules. You'd probably be better off if you had a lawyer, but you don't have to have a lawyer. But if you're going to seek a trial de novo in a real federal court, you really want to have a lawyer, a trial lawyer, helping you. So the cost of trying to appeal your $7,000 fine with a trial, it would likely exceed the $7,000 forfeiture being requested of you. This is brand new stuff. I suspect that many, if not all of you, haven't heard about it, so I thought I would bring it to you in this amateur radio and the law forum. Now, on the grounds that what we want to do is tell you a little about some stuff that might interest you and then leave a lot of time for questions, I'm going to stop right here and invite, who wants to be number two? Bob wants to be number two. Bob Familio, K3RF, the director from the Atlantic Division, is going to speak next. And for that purpose, I'm going to pull up his presentation. You do it.
I'm the only engineer of the group, although I'm also a lawyer, but don't hold that against me. Bear with me a second here. We'll show them how that's done. Lawyers, well, good afternoon. My name is Bob Familio. My call sign is K3RF. I have the pleasure of serving as the your Atlantic Division Director. I've been, I guess, almost 2 years now. And I was, for many years before that, a Vice Director for Atlantic and a life member at ARRL since 1967 when I was a kid and I got licensed and I joined. I'm also been a volunteer counsel along with my other two colleagues here. I was, I think, one of the first to join, and I actually tried my first antenna case before PRB1 in 1985. My first case was in 1983, and I lost it because there was no law in our favor, and 35 feet means 35 feet no matter whether you have 10 acres or not. Now, a little about me. I think I told you, life member. I'm an engineering graduate. I also practice law. I think I stood in the wrong line after graduating, and I ended up going to law school. It's a long story. I'm in private practice in the Philadelphia area for 46 years, and I have done a lot of antenna cases, not as much as Fred. I am one of his disciples. He turns pink when I say that, red, but it's true. I'm admitted to practice in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Florida, DC, and the United States Patent and Trademark Office. It's a separate exam. I've taken a lot of bar exams, and I have a business and technology law practice. And as I said, my first case was in '83. The longest case I ever had was 4 years. In fact, Fred and I got to practice together on the appeals that followed a long 5 nights hearing I had with 15 hours of hearing time. It was for an antenna tower, 500 pages of transcript, 100 trial exhibits, and that was only the beginning. It went from 2014, I had that in here, and we exhausted all our state and federal remedies by 2017. So I've been down the road and I've been beaten up. We've won some too. I'm going to tell you, a lot of lawyers will tell you what they think you ought to do. I'm going to tell you today what you should not do if you want to apply for an antenna permit, not talking about HOAs, although some of this may apply, and we can answer questions afterwards, specific questions. But the things you should not do when you go to apply on your own for a tower permit. How many people here have done that in their life? Applied for, oh, okay, we got more than a few. That's probably why you're here, right? Well, you may have had mixed success. You may have been successful yourself. You may have done it with or without a lawyer. But the things you don't do, and this is from experience, because a lot of hams, lawyers are expensive. As a volunteer counsel, I tend to talk with hams for free on the phone. Maybe some of you have over the years talked with me, and I tend to do that. And on occasion, I have done some pro bono. I'll show up and help you at the zoning hearing. It's hard to, with a law practicing full time. But don't assume that you have no zoning restrictions. There are hams that do that, especially if they're out in a rural area. You'd be surprised. I say, oh, I've got 11 acres, and I don't really have any neighbors except cows and some horses, and I'm going to put up a 60-foot tower. Can't bother anybody. There are no zoning restrictions. That's usually not true. Don't assume that you don't need a building permit. This is also popular. We get into these kinds of problems. They get a authority because of the zoning, but they don't get a building permit. Most places, most states, will require some type of permit for it to build. Once you're authorized to put that structure, you've got to show them what you're doing so it doesn't fall down and hurt somebody. Don't assume that you can build if you get a permit. We'll talk about that in a minute because that seems kind of strange, doesn't it? Don't assume that you can build to the height granted. Another reason for that, and I'll give you some anecdotal evidence, some examples of things that I've dealt with. And some hams got themselves in real trouble after starting thinking they were doing the right thing. You can avoid this. Pardon me. And don't go to any zoning hearing and wing it. I can't tell you how many hams do that. Say, look, I'm just going to go. I'm not going to spend money for a lawyer. And I do understand that, by the way. And if you're equipped, if you buy Fred's book, you might have a chance. But don't just go in there and figure that if I mess up, I'll just get a lawyer and we'll try again. In many jurisdictions, there's some roadblocks to doing that. Stated another way, do it right the first time, or it's going to take you a long time to do it correctly later. Now, do not assume you have no zoning restrictions. Every piece of land has some zoning restrictions, even if you live out in the wonderful country, where you have 10 or 20 acres. Do not automatically assume that the town or state zoning officer is correct in any assessment. How many times have I gotten calls, and Fred probably, and Dale, where the guy told me it was all right. He says, "Oh, it's like a silo. You can put up 60 foot or 150 foot because you're out in the sticks, or it's okay. You can put up a 60-foot tower." A lot of times they're well-meaning, but a lot of times they're clueless. Many times they're not, but you need to get things in writing. And I don't mean a text on your phone. You're good to go, Joe. No, don't do that. Many jurisdictions have a little more formal, if you're in the burbs and they have a little more formalities and things like that. They have an application. Some of you have been through that. They want to see, assuming that the zoning says you can put up a tower, and that they have a lot of state laws allow you over and above the PRB1 that we had. Will say you can put up 60 feet. As long as it's otherwise has some standards and it's safe and it complies with the building code. And that's why you need a separate building permit that a lot of hams forget about. Take the time to be knowledgeable about the local code regarding restrictions. Local officials sometimes have no experience with antennas, ham antennas particularly, because we have mostly some interesting special rules that we can take advantage of. But local zoning officials anymore seem to only know cell phone towers under what we call wireless communications facilities. And they'll say, you can't do that. You got to, and I've seen this, Fred and Dale probably have too. The zoning officer said, no antennas, you got to go put that in an industrial part of the zoning or business zoning. And you have to go through all the types of showing of need for a wireless communications facility. We don't fall under that. Zoning officials think we do. Many do. You have to educate them politely. Do not assume you have a place, you can place antennas above the height granted. What the hell do I mean by that? Well, most height restrictions include limited exceptions for amateur radio operators that accept those, have a maximum height. Now here's my point, to the tip of the antenna or the support structure and the antenna, not the top of the tower. I have had a number of hams call me, said, I got a permit for 60 foot. Okay, that's reasonable. At a 1 acre lot and 60-foot house bracket with some guys. And then they want me to, they say I violated the approval. I went, looked at it. The tower was 60 feet, but he had 10-foot mast. And above on the top of the mast, he had a 12-foot fiberglass diamond, tri-band FM antenna. So do the math. It's a lot more than 60 feet. What doesn't count? It's the antenna. This is just the tower. That's not, unless the zoning or the rules that apply to your application say that it's limited to the antenna structure and then all appurtenances, fancy legal word for antennas, the things that you attach to it, unless it exempts those, many do not, unless Fred helped write it for some towns, or maybe Dale did, or other ham lawyers that know something about something. You go to the very tip, and this includes just multi-band, or a single boom Yagi antenna that has support structures. The real big ones that you're hankering to put up have the, extends above the mast or the bracket, the thrust bracket, a good 5-8 feet, and you've got the support structure for the large boom. That violates the height. They'll make you take it down, and they will come and look, and no, they don't have to climb it. One ham say, well, go ahead and climb that. It's 60 feet. I dare you to. No, they just take us. They know what to do. They got a laser or they have a transit, and they can tell. I have one experience with that about 25 years ago in a county outside of Philadelphia. So you have to see and check whether those structures are separately defined. Masts and supports above the tower have to be taken into account. Don't do that. That's a common mistake, and it will ruin your day because it doesn't seem like a big deal, but they'll make you take it down. And how do you do that? You got to take 10-foot section down, put another thrust bracket, do the whole thing. So what did 43 years of doing volunteer counsel teach me? Hams don't care to do their homework. They don't bother to consult lawyers before applying for a building permit. Again, I'm not selling lawyers because it can cost more to hire a lawyer. I mean, you can use that money to buy a nice new 7300 or something, right? But and we understand that. But do your homework. If you have a situation that you're not clear on, consult a lawyer. But you want to make sure that you get a zoning lawyer, or at least a lawyer that's knowledgeable. There are no do-overs. If you take nothing from this brief discussion but this, it's important, because hams do this all the time. They go in and they try to wing it, and they know people on the board, and they're all neighbors and everything, and they get turned down because the rules, they don't get a variance because variants aren't provided for just because you want something. It has to fit within the zoning code. And they say, all right, well, I'm going to do it over. I'm going to get a lawyer this time. Darn it, going to spend some money, and I'll show them that. It's never a slam dunk situation. What happens is that once you make a record, once you have a decision, you make a record, any documents that you apply in that hearing, and testimony typically at a zoning hearing board will be taken down with a court reporter. That makes people nervous because they don't realize that. There's a transcript. And you are stuck, sort of, with what you say and the documents that you put up. Wanting a big antenna is never enough. Know the elements of your case. What do you have to show? Go in, and most hams will tell me that I told them that we're good at emergency communications and we do all this great stuff. And that's all true. But that's not the reason they're going to make a finding that you comply with any exceptions that are allowed under that code. Do your homework. Very few details in the zoning application can be adjusted once filed. I see that all the time. Well, I'll change it next time. Well, you've got to be right the first time. Yet if you need expert reports, and I'm not going to go into that because this is going to just a short presentation, get them lined up ahead of time because it takes you a long time to find out what you need. Yeah, a showing of need sometimes in some jurisdictions, if you want to comply with what's left of PRB1 or other state exceptions for hams. And some of the state exceptions are actually better than what our federal law now provides for. Oh, be ready for the clown cars. Alternative facts will usually be allowed in zoning appeal hearings. Neighbors will come in, they will argue. This is one at a hearing about 10 years ago, the opponents, and that's the one that took 5 nights, 15 hours of hearing, brought in a QST article from 1989. This is a real article that written by an MD, had no footnotes. I don't know why we allowed that to be published, but he said ham radio transformers and the power supplies and stuff could cause cancer. They got that into evidence. You can't make this stuff up. It was 1989. I have it as it's defendant's trial, or the what was it? I was the applicant. Protestants trial exhibit. Send me an email, k3rf@arrl.net, and I'll send it to you. It's a PDF, and you can't make this stuff up. Oh, the arguments about RF radiation are popular. All the 5G stuff, I don't get that too much in Pennsylvania, but out on the West Coast, it's a really big thing. Now, ham radio. It's anything that's RF now. Forget the science. You're going to hurt your neighbors if you transmit. And of course, they're using their cell phones and their Wi-Fi, all the time. Hearing boards are important. Don't just wing it, as I said. Judges of the facts will not be confused by them. Those people on the hearing board that will hear you either for an appeal of the zoning denial or a building permit denial or both, they're not. They're not confused by the facts. They'll make them up if they need to. If you need to appeal, you'll be stuck with the record. We talked about that. Put your best foot forward because you're not going to get a do-over. And if you can get a do-over, it's going to cost you a lot more and take a lot more time to get de novo facts. You have to change the application. You have to do something different. Depends on the jurisdiction. This is my favorite. And I know that those of you who have been through this have been through this. Don't expect rational outcomes all the time. The world is flat to some low information administrative panels. Now, got some anecdotal evidence here. Hams, these are actual decisions in an important, very formal, highly appealed case. Mr. DiPolo. The findings of fact, the formal findings by the board that hams can use the internet to communicate and therefore do not need antennas. That is a finding of fact. It's like a jury finding. Hams can use satellites because the opponents brought people in and articles, and hams use satellites now. Why do you need those big antennas? It's an actual board finding. They made a finding, and I don't know how they got to this, but the 16-foot height antenna is usable for microwave, and there's 100-foot trees on the property. This particular guy had 4 acres on top of a hill, and it was a dirt road, and unpaved road, and he owned the road. You know, do it right the first time. We've talked about that. Make your case up front. Once you get a chance to make a record, your life will be more difficult with a bad record, even with a good lawyer later. You come out of this happens a lot. They come out of a zoning hearing where they got their butt handed to them. I'm going to get a lawyer. I'm going to appeal. Show them. Yeah, you can, but you're stuck with a bad record in many jurisdictions. You don't get a de novo, that means start from scratch, ability to try it more formally. You only get one chance. Now, even with a good lawyer, if you have to appeal, it's better to appeal with a good record, even if you had a not so good lawyer later. I mean, a good record you're stuck with. I mean, and a bad record, really, you're stuck with. Not every ham can hire a lawyer, so okay, do what you can. Not every zoning lawyer knows antenna laws. We know this, especially antenna laws applicable to amateur radio operators. Let me tell you what I do and some other volunteer counsel do with phone calls. We don't handle your case for free. I mean, I've done that, but my time on the phone, I can only speak for myself. Some volunteer counsel can't do this, but I will talk with you on the phone, and I spend an hour or two, anybody that's ever called me over the many years. But what I do that's more valuable, I guess he's pointing to somebody, but what I will is also say, find a good zoning lawyer where you are. I get calls from all over, and I will talk with him or her for free. But if they're a zoning lawyer, they'll understand what the exceptions are. I can point them in the right place. I can answer questions. And that makes all the difference. If you do nothing else, get Fred's book. Now, he doesn't pay me to say this, and it's on the 3rd edition. But what's remarkable about antenna zoning for hams, his book, is that it's written for both the non-lawyer and the lawyer. And that's hard to do because when you write something for a ham that's non-lawyer, you would think it'd be dumbed down and that lawyers wouldn't find it useful. But in his case, it's written so it's readable by people who are going to do this on their own. And yet, as a lawyer, when I read it, just to see what I've missed, it's also quite good. They have citations, good explanations, and develop in his book. It's long, but it's worth reading. And you read the chapters that you need if you don't have time. But it's good because it will tell you what you need to do and explain why and how best to do it. So, yeah, the disclaimers. I got to do that. This is a general presentation. And to help you avoid the troubles that we see, and this is true of all zoning law compared to other kinds of law that I deal with. I have a business and technology-oriented legal practice. And it's the same in many states, the general theories. Zoning is one of the most local set of laws that you have. It varies town to town, state to state certainly, county to county, town to town has their own set of zoning laws. So you've got to know the local law, and you've got to find somebody that knows how to do that. And this discussion isn't going to take place of a focused legal preparation advice from your local counsel. And as I said, just buy Fred's book if you do nothing else. Thank you, and we'll answer questions afterwards, I guess. Okay, and I'll leave this open because he's going to need that. Let's see how. I paid them the clap, guys. Okay. Is that yours right there? No.
This is you?
That's
That's the one, is that the, it's that one right there. I think that's the PowerPoint. The top one. That one up there.
Oh, the top one.
The top one, yeah, that's the PowerPoint. Double click. And there we go. See if it loads. All right, we got it. That's it.
Slideshow?
Right there. Then all I have to do is go through, right? Oh,
Slideshow. Where is slideshow? Oh, there it is.
okay,
From beginning.
okay.
There you go.
And I can hit it when it was, okay, hi. My name's Dale Clift. My call is North America #1 lawyer. It is true I did work for ARRL. That was years ago. And I just have to say this, back in the day, I was on the desk where we would get a lot of calls from ham operators who wanted to put up antennas, and they had a lot of problems. It was before we had that federal preemption. And we had a little pamphlet, Fred, that was a compendium of cases that we would give to the ham lawyer. And Fred's book is really a vast improvement on it. So I would recommend anybody wants to put up a radio antenna or a tower to get that book. I'm going to take because I've been told my friends at ARRL headquarters have been getting a lot of questions about how to get tax exempt status for their ham radio club. So that's what this is about. Now there's a lot of dense legalese. So what I did is there's a box up here and I have a very detailed 13-page handout. Anybody who is interested, please take one. And if we run out, there are some more at the ARRL booth. So let's see. Okay. So the first thing is whether you want to incorporate or not. And there are a lot of clubs that don't want to incorporate. You know, they're happy being an unincorporated association. The problem is that there are some, I mean, they can still be recognized for not-for-profit status by the IRS, but there are some disadvantages. They don't have the protections for the members, the officers, and the directors that a corporation does. And the IRS, if you're unincorporated, they still want to have a lot of detail about what your structure is. So in my opinion, why not just go the extra step and go to full incorporation? I'm going to come right down and say for the dollar value, incorporating is really the best form of existence for a nonprofit ham radio club. Good predictability, you're afforded protection. Now, I'm from Connecticut, and there's even a statute in Connecticut called a Good Samaritan Law. And if you are on a board of directors or an officer of a not-for-profit recognized under 501c3 of the Internal Revenue Code, you are immune from liability as long as you didn't do something that's totally outrageous. So there's a lot of good reasons to be incorporated. To form a corporation, I'm going to throw this book down here. You just have to file articles with the Secretary of the state that you are in. And articles are different than bylaws. Bylaws kind of like fill in the gaps, but articles, they're really what govern your club. And the IRS wants to see certain language. So I have a little blurb on that. Again, this paper that I have, it gives you all of that information. I'm not going to dwell on it. But, you know, there are two possibilities for tax exempt status. One is called 501c4, which is usually for service clubs like Rotary clubs and things like that. And then there's 501c3. Just let me tell you, 501c3 is the way to go. Why 501c3? Because if Joe Schmo gives a donation to a 501c3 organization, he can take a deduction on his personal income tax. If it's a 501c4, you cannot. You can't take a deduction. So again, 501c3 is the way to go. And again, this is all in the handout. IRS lists 7 organizational purposes for a 501c3 organization. Religious, well, some would argue ham radio is a religion, right? But that really doesn't fly. Scientific, testing for public safety, literary, educational, fostering national, international sports, or the prevention of cruelty to children or animals. Those are the 7 that are listed. So what I did is I looked at the first section of the FCC rules about the basis and purpose of the amateur radio service. And it looks like it's kind of like scientific, educational. So if you look at the common elements between the basis and purpose of the amateur radio service and then the 7 things that the IRS recognizes for 501c3 status, you basically come up with 3 things. You know, you're charitable, especially if you give out scholarships or you give, equipment to people who are in need. Scientific, your technical experimentation, your design, your building, your launching high altitude balloons, all kinds of stuff like that. And then educational is very, very broad, and these are all things, they're not for profit. You do them for the benefit of the public, and they're furthering an important government purpose, which is found in section 197.1 of the FCC rules. So getting back to when you have to file, this is a state federal thing. So most corporations are formed at the state level, and of course I can speak better, more knowledgeably about Connecticut, but they're pretty much the same. You got to have a unique name. You got to have your statement of purpose. You got to dedicate your assets for public purposes. Got to have a registered agent. That poor guy is the one who's going to get the papers served on him if you get sued. But and they also have to keep your the address, the contact information for the state. A statement about, some clubs have members, some clubs don't. I mean, when I say members, you can be a member kind of in a supporting role, or you can have members that actually have certain rights, like voting for directors and things like that. That has to be defined in your articles. And then one that is optional, but I always say let's include it, is there's, if a director or officer gets sued, that the club's articles say we're going to stand behind that director and officer and we're going to defend and indemnify that officer. And you know what? That's what we have ARRL insurance, club affiliated insurance for. So that's an important point. So again, IRS, I'm not going to get too much into this because there's 2 kinds of 501c3 organizations. One is the public charity aspect and one is the private foundation. And the difference, well, why don't you just take a look at the handout, pages 8 and 9, because that's going to explain. But what it is in a nutshell is that the public charity, it's how you derive your income. And if the majority of your income is from like small, multiple donations, sales at Hamfest for tickets, things of that nature, you're going to be a public charity. The private foundation is like if only a few people are really funding the club, or if there's a big, investment that is funding the club. The IRS is more concerned that, well, there's more risk that maybe some of these private members could be benefited by the assets. So getting nonprofit status is a lot easier. In fact, they call these forms EZ now. If you want to apply for your tax exempt status, you used to have to file this 1023, and it was a huge, multiple schedules and everything. Now you can use something called the 1023 EZ if you're going to have less than $50,000 in annual income. Well, that's, if you're going to have more than that, just see me, okay? But using this EZ form, it's a checklist of 24 yes or no questions. And, you know, the answer to each has to be no, by the way. And there is a filing fee of $275. It's a lot more if you go with the full boat application. That's the federal fee, yeah. There's the state, yeah, you're right. There's a state fee for incorporating, and that generally is about, well, I think in Connecticut it's $150. So that's, yeah, there are fees involved. You got to be a little careful once you get your 501c3 status that all of your income has to be related to your not-for-profit purpose. So if you have, like, if you're renting property and you're getting that kind of income, that's considered unrelated business taxable income, and you might have to file a 990T with that. So that, just be aware of that. Again, with a entity like a club, I think directors and officers and general liability insurance is an important topic to consider. And you said, hey, wait a minute, Dale, didn't you just say that, like in Connecticut, there are Good Samaritan laws and that, you know, you can't be sued if you're a volunteer director? Well, you can be sued, okay? They're not going to be successful, but here's the thing. Somebody's got to go to court and say, hey, wait a minute, Your Honor, these folks don't have any liability. The motion and the defense still has to be made. But if you've got directors and officers insurance, that gets taken care of. So that's one of the advantages of directors and officers insurance. And I would just say check out the ARRL affiliated club insurance program, because they do have ways to do that. And of course, you can also go to your own independent insurance agent if you have one you're working with or a member of the club. All right, rule number one, you gotta maintain your corporate status. I spelled corporate wrong, didn't I? With the state. So you gotta file usually an annual report. Usually it's done online. Gotta keep that agent's contact information up to date. If you don't file, what normally happens after so many years, you'll just get administratively dissolved. And now you gotta get reinstated. It's a real hassle. So you gotta maintain your corporate status. Number two, maintain your not-for-profit status. So you've got to file every year this annual, it's called a 990 type information return. It's not really a tax return because your income is tax exempt, right? So, but it's really, really easy. In fact, most clubs can file a 990N. It's like an e-postcard. And again, if you have $50,000 of gross income or less, you can use that. If you don't file this postcard thing, you lose your not-for-profit status after 3 years of missed returns. I know some people, this will happen. Pages 10 and 11 of my handout cover reinstatement, okay? The last thing is that before you do anything, you know, once you get incorporated, you gotta get a EIN number, an employee taxpayer identification number from the IRS. And you can get those online. We had a little contest in my law office at one time, who could get it faster. So, I mean, it's really simple to do. You do have to have some basic information, but you get, and then on that basis, you file your application with the, you got to get your state to set you up first so that you're a corporation. Then you say to the IRS, I need an EIN number for my corporation. And then once you get that, you apply for your tax exempt status. So it's like a 3-part thing. And that's it. How did I do, Fred? Not too long? Okay.
And now the real reason you came here, which is to ask questions, I'm sure, because that's what extends. And we want to make sure that you understand that any topic is open. It doesn't have to be on the things that we just spoke about. But I would ask one thing of your questions, and that is, I don't want the question to start with when you first became a radio ham in 1912. Okay, first question, first hand. I'll not only clarify the law, but I forgot to bring it with me. I brought a handout of the text of the law. If you're going to be around the Hope Hotel, as I will be tonight and the next night or two, or I'm going to be carrying the text of the law with me, and I can get that for you easily. So the question is, if you have an existing prohibition on antennas for radio hams and you buy in and you're now living in the property, would this statute, what would the impact of this statute be on the existing HOA laws? Have I got it right? The answer is it would essentially deny the effect of those laws. It would preempt those laws, just the same way the rules for VHF, UHF antenna, satellite TV antenna preempts the existing HOA common covenants and restraints. If this federal law passes, the same thing would happen. It would be preempted by federal law. And even though it would remain on the books of your HOA, they couldn't enforce it.
I think to what the point that you're making, and it's eminently fair, right? If you sign a contract, you check out the HOA rules, there's nothing prohibiting amateur radio antennas. So you sign a contract, or maybe you close, you move in, and then the homeowner association adopts a law that prohibits your antenna. This legislation, if it gets into law, will prohibit that. You see what I mean? So it's like, it's to protect you from being sandbagged once you get into the homeowners.
My experience has been looking around right now. Right? My experience has been most have something in there that they will fight for. They can be something very generic, like you cannot erect a structure.
No exterior structures without permission. Yeah. This would preempt that. And by the way, that is also preempted by these existing federal laws under the OTARD rule, over-the-air reception devices. Right.
Talk about base station operation. I have a question about mobile operation. In a lot of these states, they're passing texting while driving bans, hands-free cell phone bans, this kind of thing. I know in the state of Texas, our law specifically exempts amateur radio, but in traveling from Texas up to here to Dayton, kind of check the laws along the way, and they're either very vague or they are maybe surgically precise for cell phones. Are we seeing by and large cases where these kind of laws are being abused and misused to target ham radio operators who are just operating Skywarn or doing what we've done for 100 years?
Can I answer that? Yeah. Bob's got more.
I do a lot on this. Who here is from Pennsylvania, if anybody? Oh, my goodness. Well, I spent a couple of years fighting that last law that 2 weeks before it was going to be voted on, they took out the exemption that I had negotiated 4 years ago with the legislators in Pennsylvania that exempted amateur radio, and the committees in Philadelphia said ham radios are no better drivers. They need to hang up and drive. Let me get to answer your question. There are many states that do have anti-texting laws. They're well-meaning. They're not trying to be a PIA, you know what I mean? They're just people. In my other life, I'm a vehicle rescue technician and a responder with my fire company in media. I have been for several decades. I'm a graduate of the Pennsylvania Fire Academy program on that. And we see a lot of one-car accidents that are texting. So they're not out to get us as far as abusing it. But they don't want, in order to make it work, they argue, they being the folks that promote this kind of stuff for good purposes, they don't want anybody working around that. They don't want anything in your hand. You can use it if you have a headset, assuming it's not isolating and it's legal in your state. Some headsets aren't. Or it's speakerphone, which most cars are coming with now. That's legal, Bluetooth, but you can't have your Bluetooth. We all have them in our cars. Or you can get a headset if it's legal, if it's non-isolating, like the one I have on my neck here. So what they don't realize what it is, the difference between ham radio or two-way radio, LMR radio, and the type of distraction that a person who's dialing a phone and how many of us see that all the time? I know I do. They're texting or they're just dialing a phone and then they're talking with their hands. In Pennsylvania, they wanted complete hands-free, and you couldn't have a microphone, or you couldn't have a walkie-talkie in your hand, an HT. So we got an exemption after a lot of work, but it had to be for licensed amateur radio operators. We also got them. They were also prohibiting volunteer firefighters like myself because I'm not in service until I get to the fire station and I get on trucks with lights and siren. I also drive those. But it was illegal for me to use my UHF T-band radio telling people who I'm going to come to. So we went through the legislative process. It took some weeks, and we got that clear. We got that exempted. Many places don't have that, and you just have to go through the legislative process to get that corrected. Did I answer your question? Yeah,
So
it takes work.
I would just conclude by saying you were talking about driving from Texas to Ohio, and as you went through each state, the simple way to think about it is the state law is the state law. Because it's the law in Texas doesn't necessarily mean it's the law in Kansas. Okay, we're going to try to do these questions a little quicker here. Yellow shirt. It will be opposed by the Communities Associations Institute. CAI is the organization of homeowner associations, and I can be assured that they'll oppose it. Talk to your director, your ARRL director, where you live. Ryan? Ziegelbaum. K0AIZ. Oh, yeah. Special use permits routinely are issued to an individual and do not run with the land, so they expire when you move. Yeah, normally.
And maybe there's a grandfathering issue there too.
I've never really seen grandfathering on an SUP to a new buyer.
Well, no, I know if in other words,
You own it now.
you own. Yeah, and the guy who put up the antennas, he may have put them up before there were
He said
regulations.
he got an SUP.
Oh,
He said
okay.
the guy before him has an SUP.
Oh, okay.
So
that's odd.
I guess my answer is that you're buying from a ham. He had an SUP. You're going to have to go and either get it issued to you or a new one. Local procedure would.
Well, in Connecticut, you record them on the land records.
Yeah, but it's still special to the individual. I'm sorry. Please, we're coming to you next. Yes, T-shirt. Same thing. If it is expired, it's no longer a governing document. And there's another little wrinkle on that. Sometimes you'll have an existing CCNR, but the HOA is dead. They stopped collecting dues. They're not organized. They may have gone defunct. Consider yourself lucky.
Can I address this? Yeah, let me address that. I had a case a couple years ago in Lancaster County, Pennsylvania, in which there was no HOA, and the ham had a nice acre and a half with a single family lot and put up a 60-foot universal self-supporting aluminum tower, got a permit, zoning allowed it. He got his permit, put the concrete in, put a tri-bander and a little vertical antenna, and there was a CCNR he didn't know about. Nothing to do with HOAs. There's no homeowners association or local zoning. It did allow his antenna. He had to take it down because one of the neighbors would say, I drive by it, I don't want that, I have a right to enforce the CCNR, and he was out of luck, cost him thousands of dollars. He called me on that, and I spoke to him a number of times, and there's really nothing you can do about a CCNR. It did not expire, and you have to get a whole lot of people to try to live there according to the rules in the CCNR, how many people you need, that landowners, to overturn that. It's usually quite a bit. So look at that as well.
Just a quick question of the audience. How many people here are affected by CCNRs that are limiting your ability to operate amateur radio? So we're talking about a third of the audience here? 20%? So, okay. Blue shirt. If it were me and I was not a local and, know the boys and girls who do this kind of law, I would go to your planning office. I'd look up the last 2 or 3 applications for a cell tower, find out who the lawyer was for the cell tower, and then we just have to teach that lawyer, who understands the whole scene, the distinctions between cellular and amateur radio. Striped shirt. Yes, please, yellow.
Well, that's that's a good question, but it's so fact dependent, on was due care taken and so on. I think that, again, that's a good reason to have your club incorporated, because the most they can get would be whatever the club has, yeah, have it be a club activity. Well, it could, but again, and then there is club, there's insurance for that too. I always recommend insurance, because you could have a frivolous lawsuit brought against and name the individual too. But if you've got insurance, there's a duty to defend, and then of course, if there's actually a judgment, a payment of the judgment up to the limits of the policy. Well, you could.
Sometimes an umbrella policy will cover you for nonprofit activities like social clubs, or you're, coaching a soccer team, for the kids or something like that. It depends on the policy. That's what I do. I self-insure. I'll also tell you that in the facts, the nuclear power plant thing, it really depends on what happened. Did you take reasonable steps? Did you do something that was grossly negligent, do something stupid? Or did you do everything that was reasonable under the circumstances that's normally done for groups that are flying weather balloons with transmitters on them, or high schools that do that for weather? If you took all that into account and you followed all the FAA requirements for that, and it happened anyway, was it foreseeable? Things like that. That's why it's fact dependent.
Blue shirt.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that, because I tell people
Did
that too.
everybody hear what he said?
Let me repeat the question. From Pennsylvania, he's had a recommendation from a state police officer that because of this new Pennsylvania rule, that you carry a copy of your license, because otherwise anybody with a radio, a CB or a GMRS, and they're not exempt, by the way. A lot of you probably have GMRS radios, and they're not exempt. Either are LMR radios, land mobile, as it should be, but they're not. So carry a copy of your license. Well, if they're going to stop you, oh yeah, they'll need to know the exemption, because if they don't, if you have a copy of the law and print it out, that's a good idea. But when you have to go to the local magistrate to contest that $50 fine, you'll need to explain to the magistrate why you are exempt, and tell them I told the officer to. Does that answer your question?
Black shirt. in his situation, there's no mention of amateur radio in any of the zoning bylaws. And he's wondering how is it approached? The short answer is that at the base, it's a structure and it would be limited by the height. But PRB1 says there can be no firm fixed maximum height. So now you're into some arm wrestling about whether what they're going to try to impose on you is legal or not. And if they're saying it's firm fixed maximum 35, they are wrong.
I think he's saying the confusion with WCF.
Oh, they're confusing. Okay, now you're into the definitions section of the Wireless Communications Facilities zoning bylaw. And what you want to look for there, if it says the word commercial, you can argue that you're out. If it says in accordance with 47 USC 332, you're out because you're not 47 USC 332. That's cellular telephone. But the whole argument is going to be on the definitions section. Go to my website, look up the case of Philippoff versus the town of Framingham, Massachusetts. We had that exact case, and the written decision in favor of the radio ham is included on my website under the legal library. Black Hat. We're talking about not a federal circuit court, but a state circuit court. Okay. Yeah, it happens. And the answer is you got to appeal. You got to get to some adult supervision. Next. I really hate it when you step on my sore toe. The short answer is it's a fabulous question, and the answer is yeah, it is. The best thing to do is not file your initial complaint as a radio ham who's making a complaint in federal court. File it in state court. Because there are 29 states that have a mimic of PRB1, so then you're under state law. And B, because the federal court can exercise discretion not to take a case, the state court can't. Next question. Well, then we've answered all possible questions. Thank you all for coming today. I will say that I have the text of the statute. I forgot to bring it with me this afternoon. Catch me or email me, and we can get you the text of the statute that's before the Congress at the moment. I also forgot to bring my pile of antenna zoning books. If you want to buy one and you see me, I have them in the car. I will sell you a book for $40 if you want it from DX Engineering or ARRL. It's $49.95 plus state tax plus shipping.
He'll autograph it.
Or give me the money and I'll make sure I get you the book. All right. Thank you all for coming today. We appreciate it.
Where's that Bob's?
Good job.
So that was the digger. You can pound on my sore toe. Oh, pardon the N6VI. How you doing? You did. Let me get off the stage, son. Let's get off the stage so nobody falls over. You don't have it on stock. Or you can talk to me and give me cash money, I'll get you. Hang on just a second. I'm going to come off the stage.
I learned how to read and write. My daughter's an accountant.
foundations are all members. That's the foundation. Because the majority of the income and foundation is coming from tourists. Yeah. You know, I'm talking $1,000. So that runs the risk of being pretty much associated. We're supporting the support. I think right now the C4 points continue to recommend the French Tower. Members of the club are not appointed by so we use the grant to buy radio. Now, foundation providing them and support of the club, and that's why we had clubhouse first down, our radio.
What's the, well, the APRS isn't in here. You're going to give the APRS? Oh, the Mars in this room? Okay, good. Yeah, you're almost up. We had, the APRS got canceled today. It gave us the time till 4. That's why I'm saying. So let me, I'm just seeing if I want to take this, I want to take his down. And no, there, it's all yours. I just want to make sure he didn't leave his stuff on here. Yep, good. It's all yours.
Well, they have these forks, but they all what? This is on 6 feet, I got where it's going down. And it was able to that time. I think I did it on 106 feet, not go up the front. But only 5 feet. Well, so yeah, the only problem I have Yeah, but just make sure you use microphone. They probably stay for years. Herman always say that you had to see them up there on the other side of the Now, do I?
And it should be just.
Okay. Okay, awesome.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Oh, then you can do this, yeah. That one, this one is done. Oh, yeah, that's. You want me to tell them where to start? Okay, because I have a big voice, I don't need that. Okay, okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, it is. If I could have your attention, please. My name is Paul English. I am the Chief of Army Mars, and we're going to give you a few presentations. We've got a great lineup today. I'm going to go through excruciating detail on day by day the last 100 years of Army Mars. Or not. I'm going to be followed by my counterpart, Dave Antry. He's going to talk about Air Force Mars 2025. And then we have a special guest presenter, Frank Skinner from Northcom J3. He's going to talk about the relationship between DoD requirements and how Mars can support those requirements. And I want to give a special shout out to Ms. Lynn, who is our slide flipper today. So everybody say hi, Lynn. So, audience participation. You didn't know there was going to be a quiz. This is a show of hands. How many Army Mars members do we have? Okay, I see about 50. How many Air Force Mars do we have? I see 2. Okay, if you didn't raise your hand previously, raise your hand now. Okay, Dave, take their names down. These are future Mars candidates. Sign-up sheet is coming around. And we want you back. All right, thank you for joining us this afternoon, last forum of the day. We're going to spin through these presentations. Depending on how wordy I get, we may just focus questions at the end. And we'll answer questions until they kick us out, okay? Or till they kick us out. All right, so that's the agenda. All right, back in 1925, there was an agreement between the Army and ARRL. The Army was in a rebuilding phase following World War I. The ARRL had been formed just a few years earlier, and the Army thought, hey, maybe we can partner with the ARRL. So our Army Chief of Signal at the time, the gentleman there in the middle slide, Major General Saltzman, he coordinated with Hiram Percy Maxim, and they published an Army Amateur Radio System plan that was published in the November 1925 QST. And all the verbiage up there that nobody can read, that's basically what the plan was. It was, hey, Army, we want to partner with the ARRL to see how we can utilize the amateur radio operators to support military communications. 1925, that's where it all started. Go ahead. We got a new Chief of Signal in 1929. They started reviewing what we were doing, starting to focus a little bit more on procedures and not so much just what we now call rag-chew. And as with any volunteer organization, how do we make it more attractive so that we can have more hams involved as Army Amateur Radio participants? Back up one slide. The picture on the left doesn't turn out very well. That is the Army Amateur Radio Station at Fort Monmouth, New Jersey, which is where the home of the Signal Corps was at the time. Leading technology of the time. Okay, go forward. All right, we got into the Great Depression. That's when the Army Amateur Radio Service began really in earnest the morale traffic, passing that via amateur radio. Then we get into the pre-war, 36 to 41. We were reorganizing our net structure. We started focusing more on training. That sound familiar? And we were still doing support to natural disasters, much what we're still doing today, both as Mars and as amateur radio. The Dots and Dashes article, I thought that was interesting. It was from Fort Missoula, Montana, and just talking about what the Army Amateur Radio System was doing at the day, during the day. Okay, next slide. Back in the day in QST, the Army Signal Corps used to have a regular column in QST, and they were typically in the month of November. This is from November 1937, just talking about what was going on with the Army amateur radio system, different activities. And I thought this was interesting. While AARS is affiliated with the military, they are not military and are not authorized to use military spectrum. A little bit different from today. But these articles used to run every November. Go to the next slide. Here's the one from 1938. And look at the membership, 152 CW operators, 12 radio telephone operators. For current Mars members on the Army side, we do 1-year membership. Look at what they were doing back in 1938. 2-year memberships. So it was a term limited. Okay, let's go to the next slide. 1941. The Army to canvass amateur radio operators. 1941. What was happening in 1941? Something significant, right? The Army's trying to figure out, hey, we're probably going to need radio operators. Let's see what's available out in the amateur radio pool. And so March of 41, they say, hey, we're going to contact the amateur radio operators and just do a survey. Let's see how the survey turned out. Next slide. Utilization of amateur radio stations for national defense. And what they came down to, they said they received questionnaires from 41,000 hams at the time. And they said majority are not eligible for active military service. Too old, too married, too dependent, or physical limitations. And I think this was the start of, well, they can't directly support and be recruited into the military service, but they can still provide a service from home station, from your radio system. I thought this was interesting. They would do quizzes. They would send out, the Army Signal Corps leadership would send out quizzes. This quiz was on radio procedures. So I thought that was interesting. Let's go to the next slide. We were still big into Marsgrams, and these are some of the Marsgrams that were being sent at the time. Unfortunately, I don't have a year for these. Have any of you read the history of the Army, the history of Mars that was done by Scott Hedberg as part of his War College? Well, he was very well published. He is now a professor at the University of Kansas, and that's where I got a lot of these pictures of QSL cards as well as the photos from National Archives. I just thought that was cool, that Marsgrams back in the day. Next slide, please. What's happened since? Well, we went through several name changes. We became Military Amateur Radio. A few years later, we became Military Affiliate Radio. 62, our Marine Corps brethren stood up. Navy Marine Corps Mars. Look at this extended period. Korean War, Vietnam, Cold War, Gulf War. What was going on? Marsgrams and phone patches. How many of you Mars members ran phone patches? Quite a few. We still do phone patches today. We do. Oh, another name change. Change to Military Auxiliary Radio System. And that's where we landed today. Today we are an auxiliary. In 2014, we started working on the concept of direct contingency support to DoD. Working with US Stratcom, we actually got Mars listed in the chairman's order for contingency operations. The Mars community has called out specifically. Here's what I want to focus on. 10 years ago today was the last time we had all 3 service chiefs in Hamvention. And I found an old snapshot. Fortunately, we didn't break the camera. We had Dave Stepchuk, Air Force Mars, Bo Linfords, Navy Mars, Many of you have talked to over the radio Juanita Ports. That's her. And I don't know who that guy is. He snuck into the picture. Photobomb. 2015. Then by September of 2015, Navy made the decision to shut down Navy Marine Corps Mars. And I've told this story to a few people. Within weeks of Navy terminating the Mars program, I started getting phone calls from, guess who? Navy, saying, hey, we need to test out our HF radios. Can you help us? Yeah, absolutely, we can help. On the Army side, 2017, we went to a standardized software package called Mars Standard Communication. That was the transition from digital, amateur radio digital modes. We used to do MT63 and her sister Olivia and, brother Winlink. And that's when we went to the Mike 110, Mil Standard 188, 110. 2018, remember I said we started the proof of concept back here for direct support? 2018 is when Mars got called out by name in Chairman's Order, 2TAC 18 at the time. That order was updated 2 years ago, 2TAC 23, and we are still in there as direct support for contingency types of exercises. I'm doing on time. Got about 5 minutes. Let's go. What's next? How many of you have heard of Team Awareness Kit? If you're a Mars member, should be raising that hand. Team Awareness Kit is a government produced and maintained software package. Program office is at Fort Belvoir, Virginia, that was made available on the civilian side. And there's a lot of civilian use of Team Awareness Kit. It's basically a common operational picture. It allows you to map specific things and share that map with everyone in your party. Comes in 3 flavors, iPhone, Android, and Windows. Next slide, please. For the Mars members who were with us on the last couple of exercises, we were doing TAC missions. As a proof of concept, you were sending your point droppers via internet. That was a proof of concept. That was to get you familiar with Team Awareness Kit. Where we are going now is I want the end user, you out there in the field, to be able to send your point droppers HF radio only encrypted. That will go back to a TAC HF gateway server under the proof of concept. That would then make that available on the internet to whatever headquarters we are supporting. So we're no longer going to be reliant on the internet at the initiating point where there may not be internet, and go to a gateway server, publish to the internet so that headquarters that we're supporting would have access to that data. Next slide, please. One of the QST articles back in November 37, this is what caught my eye. At 7 and 10 p.m. on November 11th, Armistice Day, the Army Chief of Signal is going to do a CW broadcast, just relevant information. All amateurs are invited to copy this message. Well, guess what? We're going to redo that this year in celebration of our 100th anniversary. Next slide. This is what I'm advertising at the booth. Some of you may have gotten the business card. We're going to do Mars 100 CW messages, 10, 12, and 13 November. I have to coordinate the times yet. The frequencies may change, so look out for frequency changes. We're going to have mil-spec stations running green Harris radios, the 150, 7800, or 5800 only. The stations I have tentatively lined up are in these locations, and we're going to send multiple messages at multiple speeds, CW messages, but a portion of that message is going to be one-time pad encoded. So we're going to publish the one-time pad. We're going to publish instructions on how you decode it. And if you correctly copy the message, decode the secret phrase, and submit the secret phrase to our website, you will get a hard QSL card. Next slide. That's the one-time pad. That's what you're going to get. And there will be instructions on how to use that to decode the passphrase. Next slide. So you're asking yourself, hey, how are we going to do this? Because nobody in the military transmits CW anymore. Arduino. We're going to use an Arduino, have the messages built into the Arduino sketch. There's going to be a speed selector. We're probably going to transmit at 10 and 15 words per minute. And there will be a push button so that all the operator has to do is select the speed, push the button. Well, they have to set the frequency and the mode and all that stuff. But no paddles, no straight keys. And unless, Frank, you guys want to practice up? Yeah, they'll get right on it. But that's what we're going to do. Again, green radios only, looking for 150 and 400 watt stations. This will be broadcast only. So there's no crossband, there's no coming back to us. It's broadcast and you receive it or you don't. Decode the one-time passphrase, you'll go to our website, tell us what the secret passphrase was, and if you want a QSL card, give us your address, and we will send you a QSL card. So that's how we're going to get past that. Next slide, please. Thank you for your service, current Mars members. We appreciate what you do. We wouldn't be here. Dave and I'd be out of a job if you weren't here. Thank you for your continued service. Thank you for your dedication to the mission. And thank you for putting up with my presentation. All right, Dave.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for being here. My name is Dave Antry, and I am Chief Air Force Mars. And I have it on good report that Paul has assured me that the secret passphrase for this is not drink more Ovaltine. Okay? So if you had any ideas about just going ahead and copying it and put down drink more Ovaltine, you can do that, but I don't think it's going to pass. So, but go ahead and let's go to the next slide. So again, my name is Dave Antry. I'm chief. My deputy is Mark Allen, and Mark is off down in Texas this week doing some good things, but Mark's been around in the program for quite a long time, and I rely on him heavily. Along with the two of us at the national level, we also have about 17 other national level staff that help me run the program. Next slide. So a little bit about me. Again, I was assigned as Chief Air Force Mars in March of 2023. I've been a licensed amateur radio operator since 1977. I am active in our local county ARDC organization. I've been in the Mars program since about 2008. Also involved in shares and retired Master Sergeant out of the Air National Guard after about 26 years. One of the neat stories that I like to tell when I'm in this event, when I joined the military back in 1985, I went into the MEP station and I said, I want to be a Mars operator. And the guy at the MEP station, he's like, well, I don't even know what that is. So I ended up in electronic warfare. And like most everybody else in the military, you go through several different job changes. So I worked in avionics, and I also became a supply guy. But several years ago, Dave Stapchuk came up to me and he said, hey, would you consider thinking about being the Mars chief? And I said, well, I won't say no. And so here I am, and loving every minute of it. So next slide. So our mission, there's a couple of key points on the mission, and Paul kind of hit on this. Our mission is to provide contingency radio communications on behalf of the Department of Defense. That is why we are here. We are here in case of that bad day to be able to provide and continue the communication that is required by our defense leaders. And it's why we train and why we do what we do every day. Our vision to support the Department of Defense, you can see it by providing first-rate, on-demand communication service done in peacetime, wartime, or during a time of crisis. And all of the Mars members, Air Force Mars members, ascribe to our Air Force core values. Those are key to what we do, and that is integrity first, service before self, and excellence in all we do. That is something that that I drive home every day to our Mars program. Okay. So present day, where are we at present day? Let's talk about that. Go ahead. What are our capabilities? Mars gives the DoD a cadre of disciplined radio net operations. If you listen to a Mars net, it sounds very different than what an amateur radio net sounds like. It's very structured. We are good at information and collection. We believe that that is one of our strong points, that if we're tasked to provide information, we need to practice being able to collect that information and get it back to its endpoint. We also have an HF phone patch network that can be utilized by all government agencies, and I'll talk a little bit about that here in just a minute. Go ahead. Again, in our mission is HF. We do have some VHF capability, but all of the VHF capability is structured so it supports our HF tasking. As Paul mentioned, our mode that we use is a mil standard Mic 110. It's secure, it is encrypted. We do use single sideband voice. Our nets are mixed mode. You'll hear both upper sideband traffic and Mic 110. But we all also authorized, the Mars chiefs are authorized to approve other modes as we see fit. Our resources, we have a diversive background of operators. I have people, and Paul does too, that have just a wide skill set. We have everyone from people who have never been in the service to people who are still in the service. We have doctors, lawyers, just all kinds of different people. And each one of those brings a unique skill set into the program. We are interoperable. In other words, we can operate with the civilian forces and with other government operations based on mission requirements. And we also have hundreds of people in the program that are geographically dispersed all throughout the United States. Okay, next slide. So how is Air Force Mars organized? Air Force Mars is organized very similar to the FEMA regions. If you see this map, you'll recognize FEMA regions. However, in order to better explain how we are organized, my predecessor, Dave Stapchuk, started using Air Force terms like wings and groups. So within each FEMA region, that is an Air Force Mars wing, and then the states that are within those wings are considered groups. Okay? All right, Mars Radio. Mars Radio is one of the special operations groups that we have within the program. And their purpose is to provide phone patch capability to DoD aircraft, sea vessels, and ground troops as needed. The net is authorized to operate 24/7, 365. They average about 200 patches a month, and about 60% of that involves official business. However, they do still provide some morale patches. And Lynn, if you'd click on that speaker up in the right or in the top left, we'll see if the audio file will play. Just click on the play button.
Go ahead with it. All right, so we will be unable to refuel 74 Fighter Squadron, Avon Park, due to weather. How copy? Turns around, perfect, good copy. He copies all, and man, that's all we have for you today. We appreciate the relay. Copy, no problem, please. Delta 3 for Pop, appreciate the work. Thank you so much.
All right, so that's just an example of some of the great work that our Mars radio team does. That was a refueling aircraft that was calling into the Moody command post, advising them that for whatever reason, they were not going to be able to make their rendezvous with Moody's aircraft. Kind of important, considering airplanes don't really do too well in the air if they don't have fuel. So there is a website URL if you'd like to take a picture of that slide, or you can go out on the internet and Google Mars Radio, and I'm sure you'll find information on that. Yeah, go ahead and go to the next slide. So one of the other resources that we have is MarsCom. MarsCom provides direct support to our military units. It is an organization to where if a military unit needs support, they can get a hold of MarsCom, and they can take care of their needs, whatever they need to do. All right. We also have a joint Mars station at the Pentagon, and so that is still very active. They have a very good website at k4af.org. I'd invite you to go out there and take a look at that. There's some good pictures of their support and their activities during the recent Mars crossband test. So you can go out and take a look at that. And that is a joint program. So have I whet your appetite? Are you ready to come on board and become a Mars operator? We would love to have you. Next slide. These are some of the basic qualifications. I'll let you read through those real quick. Okay. So some of the activities and trainings that we offer, we have nets that meet daily. We do exercise quarterly. We have Air Force specific exercises, and then we also partner with Paul and the Army side and Frank that will be up next. And we do joint exercises. And then again, Mars Radio and MarsCom. Next slide. We do have an active training program, so if you're a little hesitant about coming into the program, don't be. You have on the Air Force side 180 days from the time that we issue you a training license to become fully qualified. You are paired up with a mentor who will help you walk through the process and get you up and running. So, next slide. And the last thing, we do have a special event coming up. This is on amateur frequencies. So if you're interested in participating on that, there'll be more information coming out QST and on the web. We have pared it down a little bit this year. We're only doing 3 stations and 1 bonus station. But there'll be more information on that. I do have a flyer in the booth. If you'd like to come by, I'll be happy to provide that for you. Next slide. All right. If you'd like more information, you can click on the URL or scan the QR code. And thank you for your time. And I look forward to speaking with you at the booth.
Good afternoon. I'm Frank Skinner. I work at U.S. Northern Command, and I am a customer of Mars. I'd like to thank Paul and Dave for inviting me out here to talk, and also my wife Lynn for driving from Colorado out here without my help. So and that's just because I'm sight impaired, but she did a great job. And this is called Mars Support to DoD. And I started thinking about that when I initially did this. And I could talk to you just about NORTHCOM, but really the support to NORTHCOM and DoD is the same. So it's kind of working with my counterparts at STRATCOM. We kind of agree that it doesn't matter the situation. The capability that Mars provides supports us in similar ways. Go ahead, next slide. This is how the DoD kind of sees the world. This is from an old unified command plan that was published, and it breaks up the world into areas for each combatant command. Next slide. And here's NORTHCOM. So this is where we operate. And this is just the area that we're assigned. Next slide, Lynn. So what is the threat? So you see what Mars provides. This is the threat we're looking at. Quick internet search. What are the things that can affect communication? Cyber attacks, electronic warfare attacks, physical attacks on infrastructure, space-based threats, national disasters, and technology. So those are the threats that we look at that we need to be able to operate through. Next slide. And the purpose, I'm going to cover purpose, method, end state. Purpose of Mars: emergency communications, relay messages on behalf of the DoD when everything else is down, augment existing systems, train and exercise, and provide specialized support. And that specialized support is kind of dear to me because we need the operators to be able to come in and support DoD directly sometimes. Next slide. Method. As you've seen, each Mars service is responsible to a service chief. The way we work this, to let you know, is we'll come up with tasking. We provide, we give Paul a heads up, say, hey, we're going to have tasking that's going to come down in this manner. We go through the proper military channels to be able to task the enterprise, and then Paul, in turn, and with Dave, makes an operational order out to the Mars enterprise for the specific tasking. And lastly, I was thinking about this. Mars members must have an inherent enthusiasm for communications. I don't even think that needs to be said because you're all here. This is what we do. Next slide, Lynn. And then the end state. kind of like what I highlighted there, but Mars has provided BLOS, which is Beyond Line of Sight Communication, supporting the DoD with capability and expertise. Next slide. And this is the one I want to pause on. And I expect some questions for this. What's the way ahead for Mars? I've asked the service chiefs to develop a joint operational plan. And that operational plan would outline tasks to the two service Mars and what we expect them to do. Why do I want that? When I retire, I need to be able to have a document that says this is what Mars is going to do for Northcom. Additionally, this is how my counterpart at Stratcom sees it as well. Use of situational awareness tools. So Paul mentioned TAC. Here's why that's important. Sometimes Mars is a hard sale. In other words, I got to be able to convince my bosses that this is something that we need to utilize. The way I could do that, instead of saying the Mars capability is 500 people, I could look at a map and see the TAC picture of what Mars really provides, and more importantly, where they provide it at. We're going to take that tool, that TAC information, we've already converted it into a RI that will go directly into our situational awareness COP at Northcom. Validation of Mars nets for DoD support. This is also another area we're trying to improve, where we get our operators, which are mostly volunteer. We're not paid to run our HF gateway station, but we have volunteers that will take a shift and check into a net and provide that link to the Mars Enterprise to the command. Ultimately, this has given us visibility by our leadership. The Mars support to military units. I have two trusted Mars members, Air Force and Army, that I'm able to utilize to kind of bounce stuff off of. I've had to use them to help with a DoD unit where they needed help with antennas or just basic HF expertise. That has proved invaluable, and it's worth its weight in gold because there's no cost associated with it. And I could put a volunteer on orders and move them to wherever I need to go. So this is really something that I want to explore more in the future. Now this presentation is basically for the Mars members. Are there any questions for me? If I can't answer them, I'll take them down. Yes, sir. Okay, your question is, are there specific needs for cybersecurity skill sets? So that's a good question, right? So it's tricky. And so the answer to your question is probably yes, but let me give you a situation. So I was at one of our units. The Joint Task Force was co-located with a EOC. And I went to the EOC to get somebody to help with a printer, for example. I think it was a printer. And there was a group of people in the corner, had the handhelds, obviously hams. They weren't Mars members, but I asked them, can anybody help with a printer? And the response I got back was, we only do ham radio. That's great. I'm going to need you to move down to the basement. So the answer to your question is yes. I mean, I'm going to introduce you to a military term, flexitivity. And I use that, that's not a real word, but I've used it in a frago before, so it becomes a word. So yeah, any skill set that, whenever you're supporting a DoD unit, it's kind of like wherever you can help, when you can help. I think it would only be a positive experience. That answers your question. Any other questions? Yes, sir. Yeah, that's a great question. So yes, so Paul alluded to Opord 0218, now 0223. So yeah, it's the same thing, right? So it doesn't matter, even though that Opord is classified, the support that Mars is going to provide is going to be the same. So whenever I look to interface with, for example, I was talking to a US Indo-PACOM J6 person that was out here, out here in Colorado, TDY. And this is kind of it would be the document that I would present to show them how it works. Doesn't matter the terrain so much as being able to harness the capability. Yep. Any other questions? Yeah. Sure.
DoD going to allow us to return to the warehouse?
So the question is DoD going to let us go to the warehouses to get the equipment we need? So I'm going to defer to the service chiefs, but I'm going to say that's probably not the case, because like everything else, the budget is so constrained. So I think we're all here on our own dime this time. So there's no funds even for us to go TDY to represent our commands to be able to harness the capability. Any other questions? Yes, sir.
This question primarily for Paul. Is there going to be an update on the NSC?
The question is there going to be an update on MSC or Mars ALE?
Thanks, John. The only possible update on MSC that I'm looking at right now is for that radio-only TAC interface. I want TAC to directly interface into CP so that we can send the point droppers secure. Now, talking to Dr. Rush this afternoon, there may be a workaround, there may be a capability where we don't have to make any modifications, but I have to see what's possible. But as far as any other updates, no, there's nothing in the works. One of the reasons is when we lost Tim, who wrote MSC, he moved on with McGinnis. We hired another gentleman. He has since moved on. And so we're in the process of trying to hire someone to pick up that. And so right now I don't have the expertise to make any changes. Sir. Question was the interface of TAC into the transmission means. We're still building out the proof of concept. What they have demonstrated was they pulled the point dropper information, the cursor on target information, embedded that into a 127 message and sent that message. What I don't want is too much overhead. I don't want this to be a message. I want this to be more of a click, either send it internet or click and send it via HF, and it would interface and just send it. Yeah, he's talking about he likes using his phone as opposed to a desktop type computer. Right now, we're focused on the desktop type computer application as a proof of concept to make sure that we can do this and it makes sense and it actually works. And then from there, you know, we can try to build out other capabilities for either ATAC or ITAC. Okay, question? What was that last, having what? Macros. Okay. Yeah, gentleman's talking about use of pro words and macros. That would have to be a future development, and there's nothing on the books for that right now. Yeah. Yeah. His comment was he could see better and quicker ways to do that. And I agree, but having the capability to actually do that is where I'm lacking. Other questions? Any questions for Dave? Okay. We are all going to be here afterwards for autographs and pictures. Otherwise, thank you all for coming. Dave, any final words?
No, I just want to say thank you to everybody that came today. Mars has been just a wonderful aspect for me to be able to give back to not only to our country, but able to use the skills that I have developed over the years as an amateur radio operator to provide something meaningful to the DoD. So if that's something that you desire to do, Paul and I would love to talk to you about becoming part of the program. So thank you all very much.
So just from a DoD perspective, and if you're a Mars member and we're asking you to do stuff and you might not understand it, sometimes we don't fully understand it either, but we know we got to get that information. We got to figure out how to get that information presented in a manner that makes sense to our decision makers. So I would tell you that Mars supports military joint functions, maneuver, sustainment, protection, information at all levels. And I appreciate everything you've done. Thanks.
Thanks, everybody.
Sure. My name's Francis. And I'm Good presentation.